No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
You join us in the sidecar paddock. And well, Ross, it's something slightly different this weekend. I don't know about you, but I'm super excited for this. We have obviously the AF2s, the GP class, and the Cup class joining us. The British sidecars are in town with us at No Limits Racing here at Cadwell Park. I mean, how much are you looking forward to this?
Oh, I'm gonna love this. I've always loved a bit of sidecars. It's kind of it's a form of racing that's been dropping away into the more niche category, unfortunately, over the decades. And I'm sure that there'll be many people here that only really watch solo racing, aren't familiar with sidecars, how they work, the people on them. But we're going to see the best people in the whole of the UK about to do battle for 2 races here at Cadwell Park. I'm so excited, and I think it's going to be fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun to watch. I think it's fair to say. The racing, I think, is going to be super interesting this weekend. Let's not forget. I mean, it's a track which, on a bike, is pretty tight. It's a track which is almost too tight for cars. For sidecars, it's a little bit of an in-between. So still an opportunity to make some overtakes, but definitely more difficult than the likes of the solos.
Yeah, and with the undulation and the elevation changes as well, it's very, very difficult for the passenger as well, because they've got some corners where you're hanging off the bike and you're basically going straight downhill or straight uphill. You have to use so much muscle to try and stay into the right position to keep the balance of the sidecar correct so that the driver can do the corner correct and, smash into a wall. So it is a very, very tricky circuit for these guys. But I think it's one where we should get some good racing out of here. Of course, again, it's the British champs, it's the national champs. You'd expect these guys to be pretty good anyway. But I think it's going to be great for as well that people aren't used to sidecars, typically only watch solo racing, which I'm sure there will be people at home or people here at Cadwell Park where that is the case. I'm really hoping that this can open their eyes to what sidecars can do and the great racing it provides.
Yeah, it's attracting a big crowd. And well, let's have a little wander around the paddock, shall we? It's a slightly different setup than maybe what we have for the solo guys. And we're basically right at the back of the paddock on some grass. So we're going to hopefully have a chat with some of the riders. Obviously, it's been a dominant season so far for the likes of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Laurent, winning pretty much every single race so far this year for them. And Ross, it's so rare that we see such dominance in any motorsport, never mind the sidecars.
Yeah, that outfit certainly happened in the class field. Of course, reigning champions coming into this year, so there was already that momentum behind them. But they have just been very, very consistently strong as a team. And every race walking away with the 25 points at the end of it. So on paper, you think they're the team to beat coming into this weekend, but don't get it twisted. There are plenty of strong outfits here. Cadwell Park's obviously a very, very different circuit to where else they've been so far this season as well. So things could change. If it's going to change anywhere, I'm going to go on a whim and say that it's going to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be here, you would expect. Well, we're having a little wander, and there's a few riders, obviously, they're not afraid to do a bit of the mechanic and work. And so Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, it's been an incredible couple of years for you guys. How are you feeling this weekend, going to Cadwell Park on the F2 sidecar?
All right, it's a bit of a comeback for us. We had a big crash in the World Championships a month ago, so with the overbike, obviously. So we couldn't ride the overbike today because she's still in pace. So we thought we come with F2 and just ride around and enjoy yourself.
So are you here just for some fun this weekend? No expectations on results?
Obviously, you always want to do well, but yeah, we just like for fun and get back a good feeling and just discover a bit more this bike, and that's it. Yeah, just enjoy it.
Yeah, and the other bike, the other sidecar outfit, when are you expecting it to be ready to go again? Next season?
Yeah, I think next season we're not in a rush to put it back together because we want to make some big changes. So yeah, next season.
Well, best of luck this weekend. Hopefully you and Todd go well.
Thank you.
Always love it to hear Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, obviously. You can see the Kershaws just having a small meeting before they head out for the rest of their weekend. Just a couple of sessions so far for them. And we were speaking about Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Laurent. And is Lewis around anyway? He's on the phone at the moment. So I don't know if we're going to be grabbing a chat for the time being. Obviously a busy weekend for them. You see Ian Bell's sidecar outfit as well, just in the background over there. Obviously the sidecars, it's some of the nicest looking and best prepared machines that we have. And well, hopefully we can grab a word of a couple more people before we end this. Obviously sidecars are known for pretty much stripping the entire bike after a session, and by the end of the day they'll be looking to redo an engine pretty much. Obviously a lot of the engines sit on their side, and it used to be a case of pretty much slightly starves himself out of oil, and then an engine which would be normally reliable suddenly only lasts 1 or 2 meetings.
Yeah, it's one of those things that kind of 20, 30 years ago, it would have been fresh motor every single session they were going out, if, the budget was allowing anyway. Obviously, can't quite get away with that nowadays, but they are still very much, you strip the whole thing down after a session. At the end of the day, you take the engine apart, you give it a clean, you put it back together and make sure it's all working okay. Because they're very weird in the sense that obviously they're custom-built machines, and the engineering that goes into them is unbelievably incredible, both in terms of the actual mechanics of the bike and also even the fairings and the aero that goes into that nowadays. But again, as you said, the engine's sometimes mounted sideways. The chassis, they have little quirks. And again, 3 wheels is not a particularly efficient kind of format of chassis to race on, I suppose, at the end of the day. You'd rather have 2 or 4 to keep things nice and even. So you do see them after every session, be it qualifying, practice, or race. Again, everyone comes back in, gets everything apart, strips the bike to make sure that it's all working, all okay, which is what's basically going on now, though. We're out for qualifying not too long ago, and again, just mechanics, just getting everything out of there, checking over the sidecar, making sure that it's okay, cleaning things, replacing things if they have to, so that they can go out for the next session and be ready to race properly.
Yeah, exactly. As we mentioned, big season so far for Lewis Blackstock, and well, he's going to look forward to hopefully more success for himself. We spoke to Emmanuel Clement, and they're still fixing up a sidecar from a crash on World Championship earlier on in the year. So, yeah, the sidecar teams never stop moving, and obviously it's been a difficult year for all the sidecar outfits in the road racing side of things. On short circuit, however, we're still expecting some good racing, still expecting some good action as well. But 2 races in store this weekend. Is it too soon, as we were talking about, to put your money on Lewis Blackstock, or do you think we're going to have a little bit of a shake-up this weekend?
Like I said earlier, if there's going to be a shake-up, it's going to be here at Cadwell Park. But again, that number 1 outfit has been so strong this season. They were so strong last year as well. You know, if I was a betting man, you'd be thinking, you know, that's the safe option. That's the one where you know you're going to get your money back at the very least. But again, it's Cadwell Park. Who knows what's going to happen? There could be issues, crashes, reliability problems. Somebody could just turn up and be wicked quick this weekend as well. So it's all to play for. But again, on paper, I think you'd be a bit foolish if you're not looking at that Blackstock outfit and going, yeah, you guys are going to be quite quick.
Yeah, exactly. You would think so. 2 races in store for these guys this weekend. Well, that's what we have time for in the paddock here this weekend. Sidecars joining us. Make sure you watch them out on circuit. 2 races to enjoy. 24 races throughout the entire weekend. And now, finally, I think we can get some action underway.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Cadwell Park. Welcome back to No Limits Racing as we look forward to round number 6 of the 2026 season. A sprint-only round for you here today, given it was our Biker Lawyers Anglesey 12 hours just a couple weeks ago. We decided to give those guys a little bit of a rest, so only short and sharp sprint races for you from all of our classes, and a guest championship in the Marin British sidecars as well, as we'll have just seen myself and Lewis Ray walking around the paddock. Great to speak to the British Championship guys, and they're set to provide some fantastic races for us this weekend. But coming into the action here at Cadwell Park today, here on Saturday, you can expect 8 races coming your way, 10 laps for all of them outside of the final race of the day, which is the sidecars opening race of the weekend. That'll be 14 laps, and then tomorrow we run from race 9 all the way to race 24. So plenty of action to enjoy here at one of the finest motor racing circuits you will find anywhere in this green and pleasant land. Lewis Ray, the spirits are up. Sprint only. We maybe don't have some endurance fun, but we're so excited to be here. We're set for some great racing, which isn't too far away from getting going either.
Yeah, we're not too far away from getting going. And well, Ross, it's lovely to join you yet again on yet another sunny round. Now, a little bit different. She said 12 hours of Anglesey just a few weeks ago. For the endurance riders, luckily they're getting the chance to put their feet up, maybe have a nice little beer or two, maybe have just a can of Coke, who knows. Whatever the case, they can have a time to relax and time to regroup ahead of the next round of the endurance season. However, for our sprint riders and for all the marshals and all the officials in the paddock, it's all action here at No Limits. I mean, Ross, this is, and we spoke about it a couple of times now, a real blockbuster summer for No Limits Racing. We've had essentially 3 rounds in the space of 6 weeks, which, sure, for maybe the MotoGP paddock or even the case of the British Superbike paddock, that could be the norm. But for club racing, that is a really condensed schedule, and for the riders, it's been a whole new chance to wrap their heads around, and it's so good to see everyone in such bright spirits on such a lovely day.
It certainly is, and of course, because we've had this weird split where we've had round 5, the 12-hour, that was endurance only, then round 6 is technically round 5 of the sprint, so everyone gets an 8-race season regardless, but we're going to call it round 6 anyway, even though for most of these riders this will only be their 5th attempt turning wheels in anger out here at No Limits Racing, even if some of them may or may not have taken part in our marquee event in Wales a couple of weeks ago. But if you are just joining us, don't worry, you've missed none of the action. First race scheduled to get going in roughly 10 minutes time. It is our final qualifying session of the weekend that you currently see at the moment. And we're looking forward to how it's all going to unfold. This is, of course, for the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600 class. We'll, of course, confirm the grids for you a little bit later on before we do get going for our opening races of the weekend in all of our classes. Now, we are getting into the dying phase of the season, getting into the business end of the year, Lewis. Maybe a little bit too early to start to think about championships just yet, because obviously up next we've got Knockhill. I know we've not even started racing here at Cadwell Park, but Knockhill, a round that not everybody willing to make the journey up for to enter, so that could change things about. But certainly for those people who do have championship aspirations, it's starting to get into do or time now, especially if you are a chasing rider.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a real big mix, actually, in terms of the championship standings. We have plenty of championships which are separated by less than 20 points, less than 10 points, and in some cases, less than 5 points. But then there's other championships, which, let's just say it's a slightly wider spread, if you will. And I think the one that stands out to me the most is going to be Aaron Dakin at the moment. So Aaron Dakin holding over 100-point standings in the championship. So he going into this round anyway, he can afford to miss one weekend at full and still hold the championship advantage. John Colin as well, 92-point advantage in the championship for him. But yeah, Ross, it's a real spread in championship standings ahead of this weekend. As I said as well, Lewis Smart, 119-point advantage in the championship. So some of those riders which can afford to maybe miss one more round, if they've been going good all season. You see Paul Rennie getting the social clips ahead of this weekend, get the final little clips for social media, and well, you can see the focus that goes on his face. But yeah, it's so great to be here, and for the riders that could potentially miss a round, maybe with Knockhill being so far up north for some of them, they might not want to make the trip up, but still plenty of riders do want to make the trip up, and hopefully the weather can be somewhat like this. But still 24 races to do before we can even think about Knockhill.
Yeah, still a little bit of time before we go international for the second time in 2020.
Wow, that far.
Oh God, it makes me happy when I make that joke. Okay, let me have it. But yeah, still a little bit of time before we do head up to Scotland. For now, though, we get to enjoy, as you said, 24 races at this unbelievable track. I mean, Lewis, you've been here a couple of times yourself. I came a little bit earlier in the week. First time that I've been here for a race, and you know, I very, very quickly fallen in love with this place. I mean, obviously, I'd loved it watching it on the TV, but being here in person, seeing what it's actually like. It's such an unbelievable circuit. It's challenging. It's very, very narrow and twisty. It's very old school. Literally nothing has changed about the layout since it was tarmacked over and brought up to the standard that it's currently in. Been at this way for about 40 to 50 years. It is a real rider favourite, but it really requires a lot of experience and skill and bravery to get right as well. You've got to be properly on it to be quick around here, but at the same time you have to be very patient through a lot of it as well. It's a lot of waiting game through some of the corners.
Yeah, exactly. I think the first time I came here was back in 2018, so not terribly long ago, but I mean, it's one of these circuits that you come to for the first time, you instantly fall in love, and it's one of these circuits which has plenty of good opportunities to view. I mean, the bankings around this circuit, turn one even, just for example, you essentially look down at the bikes as they're coming through the corner, and then obviously watching start finish straight, a nice big banking, which you can see some of the people having a picnic as well, and over by the mountain, a great viewing spot, as you would expect. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenging circuit for the riders, as you mentioned. There's some corners where they do need to be patient, and there's some sections of the circuit which, even on motorcycles, even on the solo machines, I'm specifying the solos because obviously we have the British sidecars this weekend with us as well, it can be incredibly difficult to overtake on. So qualifying, more important at this circuit than maybe what we would at Donington Park, for example, or Brands Hatch. Qualifying here does matter a little bit more.
Overtaking, it is possible, don't get me wrong,
especially in the first sector.
Yeah, absolutely, which is typically the quickest part of the racetrack, lots of fast flowing corners. But again, it's just the track's so narrow. We're not going to see scenes that we have seen at places like Donington Sneston, where you get bikes running 3-4 abreast going into corners. There's just not the space. for that here, and if you're trying to do that, there's going to be an accident, because there's not a lot of variations on lines you can take through a lot of the corners, and again, it is very, very narrow, but it's a track that riders and fans alike absolutely adore, and there's a reason that it's absolutely packed out here and has been for most of the day already, and even yesterday and on Thursday as well, when there was a track day / test day for No Limits, there was people around watching, soaking it in, taking in the sun and watching some bikes out on circuit as well. We're in a part of the country that absolutely loves its racing, and it's great to see once again, because it's been pretty busy trackside for most of the season at No Limits. So many people coming up to show support for the biggest and best club racing available in all of the UK. Not too far away now from the checkered flag of the final qualifying session, just a touch over 2 minutes, and then it'll be time to get our focus on and get going and get racing as well. First class we'll be seeing out will be the Bramfix Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy, so get some, maybe not quite some classic bikes as we see maybe out there in the pre-injection, but older machinery, and then of course a Club Sport or the Club Power Cup, should I say, as well. Maybe some lesser experienced riders, but that doesn't take away from the great racing we've seen from them so far throughout the season.
Yeah, we've seen some excellent racing so far this year in the Bramfix Club Power Cup, and luckily earlier on in the weekend we were able to speak to Jack Cullen, who's currently fighting for that championship. You'll be able to hear that interview tomorrow on race day. But for Jack Cullen, it's been the up and down season. That's what we spoke about, obviously, and what you can hear from him tomorrow. But this is an important weekend for him. He's had a couple of crashes in the last couple of rounds, both at Croft and Brands Hatch, and now you have to say it's time to make wrongs right here at Cadwell Park. But it's a really difficult circuit to get back into the rhythm of things, and Ross, let's not forget, it's one of those circuits that if you make one mistake, it can well and truly muck up your entire weekend. Obviously, Jack Cullen took the race 1 victory over at Brands Hatch, and then suffered a crash from race 2 and no points scored. So just 25 points from the Brands Hatch weekend for him. So yeah, not what we want at all. Just 20 points as well from Croft. So in total, 45 points from the last 2 rounds is not what Jack Cullen would have wanted.
No, it's been after 6 race wins on the bounce in the opening 2 rounds. Well, you said he's had ups and downs. The downs have very much been down on the dirt, unfortunately, for Jack. We saw that huge high side at Croft in race number 3. There was a little off in race number 1 as well, which, again, he was straight back up on his feet from, but that put him down and out of the race. And then, of course, Brands Hatch last time out, again, a big accident down into Paddock Hill Bend. They've had to basically rebuild the bike coming forward to this one. But he'll be hoping to be carrying on some of the good form potentially, even though he's had some offs in the last couple of rounds. There's also that pace is still very much been there. The confidence has not been knocked whatsoever. So he'll be one to keep an eye on. Checkered flag is now out in our final qualifying session of the weekend. Of course, he's got some very, very strong riders out there on the grid with him, the likes of Simon Franklin, Jordan Youth, Perry Matterface as well. They're all up there in the conversation, so we can't count those guys out moving forward. In terms of the Old School 1K Trophy, it's very much been Dean Turner who's been the rider to beat so far this season. He had a fantastic run of things at Brands Hatch last time, took his first inter-services win of the season and took the championship lead in that one as well. He has won every single race so far, though, in the Old School 1K Trophy. Has an 109 point gap even, should I say, back to Andy Ashcroft in P2 in the title standing. So he can afford to have an off weekend, I think, but given how well he's been riding and almost the improvements as well that he's been showing round after round, I think in terms of that championship, Dean Turner very much going to be the bookie's favourite going forward.
Yeah, Dean Turner has been simply sensational this year. I think it's fair to say every single circuit we've turned up at, he's been on the money, he's been on the pace, and well, he's been able to compete with much newer machinery as well out on circuit. And still, even though maybe there's been 3 or 4 positions separating himself and second in class at some circuits, he's still been able to find himself a battle just with riders in a different class. So although maybe it's not been the battle for the race wins at every single circuit in the class that he would just been hoping for, it's still been good fun out there, even though he's been pretty dominant to say the very least. But it's going to be interesting to see what the rest of his season's going to look like. Of course, Dean Turner as well having a little dabble in some of the endurance running as well so far this year. But Ross, how do you think the riders this weekend are going to be changing their approach? Obviously, on Saturdays, we're used to having an endurance to cap off the entire day. We're used to having 8 races on the Saturday, with the final being the endurance. Instead, you have 8 races that are all sprints, with the final one being the sidecars. So, with there being just 8 sprints here today, a completely different mindset for some of the riders, not having to keep their bikes for the endurance later on as well. It can be maximum attack. How are you expecting the racing to unfold?
I'm in two minds about it. As you said, there's no endurance, so for anyone who would be going into the endurance as well, they can afford to push themselves a little bit harder in the 3 races. But we've also started later in the day, so the temperature's a bit hotter than it would be, so that'll be playing on the mind, so the track might be a little bit more slippy than you would anticipate. There is a breeze, to be fair. There is a bit of wind. That's going to be causing a lot of havoc down the top end of the circuit through the first and second sectors down there on the start line. Not too much of an issue. It's in a bit of a valley shielded by a lot of woodland here at Cadwell Park. But still, air temp it's not scorch show. It's not like it was at Brands or Anglesey, where it was just literally the worst thing that had ever happened ever in the history of the UK, how hot it was. I was not a fan. But it's slightly warmer than maybe some of these riders would be anticipating. Track could be a little bit slippier than they would like. But again, they can push themselves a little bit more. But that being said, Cadwell as well, it is a track that you just have to respect. You cannot bully your way around this place. It will bite back, and it will bite back very, very hard as well. As you can see, there are a couple of practice starts from the guys making their way back into the pit lane. But for the Brownfix Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy, the riders are now making their way to the holding area. We are going to get bikes on circuit very, very shortly for our first race, around number 6 of the 2026 No Limits Racing season.
Not too far away now. The bike's already in the holding area, all ready to get going. The Bramfix Club Power Cup and the No Limit Old School 1K Trophy are in the holding area. It's what is essentially the top pit lane here at Cadwell Park. Now, in previous years, we have had marquees down in the bottom pit lane, but that's been because we've had endurance racing on, and they kind of need it for pit stops. Otherwise, this part would be way too manic, really, is the easiest way to put it. So this round we're just using the top pit lane, so it does mean teams have to make their way between the top pit lane and the bottom pit lane if they want to be able to do their pit boards during this race. A whole new challenge in terms of paddock setup and for the mechanics out there as well. But yeah, the riders now will head out into the final sector, do what is essentially quarter of a lap, and head onto the starting grid before the warm-up lap.
Yeah, 1 sighting lap and then 10 laps worth of racing once they have formed up on the grid for the first time anyway. And it seems like we've got a big old grid for you in this opening race, which we will run for you when we do get going on our sighting lap. Through the final couple of corners they go, where there's a little bit of shade to give the riders a bit of respite, a bit of rest, despite the fact there's some very physical, very tricky corners there after the S's as well. Heading into it blind, you've got to get on the brakes with a little bit of tip, and as the bike's light at the top of the crest as well. So if you're going to be seeing people dropping the front on the way into a corner, it is going to be that penultimate turn over at the hairpin. And we've seen a few of those across the weekend already. Just riders just a little bit too aggressive on the brake, get it a little bit wrong, and the front just goes down. Normally they're fine. It's not the quickest part of the circuit by any means, but it's a very frustrating, very easy mistake to make through that part. But you can see we've got so many bikes out there on this grid ready to take the sighting lap and kickstart our action here at Cadwell Park. Let us know who you think's going to be on top. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you are watching from around the world. If you're joining us for sidecar action, we've got plenty of solo racing on the way first. And if you're joining us for the solos, make sure you stick around for the sidecars at the end of the day. As riders getting into their final slots, again, there'll be 1 sighting lap, and then it will be red lights on, red lights off, 10 laps of racing for race number 1 of the weekend. Race number 1 in the Brownfix Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Looks like we are happy to send them on their way for 1 quick tour before the red light. So let's have a little run through the grid of potentially 39 riders. It is Kieran Wood who starts on pole position ahead of Perry Matterface and Simon Franklin. Row 2, Jack Cullen, Jordan Yuff and Kieran Nicholson. Just behind them, it's Sam Foster, Adam Southall and Dale Hill. Scott Pendleton rounds out the top 10. He's alongside Dean Turner, who seems to be the leading Old School 1K bike, and Paul Bowerbank. Row 5, Luke Sprout, James Logan and Mitchell Baines. Then it's Paul Spencer, Ian Tune and Aaron none. Philip Whitby is 19th, alongside Craig Everson and Dean Bednarek. And it's Anthony Snowball, Martin McClatchy and Ryan Marion. Following them, James Leslie, Andy Ashcross and Neil Stevenson. Row 10, Simon Anderson, Ed Alexander and Joshua Galatovic. Piotr Galatovic is in, Gavaluch even is in 31st, followed by Luke Coop, Stephen Kilby, and it's Lee Barnes, Michael Gernhill and Leonard Brookman. 3 riders on road 13 did not set a lap in qualifying, so may or may not be joining us. We'll just have to confirm once they cross the timing beam for at the end of the lap number 1. It is Matthew Whitney, Vincent Gibbard and Nigel White. So we've got a guaranteed 36 here, Lewis, potentially 39. That's a lot of bikes for a circuit that's not particularly wide.
Yeah, it's a lot of bikes to go in any circuit, to be honest. Never mind Cadwell Park. But it's going to create some interesting racing, you would say. Kieran Wood, a 133.420 in qualifying. Only 2 riders in the 134 bracket. That, of course, being Wood and Perry Matterface. So the top 2 riders in the 134s. Jack Cullen, on the other hand, who's basically been ahead of the championship all season long. He sits P4, 135.766. He said earlier on today, as I should say. Obviously, they were out on track yesterday just for some testing and practice sessions. This morning for qualifying, and now this afternoon for one race. Ross, I think it's fair to say there's 3 or 4 riders you could easily tip for the race win in this one. And, I think it's going to be one of the cases that you need to pick a name out of a hat.
It could well be. Would, of course, the Army rider starting from that pole position. What a lap, as you just mentioned, Lewis. He set in qualifying, clearly feeling supremely confident coming into round number 6 of the season, / round number 5, because, of course, last time was endurance only. But we'll look past that. Wood yet to take a race victory this season so far in the Brandfix Club Power Cup. Can he change his fortunes today? Certainly had the qualifying pace to do it, but it's a different picture to be doing it over 10 laps. And, of course, with Perry Matterface and Simon Franklin also starting on that front row, it's going to be a tricky run down into turn 1 because they are some formidable opponents. You can see Franklin there on the right-hand side of your picture on the front row on that Kawasaki. Wood on the left on the number 11 in the pole position slot. The flag marshal's happy and out of the way. We're ready to go racing, and we are go at Cadwell Park. Big pickup on the front there from Perry Matterface. That's going to allow Simon Franklin to the inside, as Kieran Wood's got a great start and will be unchallenged down into turn number 1 as they all scrap over every inch of tarmac through there. So many bikes trying to find some space. Looks like Jack Cullen may have gone backwards just a little bit. Up the front, though, what a start from the number 11, Kieran Wood, with a clean run to get the whole shot. Let's see if he can extend.
Kieran Nicholson as well, from P6 in the grid. He's all the way up to P4 already. Was challenging for the podium spots initially, now looking up the inside but far too far back on Simon Franklin. So Kieran Nicholson on board the Ducati sits P4, so a good ride so far for him. But as you mentioned, it's the M1000RR leading the way from with Kieran Wood on board. And second place, a great start yet again for Perry Matterface. It was a pickup off the front wheel. He was struggling to keep the R1 planted, but nonetheless, once he clicked into second and third gear in the run to turn 1, he got the thing moving, and now he's the only rider that is somewhat keeping tabs on Wood at the front.
Through the motorcycle chicane for the first time before we get to the most iconic, most daunting part of this racetrack. Up at the mountain, through the left, through the right, then pin it and pray, but try and keep the bike down as much as possible. I don't think we'll be seeing anybody getting full air just yet. Early doors here, bike's still a little bit heavy with fuel, maybe tyres and brakes not quite up to temperature as well. But coming to the conclusion of lap number 1, Wood now under a little bit of pressure from behind. Matterface looks like he's got over that poor start, has worked his way up into second, and now seeing if he can try and fight for the lead as they break the beam on the opening lap. It is less than 2 tenths that separate the front pairing. But Matterface going to keep it nice and easy on that R1 through the open couple of corners. He's happy to sit back and then maybe use that pull of that Yamaha motor underneath him to try and give it a go, potentially at the top of the hill.
It's BMW from Yamaha, Kawasaki in third, and in P4 sits the Ducati. It couldn't be any different at the front. The top 2 storming the way with things. Simon Franklin a little gap behind, and Franklin himself being kept honest by Nicholson in P4. Now, we did speak briefly about Jack Cullen. He's dropped back down to P7 so far at this restart, so not what he'd be hoping for at all. But he did say yesterday that if he needs to take a third, if he needs to take lesser positions now is the time to start doing that instead of throwing away valuable championship points in the second half of the year.
Certainly looks it. Little look to the inside into the chicane from Matterface. Way too far back to try it on that occasion, but just flexing his muscles a little bit, seeing if he can find anything. Once again, that front wheel pickup from Simon Franklin. We know he doesn't like running any anti-wheelie on that Kawasaki, so you will see that quite often, especially coming out of the undulating corners that you get here at Cadwell Park. Just the front end trying to lift and take off, and him trying to fight with it, tapping the rear brake, trying to keep it down on the ground, as Matterface looks really, really strong coming through the Hall S's. He's closed right up once again, similar to what we saw at the end of lap number 1. Over the rest of the lap, he seems to drop away a little bit from Kieran Wood, but it's through those final couple of Essex sections before you get to the hairpin in the final corner. He gains multiple bike lengths.
Yeah, the BMW definitely has the leg on the R1 going down the straights, as you would expect, but going through the tighter stuff, the R1's able just to flow a little bit more, carry a little bit more mid-corner speed, and it seems to be, well, favouring Perry Matterface for the time being. What a season it's been so far in this class. Although the opening 6 races were won by Jack Cullen, we've still seen some incredible battles out on circuit. But Kieran Wood so far, some solid times from him, but it's Simon Franklin who holds the fastest lap so far. Obviously just one flying lap from all the riders so far, but Franklin sitting P3 and a 135.532 so far.
Front 3 not quite breaking away, just behind the front 3, Nicholson and Youth as well. Then Dean Turner up to 6th place, ahead of Jack Cullen, then Paul Bowerbank, Sam Foster, and into P10 goes Adam Sutter. That's the top 10 as things stand. Then behind them, Logan Sprout, Nunn, Hill, Tune, Pendleton, Whitby, Everson, McClatchy and Ashcroft down to P20 at the moment. Still no way through for 2nd place, Perry Matterface. And once again, dropping back just a little bit on the run through the mountain section. And now we wait to see how much he gains this time through the Hall S's. Right, then left, then right, and blind into the final left, over the crest and onto the brakes. Try not to drop the front once again. That 30 closing on in onto the Army Rider. But as we go on to lap number 4, still no real way through. He can be great through one section, but you need to be great over the whole lap to get a move done here, and it's tricky to do that in the first place.
Yeah, it's really tricky to get a move lined up. You have to get alongside someone at the circuit nice and early at any corner, and certainly through the final sector where you have the likes of the S's and the final 2 corners, it's very, very tight. You need to get something lined up well in advance, so it can be 2 or 3 corners beforehand that you're starting to think about a move. It's a real tricky circuit to get done, especially on these 1000s. Now, we did speak about it briefly in the opening couple of laps of the mountain section, obviously the most iconic section of all of Cadwell Park, one of the most iconic sections in UK motorcycle racing. However, when you're actually in a race, it's not always the fastest line by going to the right hand side where it tends to be a little bit steeper and catching as much air as possible. It tends to be when you're in the race, in a battle, you're actually trying to stay on the ground for as long as possible, be up in the air for as short amount of time as possible, so you can actually get that power and get out of the corner.
Jack Cullen under a little bit of pressure now, currently running down in P8. He's just been done by Paul Bowerbank. Looks to be like it's going to be the 5-lane of Sam Foster behind him, now putting on the pressure. So Cully struggling a little bit for pace, it would seem, here in the opening race of the weekend in the Bramford Club Power Cup. Again, looking to not reinvigorate a title charge. He's still very much in control of the championship picture, but just a couple of off-round, a couple of crashes, still trying to get through some teething problems with the bike that's been rebuilt since Brands Hatch. And race number 1 maybe just not quite going as well as he would have planned, but still running solidly within the top 10 as he stands, but could be under pressure from Foster behind very, very soon as they come onto the main straight. This is for P8 as it currently stands. And the 97 has the bike length to stay in front down the start-finish straight and into turn number 1. On to lap number 5 we go, and the front 2 starting to drop Simon Franklin a little bit on Matterface. Still nowhere near close enough Kieran Wood to make a move. We're looking at 10-15 bike lengths there.
Sam Foster, as you said there, chasing Jack Cullen. He's doing a grand old job for the time being. Obviously not quite fast enough to compete with the likes of Dean Turner in P6 overall, and obviously P1 in the Nolan Old School Trophy. But still, yet another solid ride from Sam Foster. And, well, all season long, he's been there or thereabouts. 3rd place in the Old School 1000 Trophy, just going down the order. Sits Andy Ashcroft. Now, we're going to have to go down to P22 for Andy. So, just shows yet again how well and how above what they actually should be doing the likes of Dean Turner and Sam Foster are doing.
Turn has been having, as I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, such a fantastic 2026 and seemingly looking to make that continue here. Front wheel pickup from both of the front two over the mountain, but keeping it nice and low to the ground. This is the section where Mataface seems to be supreme, but it's not really an overtaking opportunity and still not close enough to stick it up the inside and pray anyway. It'll be lap number 6 of 10, the halfway marker in this contest, and the front three sat as they have been since the opening lap, and indeed in the order that they were sat on the grid as well, turning into a bit of a game of chess here at Cadwell Park. Can Mataface find the move? Can he make something work? Will the pressure on Kieran Wood lead to an error? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Lap 6 of 10, and it's starting to get a bit interesting. Wood pulling away once again. It just seems that he has a slight advantage over the rest of the racetrack outside of the S's, that BMW power serving him well, but it's just how good Perry Mataface is through the S's section that just keeps that gap close.
Yeah, Perry Mataface is keeping himself there or thereabouts. I mean, it was a great Sector 1 actually this time around for Kieran Wood. He stretched that gap in Sector 1 alone by 0.4 of a second. Over the line it was 0.4, and actually Perry Mataface set the fastest lap last time around. However, you would suggest with the pace that Kieran Wood's putting on so far, it's going to go the way of the number 11. Another purple sector for Sector 2 at 30.4. Yet again, 3-4 tenths quicker than Perry Mataface. So he's pulled out about 7 or 8 tenths this lap alone.
Flying now is Wood. He's turning the wick up and starting to push. There's a big wobble over the mountain there for Mataface as he catches it slightly wrong, but he'll continue onwards. Shouldn't have cost him too much time anyway, as now you can see there a little bit of traffic for them to contend with down the back of the pack. That may well be Brookman on the BMW in the old school 1K, in the Bradford Club Power Cup even, that they're going to be catching. So that could then change things. Again, it's very narrow, not easy to overtake, and that traffic could cause a problem, especially if Kieran Wood catches them in the wrong place. But he's made his way nice and calm up the inside of the 201, coming into turn number 2. Mataface has to go the long way around, and that probably will cost him time coming onto the back straight. Nearly puts it onto the grass as well. So if anything, Mataface, I think, has lost out a little bit there, and his day just again second. He's running really, really well, putting in a great ride. But when you're second, you can see the leader just pulling away from you, but you're so much better than them through one section that you're still in the conversation. It's probably going to be a bit frustrating for him.
Yeah, it can be a little bit frustrating, but well, Perry Mataface is quite an experienced rider, and he knows Kieran Wood very well as well. So I mean, I'm sure they'll talk about this after the race. Perry Mataface, I've done everything I could in this one. I was getting you through the final sector, and yet again, traditionally, the R1, it is expected to be better through those tighter sections. But when that BMW can stretch its legs and clicks into 4/5 gear, it is so impressive to see the bike lengths it pulls out alone. Obviously, it's not just the bike doing this performance, it is on the likes of Kieran Wood, over the mountain perfectly there on the left-hand side of the circuit. A little bit of pickup front wheel, that's always going to happen, but it's one of those corners you don't want too much electronics on the bike, too much anti-wheelie, otherwise it's going to start costing you time.
Yeah, certainly will, as now we do have a couple of bike lengths out of the S's section, so Mataface, his trump card starting to fail him ever so slightly. We're looking at about 20 bike lengths separating them now visually. As they come to the line, the gap will now be 2 seconds. Mataface lost a second on that last lap, and I think there may well have been a mistake in the final sector as well. He was a second down there, so that'll be what's gone wrong for the number 30 machine. So breathing room now for Kieran Wood. Can he now just get his head down and extend that advantage as the rest of the riders we see there making their way through the 201? Bit of traffic for them to contend with. There is the 97 of Jack Cullen holding on to that P8 position, of course ahead of Sam Foster in a different class. So if he loses that place to the 14, won't matter at all. He's still going to pick up the same amount of points. Currently running P7 in class is Cullen, but when you're out there, as we've been saying all season long, and you see somebody on a track and you think you're quicker than them, you just want to overtake them. It's the racer in you. You just naturally have to do it.
Southwell as well sits P10 for the time being on board the Suzuki. Suzuki's not necessarily the most popular bike in the world in terms of 1000cc bikes. So you see Paul Burbank also going through. A huge credit to Paul actually, because, well, he's out there on circuit, and I say that jokingly because I know he'll be laughing about it now that it seems like all the issues are fixed with that R1. But the amount of technical problems they've had this year and electrical issues they've had with that R1 this year is almost made it a season to forget, but he's still out there, and now it seems like back in his true form, fighting inside the top 10 yet again.
Well, I'll touch wood on that one, because you never know with gremlins and motor racing and whatnot, but yeah, certainly had a difficult season.
Yeah.
And has Baubank just so many issues plaguing his machinery and ruining great rides through no fault of his own. We are now about to head on to the penultimate lap for this group. Wood and Matterface and Franklin in front have already gone through. Cullen under pressure on the run through the final couple of corners. As they get onto the straight, though, he'll extend his legs just a little bit. Should keep that 14 of Foster behind into turn number 1. And indeed will so. No way through for him. There is your race leader. His advantage now 3.6 seconds.
More traffic as well.
Bit more traffic to contend with, yes, but I think behind, Perry Matterface has probably conceded that he's not going to be winning this race and is just backed off a bit. He himself has a 3.5 second gap back to Simon Franklin in P3, so may as well just turn it down a little bit as we come through. A little bit of traffic there for the 11, got held up, but again, I think Matterface, he's just dialed it back, just wants to keep it on two wheels to the end.
Yeah, I mean, Matterface is going to have to get through this traffic as well, and now we're approaching the harder part of the circuit to pass, so prepare Matterface. It looks like he's probably going to catch him at the final corner, the final two corners, if he's not careful, and that's going to be near impossible to get through. You're going to have to wait to the start-finish straight by that point. But now continuing on towards the final sector now, and we wait for them to peer back into view, and there is going to be our race leader just at the back of the shot, back in third in this group. So ahead a couple more riders, one of the Heck Racing riders as well, and now on to the final lap of the race. A yellow flag with a black cross will be waiting Kieran Wood, meaning just one lap separates himself from victory.
And he's got a big advantage now with a couple of bikes in between himself and the number 30 behind. So he doesn't need to panic, doesn't need to push too hard, just needs to keep it nice and easy as they come on through. And onto the back straight for the final time. A really, really solid ride from Kieran Wood, it must be said. Got the whole shot away from pole position. It was a very solid pole position as well, it must be said, but got that great start, was unchallenged down into turn number 1, and then just didn't really look back. Bit of pressure from Matterface in the early couple of laps, given his pace through the S's section, but he was never close enough to make a move, and Wood just seemed completely unfazed by it. He's hit all his marks perfectly. He's just put the bike exactly where it needs to be. He's not overridden it or anything, not put himself at risk of an incident. He's just done everything as he needs to. He's done everything right, but not done it amazingly right. He's just done everything very, very solidly, and he's getting a great ride, and will surely be getting a race win out of it in a couple of corners' time as well.
Yeah, he should be getting a trophy from it as well. Something to celebrate at the end of the day. Obviously, just one race here on Saturday. I think it's going to be interesting to see what Kieran Wood's got to say after the race. If this was the plan all along, if he knew he had this pace, and if it's just a case that the circuit has came to him throughout the weekend. Into the final sector he goes now, though. Just two more corners and a few moments time to navigate. Two more right-handers separates himself from the checker flag out in the curbs there. Is there a moment for Kieran Wood? He had the big look behind him as well, so maybe just missing a gear and playing it safe. Whatever the case, the number 11 is going to take victory. The issues are not going to hinder him at all. Kieran Wood wins race 1 of the weekend for the Bramfix Club Power Cup. Second place comes home Matterface, so a great ride for Perry Matterface. Simon Franklin sits in third, taking the final spot on the podium. Kieran Nicholson, nothing he could do in P4. Jordan Oof in P5. Dean Turner taking the class win in 6th place overall. Paul Barrowbank in 7th. Foster in 8th, Southwell in 9th. Jack Cullen takes P10 in the finish up, so Jack Cullen losing quite a few positions there. So a big shame there for him. Sprout in P11, Logan P12, Pendleton just over the line, he comes in 13th. Held in Aaron Nunn taking the final spot inside the overall top 15 runners, so a solid ride there for him. Ian Chun in P16, Whitby in 17th, Baines in 18th. Everson on board the Aprilia should just be coming over the line now for it. And the Ashcroft takes the final spot on the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy podium. And that's going to be P22 overall, unless Marriott pips him on the final lap. Not quite for Marriott. They were side by side all the way over the line. Just over 110 for the second, separating them. But a solid ride, to say the very least, for Kieran Wood. 8.1 seconds, his official winning margin, after a sensational ride from start to finish. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise, goes the way of the number 11, the 134.002. So, well, just looking at those times, it's over 6 tenths quicker than Perry Matterface. I mean, how dominant do you like it? I mean, great stuff for Kieran Wood. The BMW M1000 Double R currently working here at Cadwell Park. Matterface, of course, on board the R1. Simon Franklin sitting P3 on board the Kawasaki. Nicholson P4 on the Ducati. So 4 manufacturers inside the top 4 in our opening race of the weekend.
Can you hear me, Ross? Lewis.
So fast lap of the race, just over 15 minutes in length as well. Obviously, we'll have 8 races in total here today. And I believe we should be able to hear from Kieran Wood after that phenomenal ride as he's down in Parc Fermé with Mr. Ross McIntyre.
Wow, what a fantastic way to kickstart the action here at Cadwell Park. We might as well jump straight in and speak with our race winner, Kieran Wood. What a ride that was. I mean, a great qualifying yesterday. Just got the whole shot, never looked back.
Yeah, no, that was my first race win, that, of my racing career, so rather happy with that. You know, Cadwell Park, we love it. It's great, you know, a good track for us, so really happy.
Yeah, of course, congratulations as well for your first race win, obviously, but a little bit of pressure from Perry behind early doors, but you just seem completely unfazed by it.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see anything behind me, couldn't hear anything, just tried to keep consistent and smooth and finish the race. So,
still taking your first race win, think you can follow it up with another 1 or 2 tomorrow?
I hope so. I do hope so. We'll try and reciprocate what we've achieved today.
Awesome stuff, Kieran. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
We'll jump in and speak to second place in Perry Matterface now. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, Perry, but I've got to say, you look so quick through the S's section, especially early doors. You were making a huge time through against Kieran.
Yeah, I was in the characteristic bits. I was catching Kieran up, but round turn 1, turn 2, he was so much quicker than me, and I got about halfway through the race, and I got a little rainfall, a little waterfall inside my helmet going on here, so I was just I've got to play it safe and bring it home.
No, still kept it on 2 wheels and took a really solid second place. You can't complain about that.
Lovely, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Go on, we'll quickly have time for one more, so we may as well jump in with third place Simon Franklin. Simon back on the podium again. Must be pretty happy.
Yeah, chuffed with that. I didn't expect it round here, so we're really happy with that, yeah.
Still, solid qualifying from you. We know you don't like to run a lot of anti-wheelie, so that must be quite a challenge out there.
I've got the anti-wheelie on it. It just doesn't seem to do as much as the more modern stuff, you know, but I do use it, but yeah, not as much as I think the new ones are slightly better. Or whether it's just me, who knows.
But still, really solid ride once again, and another podium. Just looking to keep it clean on 2 wheels, get some solid points this weekend.
Yeah. If I can repeat anything like that the rest of the weekend, I'll be chuffed. Yeah.
Awesome stuff, Simon. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great to speak to our top 3. We won't have time to speak to Dean Turner, our old school 1K trophy race winner, unfortunately, because it looks like we're getting ready for the second race of the day. Lewis Ray, back up to you.
Cheers, Ross. We are indeed ready for the next race of the day. They're just making their way to the grid now. So, making their way to the grid, then we still have a 1 green flag lap to enjoy, where then we'll bring you through the grid. This, of course, being race 2 of the day. Race 1 for the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler, and the Fortis F900R Cup powered by Pirelli. So, great stuff there for these guys, just loading onto the grid. And packed field yet again. In total, we should have roughly 33 riders or so taking the race start. And on pole position, and well, a returning face in 2026 is Alex Mullaney. Good to see Alex back on our grid. Now, of course, in between his last visit, which I want to say is Donington Park, earlier on the year for round 2. In between them and now, he has well and truly been the star of the show in the supermoto world. But now back on short circuit stuff on the R6. He's sat on pole position alongside Aidan Goodins and Thomas Major. So great ride for him in qualifying. The Guy Martin replica helmet, which is quite fitting considering Grimsby is just a stone's throw away. So on to the green flag lap we go now. Alex Mullaney on pole position at 134.806. Aidan Goodins and Thomas Major alongside. Callum Hurst, Guy Wood and Fraser Lizichenko starts from P4, P5 and P6, while Jamie Bayliss, Carl Beresford and Benjamin Berry starts from row 3. Keep your eye on Berry, of course. Incredible pace at Brands Hatch for the 848. Finn Page rounds out our top 10, while Jordan Warren Good also returning face to the paddock. He's not joining us at Staunton Park either. He starts from P11 alongside Matthew Maynard in P12. Paul Pridmore alongside Thomas Drew and Roger Lovelace rounds out our top 15, with Samuel Biles taking 16th, Carl Frith P17 and Chris Taylor rounding out the top 18. On row 7 we have Danny Cartwright, Ryan Arnolds and Harry Morris, while Evan Brailsford, Carl Bayliss and John Hunt round out row 8. Joe Culler, Michael Partridge and Peter Dugan rounds out row 9, while Chris Rowlands, Liam Sutherland and Jamie Locke starts from row 10. Sitting in P31 on the grid, it's going to be Anthony Cartwright, Julian Enkenip and Scott Wall starting in P33, although no time set for our final 2 riders. So 31 riders setting times in qualifying, 33 hopefully will be able to take the race start, and Alex Mullaney on pole position, a returning face as we said, Ross, and he was the star of the show at the start of the year. Is that form going to carry on to Cadwell Park after a couple rounds out?
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? He's certainly quick rider, and of course over the mountain section, perhaps use it, putting some of his supermoto experience to good use there as well, if he fancies getting it up in the air just a little bit. But again, he was such a strong opening to the season from Mullaney, and then of course kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth for a little bit, but now he's back and with a very solid pole position as well, nearly a second to the good ahead of Aidan Gooding. So you'd think Mullaney is in with a very, very good shout of being able to come home and take a fantastic victory at the end of this one. We shall wait and see, of course, how it's all going to unfold, but riders making their way round to the grid now. It's almost time for the second race of the day.
Nearly ready to get going. Yellow flags waving on the grid, just telling everyone to slow down while they slot into position. But one exciting prospect, we do have 2 R60s on the front row, Kawasaki's ZX6R in the middle in the form of Aidan Goodens. You can see Aidan doing so well. It seems to be a circuit which he always enjoys. Certainly last season he went pretty well here as well. So that form carried into 2026. But what kind of form is Alex Mullaney going to have? Is it just one lap or is it race pace? Lights out and away we go. Race 2 of the weekend is on the way. It's a good start from Thomas Major on the third spot on the grid. Number 19, looking to take the whole shot and run to turn 1, and sweeping around the outside was Alex Mullaney. So Alex Mullaney holding on to Aidan Goodens back down to P3 for the time being. Callum Hurst trying to get slotted into position behind as well. He remains P4, and it looks like Fraser Lizichenko dropping a spot there, and the likes of Carl Beresford having a cracking start on board the Triumph as well, inside the top 5 already after starting from P8 on the grid. But as it stands, it's Alex Mullaney from Thomas Major and Aidan Goodens in third.
And the Club Sport Cup guys dominating the proceedings here early doors as well, it would seem. The leading street bike cup rider seems to be Guy Wood in 5th place on that Triumph. And then in terms of the Fortis F900Rs, you have to go all the way down to P18, the 36 of Chris Taylor. So very much looks like it's a No Limits Club Sport Cup kind of day here at Cadwell Park. Into the chicane for the first time, and seems we're all through nice and cleanly so far. There is Mullaney keeping hold of that pole position. Hasn't bolted away into the distance just yet, as he does almost get 2 wheels up into the air. He's a man on a mission here early doors. He doesn't want to just control this race from the front. I know I said he hasn't bolted away quite yet, but he may well do that very soon once the bike's all up to temp.
Yeah, he's pushing on for the time being. Obviously, we do know they can run within the 134s from their qualifying time, so let's see what the race pace is actually going to look like once the flying laps get underway. Of course, this will be the first flying lap beginning now. A 1:39 from a standing start for Alex Mullaney. He already has a 1.7 second gap over Thomas Major. So Thomas Major from P3 on the grid, a solid start for him. Obviously he's been racing all year long with Randy Racing in the endurance class, now in sprint racing, finally finding some form.
Absolutely. So let's see if they can continue that onwards. Was that a move being made there coming through the mountain? It looked like they was certainly getting close coming to the top of the hill. So we'll wait to see if there's anyone has gone forward there for the time being. But still very tight, still very tense. Early doors here, maybe tyres, brakes not quite up to temperature. Of course, your bike will be full of fuel as well, so have to consider that one going forward and how that's going to affect, especially into corners like this, down into Mansfield at the bottom of the hill, where you're going downhill hard on the brakes as well. There's a tarmac change in the braking zone, which you have to consider how that's going to affect the grip, how that's going to affect the tyre, and of course gravity just working against you as well. So it's tricky to get it stopped down through there. And then of course the complete polar opposite, the mountain section, where you're flicking left and quickly right and on it, up and over the crest and potentially up and into the air as well. As we come towards the end of the second lap of this contest, Carl Beresford, quickest opening sector on that second lap, 24.780. It gets very tight out there between two of those guys.
Yeah, Aidan Goodins and Callum Hurst nearly coming together there, just over at the hairpin before Barn. Luckily, everything settling up between the two of them. And Carl Beresford at the back of this pack, he's going to be beginning to lick his lips. Now, we know that Callum Hurst loves a scrap, and now looking up the inside yet again on Aidan Goodins, thinking better of it though. So, well, no room at the end so far. It's always good to see, though, these riders getting their elbows out. And now Carl Beresford, we know how fast that Triumph can be in a straight line. Now up towards, and already job done, a move made before we've arrived over at Park Corner.
Hurst had a little bit of a moment with the rear end as he got on the throttle as well, which wouldn't have helped him. Just a twitch, but it was enough to unsettle him, unsettle the bike, cost him momentum. So Beresford, yes, we know that triple's got a lot of speed underneath it, but it helps when your opponent makes a mistake and kills their momentum a bit as well. So he sails on by into fourth place. Tell you what though, Hurst isn't giving it up without a fight. A little look, it seemed, into the gooseneck. Just couldn't quite find it on that occasion. That's a brave place to try and make a move, but it is doable if you are, as I said, very, very brave and have a lot of talent as well. Much more than me, I'll say that much. Alex Mullaney already 4 seconds up the road. He's gone, and he's essentially already got one hand on the first place trophy into this one, but we won't call it just yet. Still plenty of things that could happen and unfold in this race. In terms of the Street Bike Cup, it is still the 82 of Guy Wood that leads that class, even if he has just lost out positions to those around him. And then in the F900Rs as well, down to the 17, Danny Cartwright, the 69, now leading the way in the BMW category. Again, 3 classes for us to try and keep our mind on. Unfortunately, we're not able to provide you with a timing tower on the left of the screen today, but do head over to our timing partners at TSL, tsl-timing.com. Head to the No Limits bit. You can follow along in real time and see where everybody is, and especially if you're supporting someone as well, you can keep track of them, keep track of their pace, and all of the above.
Yeah, you can keep up to date on what the times are looking at, because as things stand, the 133.698 from Alex Mullaney, the only rider inside the 133 bracket, and actually the only rider out in circuit that's under the 135s. I mean, that is simply sensational for Alex Mullaney. He's a couple seconds faster than anyone else out there on circuit, and now holding a 7.2 advantage out on track. That R6 is all singing, all dancing, as now we see Thomas Major just making his way, and now Carl Beresford being the rider to have a look up the inside and looking for the opportunity past Aidan Goodins.
See if you can find anything just yet. Maybe not quite into the chicane before we head towards the mountain section. Beresford again, he'll be quickest coming through the opening couple of sectors with that triple underneath him. Of course, there's a little bit of a bigger motor than most of the other riders around him. Most of them running 600s. Everybody, and he himself, of course, the 765 Triumph. Did make a little mistake there at the mountain. Hurst with a look to the inside into the Hall S's. Couldn't quite find it though. Maybe he finds it into the hairpin. No, not quite. So 14 will stay where he was for the time being, and then we'll probably drop back a couple of bike lengths once they unwind the motors underneath them. And you can see, I mean, it's just an absolute monster in a straight line, isn't it, that Triumph? Sounds amazing, of course, but compared to some of the other bikes, it's a little bit unfair sometimes how quick it is in a straight line, but them's the brakes. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, Carl Beresford as well, he's one of our smaller riders that we have out on circuit, so he weighs slightly less as well, which will be playing into his advantage down the straights. But then when it comes to the corners, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to actually wrestle that Triumph around the circuit and wrestle all 765 cc's of that triple, as you see them heading up towards Park yet again. Then for Chris Curve before the gooseneck. Now the gooseneck, as we spoke about, such a technical section, dropping it from the right to the left and the track completely dropping away. It's a blind entry as well for you when you flip it round to the left. So tricky out there for all the riders. And now, well, Beresford dropping back compared to what he was one lap ago.
As well, on the exit of the left-hander through there, it's very easy to get sucked out wide, but there's actually not really a lot of space to go if you do get sucked out wide. Yeah, so you want to try and avoid that. But again, if you're in the heat of battle, maybe your mind wanders for just a moment, you can find yourself in a lot of trouble very, very quickly through that couple of corners. Back to the mountain we go. Front wheel up in the air for everyone involved. Hurst, a great run. He tucks it to the inside. Seems that he did that on the last lap, actually. Just keeps it right up the steeper part of the mountain to try and see if he can get a better run on that Triumph in front of him, but just unable to find it. Little look to the inside of the hairpin once again on the 74, but still nothing. And you've got to be thinking that Aidan Goodings is counting his lucky stars that these guys behind are fighting. But as I say that, he's gone slowly, and Carl Beresford is just going to breeze on by. A little mistake there, and up into the podium places goes the 74.
Up into the podium places for the time being at the very least. Now Callum Hurst attacking. Up the inside he goes, just on the entry to turn 2. So got a great drive out of Coppice towards turn 2. And then by the time we've even made it to the exit of Charlie's, it's already Callum Hurst stretching out a couple of bike clips. Now you have to wonder, does Aidan Goodins have the pace to be able to keep up with these guys out on circuit? Now, most importantly, he has 2 very good benchmarks in front of him.
Does indeed. Of course, sometimes when you are following another rider, it makes it a little bit better for you, if anything, because especially if they're quicker, you could just look at what they're doing and go, oh, okay, that's quicker, then copy that, and suddenly you're on the same pace. Of course, it's probably a little bit more complicated than that, but at least it's that in spirit, I suppose. Lap 6 of 10 here at Cadwell Park. Second race of the weekend here in the 6th round of the 2026 No Limits racing season. If you're just joining us, we are midway through the Bramfix Club Power Cup. No, we're not. It's the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Streetwide Cup, and the Fortis F900R Cup as well. We just missed that one if you are just joining us, but it's been a great race so far. Alex Mullaney, his advantage is now at 10 seconds, or it was the last time he came to the line. He's about to come to the line once again as somebody tries to take off coming over the mountain there. Does well to get that front wheel back down onto the ground, and just goes to show how hard these guys are pushing already. Yes, you can say it's greedy on the throttle, but at the same time, you're trying to push the bike, trying to find the limits. And again, you don't often think about the limits being how far up the front wheel's going to go when you head over a crest, because most tracks you don't do that. But it just shows to show when you're pushing it, it can go wrong very quickly.
It's a real fine line. At the moment, we're watching the battle with Fraser Lizichenko at the head of it. This is the battle for P5. So Fraser Lizichenko leading the way from Berry and Jamie Bayliss. Obviously, Ross, we know how quick, for example, Jamie Bayliss can be. He's a top 10 contender there or thereabouts at every single round. But as for Fraser Lizichenko's first season of racing, he was nervous over at Snetterton. Now he's well and truly got into the flow of things. And for Berry, I mean, sensational pace at Brands Hatch. Sadly for him, not able to necessarily show about the same here at Cadwell, but still, being inside the top 10 is really, really impressive. As well, this battle is truly closed up, and it's going to be Callum Hurst on the attack.
Yeah, Hurst looking to try and find a way through now, as I believe we may have actually lost Aidan Goodings. He's dropped massively backwards, so he's either had an off or a mechanical problem, or has made a mistake, has come off and rejoined the race, because I'm not seeing yellow flags out anywhere. That he's dropped all the way down to 24th place according to my timing screen. So problem there for the man who was running in 3rd place. Once again to the inside looks Callum Hurst on the run into the S's, and Carl Beresford is going to go, no, sorry, you're staying right there. But it seems in this second half of the race now, as we start to get towards the latter phases, that it seems that Kawasaki does have a bit more pace than the Triumph through the tighter and the twisty bits. Maybe the tyre's starting to fall away from Beresford a little bit, or maybe Hurst, just a look at pace, everything's clicking, everything's running well. We'll keep an eye on this battle. Lap 8 out of 10 these guys go on to now. Time is now ticking away if Callum Hurst does want to slide his way into the podium places.
Yeah, if he wants to get himself into the podium places, he needs to get a shift on now. Just a few more laps separates himself and the checker flag. A few back markers as well to contend with now. So a little extra challenge for them. You can see the orange bib flapping about in the wind. So that is a new rider, newcomer, and they're easily getting through. So job done for themselves. That's one of the army bikes. Not going to take too much time as Callum Hurst does get held up ever so slightly. I'd think better of that one. He had to completely back out of that one. Otherwise, it looked like 0 points were going to be on offer.
Yeah, lucky, or not lucky, good job, should I say, in avoiding that incident. Quick thinking, yes. And it looks like Beresford has now been held up himself. So for Hurst, that could have been kind of a fight ender for him. But then coming into the gooseneck, Beresford himself gets held up by a bit of traffic, and it's brought Hurst actually even closer than he was previously. We've seen him get a couple of runs through the mountain section. This could be the best chance he's got at it as they come through the left and then the right. Let's wait and see if he gets a good run on that Kawasaki. No, in fact, he's going to be a little bit too far back as Beresford all squirrely as the bike gets light underneath him. Visually very, very impressive. In reality, actually not too much of a problem when it starts doing that. You can just keep going and it will kind of sort itself out. But Hurst again looking racy. Another look to the inside of the hairpin as Beresford getting aggressive on the throttle, stits the bike up very, very quickly as that power eats its way down into the road. Penultimate lap of the race for these guys. Mulaney has a 13.5 second lead, and then behind him, of course, Major 3.2 seconds ahead of this pairing. Carl Beresford and Callum Hurst, 2 laps to decide who gets the final overall podium place. Of course, class podium as well. In the Street Bike Cup, it is still Guy Wood, the 82, that leads the way. He's down in P8. In the Fortis F900, it is still Danny Cartwright, the 69. He's down in P17.
Still some work to do for Callum Hurst. It did look like he was closer last time around after the gooseneck, but then he ran it wide ever so slightly on the exit of the chicane. Lost all that time before the mountain section, then couldn't get his move done at all. What's it going to be this time though? We're heading towards the gooseneck now. There is Major in P2. He's got ahead even more traffic, which these riders still have to get through on this final lap that's coming up now. So Carl Beresford into the final half a lap he goes before he'll see the last lap flag into the chicane yet again, through the right, flicking it round to the left, back onto the power towards the mountain section. It's a good drive from Cal Hurst. He looks up the inside, but too far back this time around. What's it going to be going up the mountain? Is it going to be Beresford held up ever so slightly, you would have to say? Into Hall Bends we do go, and well, just getting through back markers himself. That got tight there yet again.
Looks like Beresford went the long way round the back marker as well. Hurst decided to go to the inside. Close for Hurst this time into the hairpin. Can't find it once again. He is running out of opportunities and running out of time as the race leaders and now this pairing are heading on to the final lap here at Cadwell Park.
On to the final lap of action. The yellow flag with the black cross is well and truly out, meaning, well, one more circulation before the trophies are given out here on Saturday. Beresford continues to lead Hurst through. This, of course, being the battle for the final spot on the overall podium and for the No Limits Club Sport Cup podium as well. So P3 and P4, they sit around 3-4 seconds back from Major in P2, and then about 14 seconds further up the road is your race leader, Alex Mulaney, the 774. There he is, just coming for your picture. As we spoke about, Ross, I mean, a very fitting helmet for this part of the country with a Guy Martin replica on board.
We've not really spoken a lot about Alex Mulaney except in passing, just because of how big the gap he's at, because he's just dominated. He's done, well, it's compared to a lot of people, he's done nothing. He's just got out for a lovely Saturday afternoon ride. He's just been doing it so much quicker than anybody else has been doing, lapping a second faster and then some. In fact, his best 3 seconds quicker than anybody else is out there. Alex Mulaney has come back and has absolutely dominated proceedings here in this opening race of the weekend, in the Street Bike Cup, in the Club Sport Cup, in the F900Rs. Alex Mulaney, welcome back to No Limits Racing. He dominates here at Cadwell Park, and now we wait to see just how big is that gap back to the 19 of Major. We're still waiting. Is that one of them coming through? I believe it is. Yes, it is. Major finishes 14.7 away on the final lap. Carl Beresford does just hold on to that podium by 0.3 of a second from Callum Hurst, and then the five behind, very, very close. Benjamin Berry was able to break away, as was Carl Bellis from Fraser Lizichenko's. We've got a rider who's gone down, coming that looks to be out of the gooseneck, I believe, as the riders finished the rest of the race. It was Lizichenko 7th from Wood, then Page, Jordan Warren Good set to finish in P10 as the rest of the riders bringing their way home. Yeah, it looks like Benjamin Berry and Bayliss as well were both able to break away from Fraser Lizichenko, who then was being forced to fight with Guy Wood behind, of course, in different classes. Guy Wood, who only finished 86 thousandths behind Lizichenko, is the race winner in the Street Bike Cup with Metzler. So congratulations to him. Looks like second place in class will be Paul Pridmore on the 43. He's down in P12. P3 in class, Roger Lovelace on the number 48, P14 for him. And then in the BMW F900R Fortis Cup, it is Andy Cartwright, the 6th, or Danny Cartwright, should I say, the 69, who takes the victory ahead of Chris Taylor, the 36 in P2. P3, Ryan Arnold, the number 18. They were P17, 18 and 20 respectively. But let's quickly whack through the whole running order for you at the end of a very tight, intense race. It's Alex Mullaney from Major, from Beresford, from Hurst, from Bury, your top 5. Bayliss, Lizichenko, Wood, Page, Jordan Warren Good, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Biles, Pridmore, Maynard, Lovelace, Drew, Freeth, Cartwright, Taylor, Morris, Arnold, Bayliss, Brailsford, Rollings, Partridge, Sutherland, Dugan, Cartwright, the other one, that's Anthony Cartwright on the 169. Then it is Jamie Locke, the 917, and then looks like the rider we lost at the end there, John Hunt, the 28, on his BMW we saw going down, but believe he's okay. We'll confirm that for you as soon as we're aware. And then we didn't see it, but we know that we lost Aidan Goodings. Looks like it was a mechanical problem for the Kawasaki rider, who was running in the podium places early on here. But that does bring to a conclusion the opening race in the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler, and the Fortis F900R Cup in association with Pirelli, and some really strong rides, some really interesting spectacles to enjoy.
Interviews.
Of course, next up will be the twins and the sport bikes. But before we get ready for our third race of the weekend, let's head down and speak to some of the riders at the end of that race.
Down here in Park Fermion, well, actually, no sign of Alex Mullaney so far. So, nonetheless, we'll grab a word right now with Thomas Major. After a good ride, P2 for yourself. You couldn't quite match the pace of Alex out there, but still, a real solid pace.
Yeah, he was an absolute demon from practice, qualifying, all of it. But, yeah, just had to put in a solid stint, and, yeah, really happy with P2. First sprint of the year, usually doing the endurance, so it's had to remember how to start the bike from the grid rather than just pootling out the pit lane, but yeah, really good, really happy with that. Knackered, but a bit different from 50-minute stints to a 10 lap straight go, but
yeah, I was just saying that, usually racing with Randy Racing, now here in the sprint race, and well done and best luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, cheers buddy, take it easy.
And we'll quickly grab a word as well with this pair here, because I still can't quite see Alex down the order. Callum, starting with you, a great race between yourself and Carl Beresford. How was it from your side?
Yeah, it was a great race. Obviously Carl was the better man on this occasion. The traffic's playing absolute havoc with us all, but hey, we've all got past the same traffic, so I can't complain. He was the better man on this occasion, but hey, we've got 2 races tomorrow. The bike's working really, really well, so it's need me to pull my finger out, to be honest.
Yeah, same for everyone else. Final word for yourself, Carl, how was that?
He's just said it all. It's great battling as per usual with Callum, but let's see what tomorrow's got to bring. I'm sure we can have another one or 2 maybe in the wet.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to enjoy it either way. Well done, guys. And actually, it looks like bikes haven't quite headed out on the warm-up lap just yet. So if you can grab a word with Cartwright. Of course, winner in the street bike class this time around, how was it for yourself?
Well, feels fucking nice, really, but I was hoping to keep up with these lads. They're just a bit too fast for me, but yeah, spot on, really.
Yeah?
Couldn't get any better, really.
Yeah, and objective for tomorrow, I'm guessing it's just another 2 more class wins?
Beat Bayliss.
Yeah. Jamie Bayliss for yourself, a good battle, but anyway, best luck.
Yeah, brilliant. It was spot on racing. Enjoyed every minute of it. It was good.
Well done.
Thank you, mate.
Well, Ross, I believe that's all we have time for. Should we couldn't have a word with Alex. He is a busy guy indeed. Anyway, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Lewis, for that one. Yes, our next ride is out there, ready to rock and roll here at Cadwell Park. It is, of course, the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, the Track Day Addicts Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sport Bike class as well. Slightly smaller grid for you of only, he says in inverted commas, 19 riders. But let's run through it for you. Who else would it be but Lewis Smart on pole position? He starts alongside Aaron Robinson and Daniel Goodman. Smart a 1:33.3, some nearly 2 seconds quicker than Robinson in second. Row 2, Aidan Davey, Charlotte Nacuzzo and James McLaren. Then it's Josh Kearns, Rowan Guillory and Liam Kirk, row number 3. Scott Page rounds out the top 10. He's alongside George Dudson and Blake Didwell. Enzo Laturco is P13 with Ian Tune in 14th, Callum Wren in P15. Then it's Lewis Cox, Louisa Benny and Polly Richardson. Harry Sheehan, our sole rider, in 19th place on the 7th row of the grid. So a slightly smaller grid for this one coming through, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be any less entertaining, even with Lewis Smart looking like he's going to be vanishing up the road given his qualifying pace. I've been speaking to Noah Guillory a lot this weekend, just keep running into him and having chats, no real particular reason. And Noah, he's been having a fantastic run of things in the stock twin class, and once again on pole in class coming into this one, starting from P8 on the grid. Never been to Cadwell Park before, but said he's feeling quietly confident. I think that's a notion that's shared by a lot of the riders here, Lewis. Even if they've never been to Cadwell Park before, yeah, there's nerves because it's a big circuit and you know it can bite back, but it's a circuit that everyone loves, and the second you start turning laps around here, you just fall in love with the place.
Yeah, I think you fall in love with the place the second you see it. Even with videos online, it's one of these circuits which instantly becomes a bucket list track as soon as you start looking at them. But yeah, I mean, we've spoken to plenty of these riders this weekend. Josh Cairns as well, I believe you caught up with earlier on, who of course racing on board the Aprilia RS660 on board the number 4 machine, going from P7, and obviously Josh, not that much experience, so super impressive as well for him to qualify on the third row of the grid, just ahead of Noah Guillory actually, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens with them too. But Lewis Smart on pole position, I mean, what a season it's been for him, holding over a 100-point advantage. Keep your eyes well on Aidan Davey, of course, plenty of British Championship experience for himself, risen through the ranks and through the old junior supersport category, now racing like a sport bike, and now looking for a good result here at No Limits. The red lights will appear on, and then we will go racing for race 3 of the day. Lewis Smart from pole position, the 32 looks to be taking the whole shot. Aidan Davey looks to be picking up a spot and jumping into second, not quite, but it's still going to be third place for the rider that started in P3. So solid ride so far for the Scot. Cam Wren as well, just making a few places, it looks like further back down the order, but Lewis Smart already, look at that advantage. That is simply sensational. Side by side all the way goes like to Aaron Robinson and Aidan Davey. Who's going to come out on top though? It's Davey who does. So Aidan Davey moves into second, slots in ahead of the 24, and still it's Lewis Smart who leads.
Not surprising that Smart's trying to bolt away already, but that was really tight behind between Robinson and Davey. The Triumph rider now up into second place, getting through another Triumph rider as it so happens, but we'll keep an eye on that battle because it now looks like Robinson could be under a little bit of pressure from Goodman behind the 24 versus the number 71. We'll keep our eye on that fight into the chicane for the opening time before we come to the mountain section. The 32 with Lewis Smart, of course, leading the way in next gen sport bike category. In terms of the twins, in the super twins, it's Charlotte Makuto who leads the way in P5 at the moment. In the stock twins, hardly surprising, Noah Guillory in P8 is your current race leader, starting from pole position in that one. Into the S as we go for the first time, and Lewis Smart, I'd have thought he'd have just completely checked out by now, but there are still 3 bikes that are relatively close to him in the grand scheme of things, so we'll keep our eye on him.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on the gaps, of course, for Lewis Smart. It's a big competition, to say the very least. I mean, Robinson, Goodman and Aidan Davey, all top class riders out there on circuit, and now slotting themselves through towards the next lap. So lap 2 of 10. All races here on Saturday will be 10 laps, bar of course the British sidecars. They're going to be treated to 14 laps of action, but this is a great section of the circuit, especially for the twins, able just to let all the corner speed flow. Although they still have a good amount of power underneath them, it's all about corner speed to actually make up a lap and make up a good lap time out there on circuit. But being kept on this at the moment is Goodman on board the 71, so Daniel Goodman trying his best to keep tabs on the front three for the time being.
Certainly is. And then behind this lead group we see a huge scrap for the lead in the Track Day LX Super Twins. Makuto, McLaren right next to one another. Noah Guillory getting involved in the conversation. Then it's Kirk, Page, Cairns all right there. So very tight in the Super Twin class, just behind in our Sport Bike class. It's starting just to spread out a little bit for the top guys, but that fight between Robinson and Goodman still raging on as they come back to the mountain section, with the crowd watching along on their left-hand side as they do pick a little bit of front wheel up over there. Yeah, maybe not quite as quick through that section as some of the bigger, more powerful bikes that we'll be seeing across the weekend. Lewis Smart is now beginning the process of checking out and disappearing up the road. which again, given his qualifying pace, not entirely surprised by. Goodman and Robertson, though, still all over one another. There's got to be an attempt at a move at some point soon, surely.
Yeah, you expect to be a move pretty soon. Goodman looking for an attack as well. A holding challenge this weekend, I think it's fair to mention, for James McLaren. He's used to racing superbikes over the last couple of years. Also used to racing the likes of an R6. Had a little go in the R9 as well, I do believe. And now having a go on the R7, a completely different riding style needed for him. And although a super experienced rider battling with John Harwood all last season long on board the Fireblade, now having to get used to the likes of a Super Twin machine in P5. Goodman, meanwhile, though, looking up the inside over at Park, and he gets that move made. Job done for himself. Obviously, super experienced himself. Raced previously in the British Cup, and now has made the step onto sport bike machinery and already clicking with it.
Nice move there, tidily done up the inside at Park to get it confirmed. Let's see if Robinson can respond. There has been a change for lead in the Super Twin category. It is James McLaren who's made the way through, as you were just mentioning, Lewis. So Charlotte Makuto down into P7. Noah Guillory still leading the way in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. He's got some advantage over P2 in that class in Blake Didwell. So we'll keep our eyes on those battles. But for right now, we are watching this fight for the final podium place, both overall and in the next gen sport bike category. Can Robinson try and find his way back, as we have a red flag now being shown, and the race has been brought to a halt here on lap number 3 of 10. That's our first red flag of the weekend, and the riders will be brought to a stop. And we'll wait to confirm to you what has happened first of all, and why the red flag's been called, and then what we're going to be doing from here. But for the time being, lap number 3 racing coming to a halt for the first time this weekend here at Cadwell Park, and it's all going to we'll just wait to see what's going to be happening. But an interesting opening to that race initially there, Lewis. Lewis Smart, of course, doing what Lewis Smart does and just kind of vanishing up the road, but some tight battles in all of the classes, and that's what it will be. Yeah.
Circuit.
Whose is that? 113? Is that somebody? Is that 313?
Yeah, so
that's Henry Sheehan, yeah.
Yeah, Sheehan's belly panel, looks like, has came off the machine and out right onto the exit curb. So, yeah, not what you would be wanting on the exit curb at all. So, yeah, having to red flag that to get that to out of harm's way, and hopefully we can get a restart for this race. Obviously just lap 3 of 10. It will be a reduced distance restart, but a real shame for the riders, because that is the point of the race where you start to get in the rhythm, you start to get in the flow, and you start to make a plan for the rest of the race.
And of course the bike's all now going to start to cool off as well, so you have to kind of go through the motions again to get the tyres, get the brakes back up to temperature. As you said as well, it's you know, you've just started to settle down, settle into your rhythm, your race, your groove. Now you've got to go through that again. They're going to quickly restart this thing, but it's going to be 6 laps to the end for this one. So obviously just trying to whack through this one, but looks like we'll be restarting in the order that we red flagged. Just got to get a few people who made their way into the holding area back into position. I'm sure there'll just be a bit of shuffling and changing down on the grid before we get going for the second time in this race. And this time a 6-lap dash to the end.
Yeah, 6-lap dash for the cash. I think we've just made the cut-off point for not having a full race restart where we have the original grid positions, and instead we're able to have the race order. It makes things, I guess, a little bit more fair for the riders out there. And I think actually having a look at the back of the grid at Sheehan's machine, because obviously there'll be no belly pan, you would imagine, on that bike if that is the 313. But the marshal's having a look down at his bike and well, looking a little bit confused as the rider, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, obviously everyone just trying to figure out what's actually going on and trying to make sure they're in the right place. Though I'm sure they'll be getting a sighting lap and then being sent on their way. But everyone seems pretty happy with the grid order, actually, so maybe they've all got it nailed it first time.
Yeah, I think that bike's getting pushed into the bottom pit lane now so we can get a restart. Obviously no belly pan on board your bike means you can't go racing, because there's nothing to catch any water or any fluid that might come out the bike.
Yeah, and I mean, I respect him for trying, at least. You know, you don't get if you don't try. But I think, well, maybe if they're quick, somebody could get the belly pan back from the sighting lap at the end of the sighting lap. We're going to get 2 warm-up laps as well before a 6-lap race. That's interesting. So maybe because they've just red flagged it, everything's going to be cooling off as everything was back up to temps. Maybe an opportunity to get some heat cycles going through the tyres and the brakes potentially. But it's going to be 2 sighting laps. Lewis Smart will be going from a pole position. Once again, unsurprisingly, 2 sighting laps, then a 6-lap race. So not a full race restart, but we're certainly shaking it up just a little bit. And now you've got slightly less time to get things done.
Yeah, slightly less time to get things working here at Cadwell Park, slightly less time to make moves work, although since it is going to be the race positions, not the original grid positions, it is going to be a level playing field, if you would like, from where we had the red flag. Aidan Davey, though, looks like he's pushing on. I think it's fair to say throughout this warm-up lap, obviously he did originally start a little bit further down the order in P4. I think he'll be starting P4 again, actually. It's going to be, it's going to be the likes of Daniel Goodman, who's going to be, I think, carrying a lot of confidence into this restart, being able to really fight with some of the top dogs in the next gen sport bikes in the Super Twin category straight away in the opening couple laps. He'll be going into this thinking maybe there still is a chance of a race win here, because Lewis Smart, he didn't necessarily stretch a margin like he has done at previous rounds this year, just going to show how high the caliber is this round.
Certainly, and maybe taking it easy as well, that's also a possibility. His qualifying pace was nearly 2 seconds clear of everybody else, but he didn't bolt away. Maybe just riding smart, saving tyres, saving his energy, and just not risking anything, so to speak. So we'll have to wait and see what the pace is going to be like for him when they do restart this race. He was starting to break away when the red flag came out. Of course, you can see what pace he's doing alongside everybody else over at tsl-timing.com. Just head to the No Limits Racing section and you can follow along with the live timing. Unfortunately, we're not able to have a timing tower for you on the left of your picture at the moment. We're hoping to be able to get one up for you a little bit later on, but if you are looking to just keep an eye on where everyone is, do head over to the TSL website. A big thank you to them for all of their timing that they've been doing for us all season long, and will continue to do so across the rest of 2026. On to sighting lap number 2. And then it will be everyone can calm down, settle down, get into the grid slots. Hopefully everyone's belly pan stays attached and we can go racing for 6 laps.
Yeah, belly pans are usually held on by quick release clips, if you would like, and well, they're a little bit finicky to actually get put on, and it seems like maybe just the vibrations of the machine has rattled them loose, and sadly for them, that was all she wrote for the belly pan. We're going to have either a long walk or hope that the marshals bring it back for them at the end of the day so they can get that fixed for later on. If not, they're going to have to hope that they have a spare one in the van. But you can see there, Paige, Wren and Kirk all coming through. Just at the back of them as well is, of course, going to be the number 1 places rider of Blake Didwell, the reigning champion in the Stock Twins. The Stock Twin battle this year, it seems to be all about Noah Gilroy quite a few rounds this year. He's been in P1 very, very consistently. In fact, he's been fighting with some of the Super Twins quite consistently as well at some circuits. So the likes of Callum, Wren and Didwell having to find a new gear this year.
Certainly are. Gillery as well. It's the first time he's been to Cadwell Park. It's been a bit of a trial by 5 here, as with many of the riders, but still has the pace. And again, said to me a little bit earlier on, he thinks there's another second or so in it as well, if he's able to find that with a bit more time out on the circuit. So we'll keep our eyes firmly on lap 41 and see what he's able to do across the course of the weekend. For the time being, he's got to go through the motions of another race start first. Again, the first attempt at this one, if you're just joining us, red flag due to Sheehan's belly pan falling off and lying in the middle of the circuit. So it's not a full race restart, but we are going to restart the race regardless. 2 sighting laps they've been given, and then it'll be 6 laps from lights to flag for the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, the Track Day Addict Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sport Bikes 2.0 in race number 3, I guess we could say. Race number 3 of 8 that we've got today. Of course, we've got all of our solos up to race number 7, all of the championships you know and love here at No Limits Racing, and then to end the day's action, scheduled for around about 5:30 British summer time, will of course be the Marin British Sidecar Championship. Those guys joining us this weekend, it's great to have them along. They've got 2 races on display for us to enjoy, and that's a 14 lapper as well. Green flag at the back, then a brief yellow, then green again. Flag marshal gets out of the way, the red lights will go on, and for the second time we get underway in the Twins and the Sport Bikes. Great start there for Lewis Smart once again. He will surely lead into turn number 1. Little bit of a look there to the inside. I want to say that was from Robinson on the 24 having a look, but it didn't come into fruition. Lewis Smart will get the whole shot for the second time and hold on, as again, bike's now maybe a little bit back up to temperature. Looks to the inside there now on Robinson himself. He's going to try and fight that one off and keep that toe, keep the slipstream on the run up to Chris Curve at the top of the hill, and not quite there. So the 38 will stay behind Davey no way through as it currently stands, but a lot closer to Smart at the front of this race than they were at the first attempt.
Yeah, solid start yet again for Aidan Davies, sprinting up the order and now looking for his turn to attack. Lewis Smart, though, already gaining a couple of bike lengths on the rest of the field. Of course, 24 of Robinson sits in second. Davies just behind as well. Goodman, not the start he'll be hoping for as well. So Daniel Goodman getting chased by the likes of James McLaren. James McLaren there more than 27, just trying to get any kind of slipstream from himself. Obviously, crashing pre-season, not what he'd be wanting at all. Kind of completely scuppered all of his plans for 2026. Now finally getting things back on track. You can see Enzo Tobias Turco having a good battle actually in the stock twin category. Obviously Enzo still having the orange bib on board him, and then just ahead of your reigning champion of Blake Tidwell. So a solid ride yet again for that rookie, as heading down the front straight yet again, ticket on to lap 2 of 6. Davey is going to be on the outside for turn 1, but can he get moving before we even arrive at the braking zone? The answer to that is a resounding yes. He tips it in round the outside, and Aidan Davey, job done.
Wow, what a move. Flexing the muscle early doors in this second attempt of this race. But even though it's early doors, at the end of this one, we'll be 1/3 through, lap 2 of 6. So a shorter and sharper race, you have to get the elbows out a little bit earlier, perhaps more aggressively, if you want to get moves done. So Davey up to second place, and of course, second overall, and in the next gen sport bike category as well. It's still James McLaren that leads the way in the Track Day Addict Super Twins, and Noah Guillory in the Salt Cover Stock Twins. In the Super Twins, it is McLaren from Akutso from Cairns, your top 3. Stock Twins, it is Guillory in P8, then Judson P10, and Enzo Laturco in P11. Looking to take yet another podium is Laturco. He's been on the podium quite a lot in the last couple of rounds. Actually, a little bit of a shaky start to the season for the young man, who's again not been on the bike for too long, but skills coming along a long old way so far this season. Of course, getting that support from his dad Ralph, I'm sure. Last time out at Brands Hatch, a huge contingent of Brazilian family and friends turning up to support both of them on in their racing antics as well. It's always great to see them out on track. A lovely bunch of guys as well. And it's great to see the Laturcos continuing to improve across the season.
Yeah, great to see him improving throughout the season. I think the Laturco family is going to need to buy a new silverware cabinet by the end of the year. Plenty of podiums picked up for them. Liam Kirk as well, just coming through your picture. And onto the throttle, chasing behind is Noah Guillory. This will be the battle for the final couple of spots inside the top 10 overall. So over the start finish line, we do come yet again. Kirk in P8, Guillory in P9. Dudson dropping a lot of time that last lap. A little mistake he must have made, because now he's at P10 and 3.2 seconds adrift from these two riders in 8th and 9th. So super disappointing there from them, as we're at half race distance. A 1:33.9 now for Lewis Smart, turning up the wick ever so slightly and stretching his margin out to 1.5 seconds.
That's not horrendously far away from his pole position time of a 1:33.37. Although everyone else is actually going faster, so I wonder if conditions in qualifying were a little bit shaky. His nearest challenger in qualifying was, of course, Aaron Robinson, a 1:35.5 for him. Aaron Robinson is running similar place, but Davey's running in the 1:34.4, so either he's been able to get a bit more time on the bike, seeing what some of the quicker guys are doing and has learned, or just conditions are a bit better for these guys out there today and they're able to push a little bit harder. We'll wait to see if Smart's able to turn the wick up even more, but it's Smart from Davey, from Robinson, your top 3. All of them spread out just a little bit actually, so it's a little bit less of a tense affair than it was in the opening 3 laps before the red flag. Kirk and Guillory swapping places out on the road. That's not a move for position, but it does mean that Noah Guillory now has no kind of any other bikes between himself and Dudson in a fight for the race lead in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. Even though there's a 3.5 second gap there, if there's a mistake or something, if Guillory's pace starts to go away, he now doesn't have that buffer of another bike in a different class separating him from his rivals.
Yeah, he has no buffer if there's any mistakes for the rest of this race, as we see yet another group. This being like McLaren, Sharp Makuzo and Cairns sitting there. So Josh Cairns, solid ride so far for him. Guillory still putting pressure on Liam Kirk, 2 behind. Into Lubas Turco as well, up into P10. So a lot of shifting about actually in 10th, 11th 12th and 13th, so swapping positions down there. And that's what we love to see with 3 classes in one race. Obviously, the next gen sport bikes, the newest class, probably on the scene of all of motorcycle racing at the moment. Then you have Super Twins that have been around for well over a decade now, and obviously the Stock Twins that are a much more cost-effective class, but lesser entry numbers, because everyone wants a Super Twin straight away, or as we see now, everyone is getting these next gen sport bikes and maybe even not starting at peak engine power, starting at just stock power and building themselves up over time onto a much more powerful bike and gradually bringing up the power and getting themselves comfortable, most importantly, on board the machine.
Well, it's kind of just the age-old thing, isn't it? Of you can offer someone 2 machines. One's significantly cheaper, but the other one is a lot quicker. And the rider in you goes, oh yeah, I want to ride the fast one. That's probably loads of fun. So that's why you do typically tend to see more people over in Super Twins than Stock Twins. But again, Stock Twins, very, very cost-effective class. And again, keeping it pure compared to just throwing loads of money in different bits and pieces of the bike. Of course, the sport bikes is something we've been talking a lot about this year, Lewis, about how it's not really a class of the future because it's already such a popular class, but it's certainly the future of this sport, and it's certainly going to be a gateway for many people into bike racing, whether they're getting up to it from a junior level or just making their start on 2 wheels in that category, because it is cost effective. They look a lot of fun to ride as well, and again, manufacturers seem interested in it as well, which is a big thing. They're happy to throw money at it and build bikes from a manufacturing point of view. So I think it is something that we are, even though it's already a very, very big category, not just here at No Limits Racing, but in multiple championships across the world, it's something that I think we're going to see continue to grow and grow and grow over the next couple of years.
Yeah, certainly. Now we're in a situation where, in reality, you can come here to No Limits, race a next-gen sport bike, potentially win the championship, and then suddenly step up to British Championship. And if you do well in British Championship, who knows, even earn a ride in the World Championship, the World Sport Bike Championship, which is now existent since, well, the start of this year. And obviously, if you're a female rider, you then have the secondary option of the Women's Circuit Racing World Championship as well, where then they race the R7 stocker machinery, sure, compared to some of the sport bikes out there, but still, many different routes, and one bike, one category can get you all the way up into the World Superbike paddock now from No Limits.
Certainly could. So just goes to show what an interesting kind of future this class holds and where it can take you as well. We are now on the last lap of this contest. We've got a little bit distracted talking about sport bikes and the like. It is Lewis Smart, of course, who's absolutely flying away at the throne of things from Davey, from Robinson, your top 3. In at the track, Dedex Super Twins is still McLaren from Makutso, from Cairns. Makutso under a lot of pressure, it would seem, from Cairns at the moment for second place. Then, of course, Noah Guillory, Endo Laturco is up to second now, and then Dudson down to P3 in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. Only lost the one rider in this rerunning. I think that is the 30 of Scott Page, who looks like he had a mechanical failure fairly early on. Of course, Sheehan, the cause of the red flag due to the belly pan dropping off his bike. He was not allowed to rejoin the race. And it looks like Dudson's actually dropped off the podium now. In fact, Callum Wren, on the number 3, has just moved up to P11 to get through into the podium places for the Stock Twins. So it's all changed late in the day in the Twins, but in the sport bike, it is no real surprise because the 32 is going to be bringing home yet another race victory in 2026.
I'll tell you, Lewis Smart, he's still pushing on here on the final lap. He's not giving up just yet. Last time around, the 133.6, his fastest lap, a 133.5, consistently running in the 33 bracket. Super impressive from the 32, as now he makes his way out the final corner towards start-finish line with the checker flag waves. Lewis Smart wins race 3 of the weekend and race 1 for the next gen sport bike. Second place goes the way of Aidan Davey, while third should go to Robinson on board the 24. Where's Daniel Goodman going to come out? It should be 4th in a few moments' time. We'll wait for that Aprilia RS 660 to appear into view. There is James McLaren. Now, he was P5 at the start of this last lap. Goodman does cross the line, and it is going to be McLaren in P5. Sharp Marcuso holding off Cairns all the way to the checker flag. Great ride from the number 4. That Aprilia clearly working for him. So over the line they do come. That's P6 and P7. Noah Guillory should be taking the Stock Twin win this time around. So P8 for himself. Noah's another solid ride for him, and actually there is a great old scrap. So Kurt getting the better of Guillory, that's for overall, not class. Enzo Turco trying to hold on to position. Obviously he's dropped all the way to the back of this pack. Callum Wren obviously get the better of them. Dudson in P11 overall, third in category, did well in P4, and Tobias Turco well and truly losing out at that one. A massive shame for him. He'll go back to the drawing board on Sunday, of course. Still 2 more races for these guys. Just rounding off our order, Cox and Ian Tune rounds out at the top 15. Louisa Benny sits 16th, further 3.3 seconds adrift. And a thumbs up from Callum Wren. Blake Tidwell, a big handshake between the two of them. I think they'll be happy with that one. It was nice seeing them battle. Shades of 2025. And already we're halfway through 2026. And we're beginning to look at our plans for next year. Ben Robinson, just having a little chat with the 313. Obviously ran into technical difficulties on the first start. Red flag came up for them after a fairly pass.
To Ross with interviews.
Nonetheless, though, once we got restarted, the entire show, the entire headlines were written by Lewis Mark. He took victory, and now Ross McIntyre is down in Park Fermi with our winner.
A little bit of a less tense contest there after the red flag, and our 6-lap dash ended up being everyone a bit more split out than the first go of it, but still a very interesting race there in our 3 different classes. We'll jump in and speak to our overall winner in Lewis Smart first. Just let them finish off quick conversations with team members, but another spectacular ride from this young man who maybe didn't finish quite ahead as far as he could have done, but still put in a spectacular performance. Maybe it looks locked in conversation, so maybe we'll see if we can find somebody else to have a chat to in the meantime. Yeah, let's jump to the back, because I can see our stock twin raceman. Oh no, he's now ready, he's got the lid off. Just I was going to try and walk away. But Lewis Smart, if he's got a moment, we'll jump in. Sorry to interrupt, mate. Another great one from you, Lewis. Another race win this year. Good way to kickstart the weekend.
Push him.
Yeah, happy to be back at Cadwell. We haven't been here since last August, nearly a year since BSB last year. So yeah, good to spin some more laps and love it around here with the undulation and all sorts of different types of corners. So yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, once again, you look like you're riding the bike with a lot of confidence. No real pressure from behind either. Is this just a case of just going out there, enjoying the laps, just seeing what you can do and trying to push yourself?
Yeah, definitely right. I'm just going to push myself as much as I can, because we need to get a good setting for when we're here in about 3 or 4 weeks' time at BSB. So yeah, really happy for the bike at the minute.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations, Lewis. I'm going to assume we're probably going to speak to you a bit more at some point this weekend.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, mate. Great to speak to you, Lewis Smart. Looks like James McLaren has disappeared off the face of the earth. So we'll jump in and speak to our stock twin race winner in Noah Guillory anyway, as hopefully we can speak to our super twin race winner a little bit later on. Noah, great run of things on Sken. I know you were maybe a little bit nervous coming into this weekend, but you've opened up with another race win.
Yeah, on the first start, I managed to get into 6th position on track, and then obviously there was a red flag because Belly Pan got put on track somewhere by Henry, but he's alright, he's just behind me. And then on the second start, we managed to get around 8, I think, maybe 10. So not the best, but we managed to keep it in front, trying to keep some super twins between me and the other riders, and then bring it home with some fast laps.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll see what you can do out there for 2 more races tomorrow, Noah. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Gonna go to Ethan.
That's what we've got time for down here at Park Ferme. Lewis Ray, back up to you. We're already out for our sighting lap for the next race.
Cheers, Ross. That's right. Race 4 of the weekend, the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy, alongside the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. They're out on circuit now with a 19-rider strong field, with William White in pole position. Jamie Richmond, great to see Jamie back on board the Ducati in P2, and Owen Miller rounded out our front row. Eddie Warmold, Alex Mullaney and Harley McCabe rounds out row 2, with Kieran Sembiante, Matthew Dawes and Aaron Dakin rounding out row 3. Aaron Cook rounds out the top 10 with Aidan Goodens and Simon Aldridge alongside. Matthew Wood, Jordan Poole and Fraser Lizichenko takes up row 5 with James McLaren. That's why he's disappeared, because he has another race to get to. He starts in P16 with Stuart Parker and Seb Everton in P17 and P18. Finally, a lonesome on row 7. It's going to be Corey Barron. If Corey Barron makes the race start, no time set for him in qualifying. But busy old qualifying it was for William White, Jamie Richmond and Owen Miller starting from the front row, and a busy old weekend for James McLaren, who's already back out on the starting grid for this next one. So This one's going to be interesting. Who's going to come out on top? We're just rounding at the end of this warm-up. Now, keep your eye on as well. The likes of Harley McCabe. There's James McLaren from R7 to R6. Slightly different riding style is going to be needed for this one. But, well, Ross, it's going to be an interesting race for sure. William White from pole position. He's done it before, being able to convert it to a race win. Can he do it again? Owen Miller, hopefully no technical gremlins for him. And, well, a few riders already racing so far today. The likes of Fraser Lozichenko, Alex Mullaney and James McLaren have already done a race start here today.
They're having as well a couple of really big riders in these classes, a little bit further back on the grid than you'd expect. Kieran Sembianti, Matthew Dawes and Aaron Dakin. I mean, it's a ridiculously strong row, but it is row number 3 instead of the front row. Green flag at the back, red lights will be on and the revs are rising and the clutches are dropped. We go racing here in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup and the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. Nearly 3 abreast. Down into the opening turn there as they try to make their way through. Looks like it's been a very, very solid start for Jamie Richmond, who I think actually has got the whole shot away ahead of William White, who we have seen before sometimes struggles a little bit away from the start. Just looks like he had a bit of an issue in that clutch drop. So Richmond already commanding lead. Pressure on other riders behind on the run up to the top of the hill. Is that a move attempting to be made there by Sembianti to work his way into 3rd place? I don't think he was quite able to pull it off. So Sembianti from 7th to 4th in the opening couple of corners. Great stuff from him. But Jamie Richmond bolting away here early doors.
That was simply sensational. I mean, whether that was planned or whether that was just Pot's luck, who knows? We'll ask him after the race if he's able to convert this into a race win. So incredible from Jamie Richmond. Obviously, we know how strong he can be on board that Ducati. We see that Stetson right at the start of the year. Further back, though, it's all bunching up. Eddie Warmel's under a lot of pressure now from Alex Mullaney. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd out on circuit. Kieran Sembianti and Owen Miller sit behind these guys as well. And then it looks like right in the back of this is Harley McCabe. Aaron Dakin, a moment over the mountain for him. And that's going to invite an opportunity for the likes of Matthew Dawes. So although our race leader already sprinted away with things, 2nd all the way back down to about 6th is bunching up.
It's getting very, very tight indeed. Of course, Kieran Sembianti, championship leader, moving into this round at 18-point advantage ahead of Eddie Wormald. So he is ahead of his title rivals, but he'll be wanting to try and finish a bit further in front of them than this. He'll be wanting to try and maximise his points. Look at how wide Mullaney was on the exit of turn 1, nearly into the grass, and somehow has kept position and kept his momentum going as well. Richmond has booked his ticket and got out of here. Eddie Wormald trying to do similar now. Here comes Kieran Sembianti to the inside of Alex Mullaney. Can he get it confirmed? No. Mullaney's going to close the door and hold on to that podium place. We've got a very interesting battle here because I'm not quite sure he's turned into a moving chicane and keeping those 3 bikes behind, but it's getting very, very tense between those guys already here on lap number 2.
Yeah, and Alex Mullaney trying his best to keep tabs on Eddie Warmer for the time being. We know how good this class is once the battle well and truly ignites. Very wide there for Alex Mullaney. He's going to lose a little bit of time now fighting it and trying to claw it back in the braking zone to the chicane. And the moment on the rear of the exit as well. I mean, Alex Mullaney is pushing to the absolute limit here. That R6 is all singing, all dancing, and now he's got it by the scruff of the neck. He's going to be on the wrong side of the circuit there, and all he's faced with is the outside grass. So he slots in behind yet again and has to think better of it. Does a move maybe arrive over the hairpin before we head to barn? No, it does not. Or yes, it does. As Eddie Warmald very, very wide. He drops all the way to the back of the pack, and it's Alex Mullaney who slots through into 2nd.
Looks like Wormald just completely missed a gear there. The way the bike sat up, that thing was coasting in neutral. So the 92 now has to fight his way back through. Looks like he's already made up 1 place. No, not quite. In fact, he's having to stay there in P6. So Mullaney up to 2nd place now. Advantage the 774. But we've got 5 bikes fighting over 2 podium places. And the 2 on those podium places are about to go wheel to wheel again. Sembianti blasts on by. And the championship leader is up into 2nd.
for the time being. At the very least, we know how strong Alex Mullany can be through the mountain section. We know he likes a bike that's able to slide underneath him from his Supermoto days, which actually are still ongoing, if we're honest. That's why he's not been in action so far since the opening couple of rounds. But as it stands, putting a little bit of pressure on Kieran Sembianti. A little bit of movement there from Sembianti's R6, and that's because he runs wide and allows, yet again, Alex Mullany through. So yet again a change of position, and that's going to invite the opportunity now for Owen Mellor. He's on board the Triumph, a much more torquey machine on board the 3-cylinder machine, and now he tries to slot an opportunity for P3. What's going to happen? This battle for second continues to rage on, and Eddie Wormald hasn't gained too much ground over this last lap.
But it's got to be said, he's still in the conversation, still there or thereabouts, and there's still time to go in this race. We're about to be heading on to lap number 4 of 10 for this group, and indeed our race leader Jamie Richmond, who at the line last time was already 4.5 seconds clear. Let's see what that gap's going to be on this occasion when we come through. It looks like Mullany is 5 and a bit back now, and half a second to the good ahead of Kieran Sembianti. So gaps beginning to open up now. So we need to be careful, need to watch out for them as they come on through and see if that's anything is going to change. Meanwhile, in the No Limit Premier Sport Cup, it is Aaron Dakin who's down in P8. He leads the way at the moment in that one. Second place is currently Fraser Lizichenko at P13. Third place, a lap down as it's, or Seb Evenden, who's not a lap down, just hasn't quite come to the line yet. He is the last runner on the road. So at least all three of those guys are going to be getting podium positions if they do come to the end of the race. But a lot of gaps between them. I don't think we're going to be seeing any scraps for position just yet in the Premier Sport Cup. Right now, it's all about the Super Series Sport Trophy and all about, looks at that, Mullany looking to the inside of Sembianti, who's got back on through.
Yeah, so far, job done for himself. And well, you have to say for the time being, Aaron Dakin, pretty much all year long, has been unmatched in category. And now, first in category for P8. Second up, you have to go all the way back down to P13. I mean, Aaron Dakin, he knows how to ride that Ducati, he knows how to ride it well and get the lap times, extract the performance out of it. But it's whenever we're looking at, for example, these frontrunners on board the R6s, on board the Triumphs, and also, to be fair, Jamie Richmond on board the Ducati himself, he's just missing the final piece of the puzzle to fight for overall victory.
It certainly is at the moment, but let's see maybe if his fortunes and spirits can improve over the weekend as Sembianti now looks to break away and confirm a second place, and especially given the championship implications, his nearest rival with a mistake earlier on in the race and dropping back into P6, this could be huge for him going forward. Owen Mellor in P4 as well, a little bit further back than anyone on in P3 in the standings, some 46 points away from Kieran Sembianti, so less critical that he's a little bit further back, but still Sembianti will want to get as many points as he can in his back pocket, just in case there are issues later on in the year, just in case he can't make a round, or there's mechanical failures or crashes that can all completely destroy a championship bid. As we watch them fly through the gooseneck, still single file, for still keeping the status quo for the time being. No moves just yet. We're on lap number 5 of 10.
No room at the end for the time being. Owen Mellor looking to set up a move here on the riders ahead. Well, it's been a good season so far for it. In terms of pace, I should say, in terms of mechanical reliability, it's left a little bit to be desired for. I think Owen would be the first person to tell you that. I think a finish at the end of some weekends was it was a good result in the finish up. A shame about Eddie Wormald here. I was expecting him to be able to do a little bit more, but it seems like whatever that issue is, he protected his confidence, or he hasn't had the good pace in the second half of this race. Yet again, no down start finish straight, clocking towards lap 6 of 10. Jamie Richmond over a 7-second advantage, and Owen Mellor through on Alex Mullany. A good job for him so far, but Mullany looking to pounce back straight away. He's going to be on the outside line all the way through turn 3, building up speed yet again towards Park now, down the back straight. What a great move from Owen Mellor, and he made sure there was no way Mullany could fight back, as now Harley McCabe looks up the inside, and it's going to be job done straight away from the ex-British Cup rider.
2 positions lost in a handful of corners. It's not like Mullany's run out of rubber already or is overcooking anything. Just just got done, quite frankly. It was a wonderful move from Owen Miller. Tried to hang it around the outside, which actually cost him a little bit of speed and momentum. And then as a result, well, you don't really say no to opportunities like that, do you, Harley McCabe? And through he went. So Miller up into the podium places now. Sembianti still hasn't completely vanished off up into the distance. Still under a little bit of pressure is the number 12. So it could still change. Owen Miller could be looking to try and settle into second place here potentially. He's certainly on the attack now. He's got a smell of the championship leader behind him. Owen Miller, of course, got to remember, in the championship picture as well. 48 points away from Sembianti in the table as they come through the Hall S's and into the hairpin. He'll be going on to lap number 7 very, very shortly for this group. Richmond was 7.5 seconds clear on the last lap. He's completely disappeared up the road, but the fight for the final podium places rage on. Eddie Wormald continuing to fall back little by little here. Would you say he's maybe out of this fight, out of this conversation now?
Yeah, you would think for the time being anyway, he needs these guys really to begin fighting before Eddie Wormald can have another bite to the cherry, if you will. He's crossed the line about a second further back than this field. Actually, Alex Mullaney well and truly dropping back as well. Now Harley McCabe looking for a carbon copy move, this time on Owen Miller. He looks up the inside, the Doctor's angle well and truly out. A job done over by Park. Phenomenal move by Harley McCabe, and just showing the confidence on that youngster. And now he's got the eyes, he's got the stocks on the rider ahead, Kieran Sembianti.
How did Harley McCabe get that thing stopped? As we do have a little bit of traffic to contend with on the run down at the bottom of the hill. So now we're going to start to be seeing that getting involved. That may well have been the 5.58 of Seb Evenden. Yes, Sembianti's completely missed the chicane, and the championship lead is dropping off of the podium places now. So Miller, McCabe will slide on by. He's still ahead of Alex Mullaney. But that's now Owen Miller up into second place, and Harley McCabe up into third. McCabe now looking really racy as well. As I said, that move he just did, I was trying to say, I have no idea how he got the bike stopped. It looked like it was destined to just wash out from underneath him. Great job from the 169 rider. Let's see if he can now bring the fight for second place against Owen Miller, a rider who a couple of years older than him, but from similar backgrounds in terms of their racing. Now, not quite different generations, but seeing what two young riders in a modern environment can do.
Continuing on their scrap for second out on circuit. I mean, McCabe showing a great example of how to do some phenomenal trail braking on corner entry. Meanwhile, though, Kieran Sembianti, could that be a costly mistake, or is he about to return to the podium places side by side with Owen Miller back towards Park? He's already got the job done before we enter the corner, and Kieran Sembianti moves back into third place and begins the hunt for Harley McCabe. Lap 8 of 10, the battle well and truly on as the 12 moves into third.
Nice move there. It's all a change. It's all a changing. And Sembianti, maybe a bit of fire in his belly following that error on the previous tour. But it's got to be said that up in front, Harley McCabe has started to extend a little bit of a gap, so maybe he might have to be settling for third place for Sembianti, but he has now got back in front of a potential title rival, so that is the main thing for the number 12 machine. And he's in front of those that are near him in the championship. Wormald, after losing a couple of places, that mistake earlier on where he missed a gear into the hairpin, he's just not been able to run at the same pace. And then, of course, Owen Miller as well, just getting done by him for podium places. So we'll see. Or maybe Owen Miller going to bring the fight here in Sembianti, perhaps. Sembianti hasn't been able to shake the 130 just yet, and if he gets a good run coming out of the final corner on that Triumph, he could be trying to look at a move down into turn 1. We've seen him pull something like that here before. I think he's going to be too far back on this occasion. Indeed he will be. Lap number 9 and 10, 2 more to go.
2 more to go here at Cadwell Park, as you said. And Sembianti and Miller, well, they're going to be locking horns all the way to race end. You would imagine even if these guys continue to fight, it's still going to be a little bit too far back for Eddie Wormald to get into the mix. Wormald, of course, on the cusp of the top 5. He sits P5 actually for the time being. Miller, very, very close, but we know from a couple laps ago how strong Kieran is through that section of the circuit, how strong he is on the braking zone towards Park. Of course, 1.5 laps remain after this one. Jamie Richmond, an 8.2 second advantage. He's nowhere even in shots. It's incredible stuff from the Ducati rider Miller, having a cheeky look up the inside there It was just a half look, it wasn't a full look. He knew the move wasn't on, but maybe for next time around it could be an opportunity.
Mellor's throwing absolutely everything here at Kieran Sembianti. You look at where he's positioning the bike on the road as he's too late on the brakes, comes into the back of Kieran Sembianti at the bottom of the chicane. He's up on his feet, but it was a hard hit into the wall for Dylan Mellor, or Owen Mellor should I say, but he's up on his feet. You can see the frustration now as he realises what slipped away from underneath him. There is the last lap flag. There is your race leader, actually, in fact, who's so far ahead of everybody else. It's unbelievable. But, oh, you got to feel for Owen Mellor, who just got it a little bit too late on the brakes. He was throwing so much at Sembianti and just threw a little bit too much. Found at the pack of that Yamaha R6, or the Yamaha R6 in front of him, and made his way into the barrier. But the main thing is that he's up on his feet and okay. Oh, what a shame. But at least, well, there's your race leader. We're actually looking at him now. We've not spoken much about him, but he is there, and he is leading by some 8.5 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the overriding emotion there for Owen Mellor was frustration more than anything after that. Hopefully, he's all okay, and hopefully the Triumph didn't take too much of a beating. A big off there, and, well, he lost the front really quick. There was no saving that one, for sure. As it stands though, Richmond into the final half a lap now. He heads towards the chicane. Now, it's been, well, we haven't seen too much of him, but from what we've seen, it's been perfection from the number 5 out there, much like we've seen at Stepston earlier on in the year. Richmond can get that Ducati singing and dancing and on to the top step of the podium. Now, just a few more corners over at Hall Bend and over at Barn between himself and victory.
A little bit of front wheel pickup over the mountain, and then he gave it a gasful to entertain the many crowds that are watching along down there. But what a run it has been from the number 5. That Ducati has been imperious, and so has the man on board. And as he comes around the final corner, Jamie Richmond dominates the opening race of the weekend in the Super Series Sport Trophy. What a performance, what a ride from that young man. It will be Harley McKay that finishes second, should be Kieran Sembianti in third, and is indeed Eddie Wormold in fourth. Looks like Alex Mullaney may have had an issue on the final lap, potentially a mistake, as he was well clear of Eddie Wormold on the previous tour. But it will be McKay up to second place. What a result for that young man. And then Kieran Sembianti rounding out the podium places. So the championship leader does extend that lead by a handful of points over Eddie Wormold. But of course, the story of the day, Owen Mellor, who is still in the championship fight but was a little bit further back, a little bit too late onto the brakes, coming into the chicane at the bottom of the mountain, getting it wrong, running into the back of Sembianti into turn 11 and down and out. No points on offer for the 130. Wow, what a race that was. Superb stuff, especially between our top 5 runners early doors. It is Jamie Richmond that takes victory from Harley McKay, from Kieran Sembianti in P3. Then it's Eddie Wormold, Alex Mullaney, Matthew Dawes, Aaron Dakin in P7 does take the victory in the No Limits Premier Sports Cup category. He's followed by Simon Aldridge, Wooden Cook, Paul Lizachenko in P12. He's P2 in the Premier Sport Cup. Then it is James McLaren, Parker in P14. Scott Evenden is our final runner on the road, or Seb Evenden should I say, and third place in the No Limit Premier Sport Cup as well. Unfortunately, we did lose due to mechanical issues fairly early doors, Aidan Goodings and his Kawasaki. And then we all saw what happens to the triumph of Owen Mellor. A dramatic moment for the 130. Well, we saw that he was okay enough on his feet. Emotionally might be another question entirely. Just sheer and utter frustration from that young man, and you can understand why. But we're hoping that if there is damage to the bike, it's able to be fixed overnight, and of course he can just calm down, get his head back into the game. There's still 2 more races to run for these guys tomorrow. But wow, what a race that was. We're really getting going here now at Cadwell Park. It's been a great day so far. 4 races done and dusted, 4 more to go, 3 with our solos, our normal classes here at No Limits Racing. And then of course we've got the Marlin British sidecars to look forward to a little bit later on as well. So let's wait and see how we're going to unfold it going forward And let's see how it's going to move forward. But what a race that was. Hopefully we can jump down to Lewis Ray in a couple of moments to hear what our race winners are going to see after a really dominant ride from Jamie Richmond and a pretty crazy race in general. Lewis Ray, I hear you found some riders.
Then here in Park Ferry for the time being, Jamie Richmond just checking a few things over with his bike, and we'll squeeze around here actually, so we're not getting in the way of the leaf blower. Jamie, great to see you back. Great to see you back on board the Ducati, and the pace still there. It's clear to see.
Yeah, it's been a difficult year, but we're making progress now. We're finding our feet a bit better.
Yeah, job for tomorrow is yet again another 2 wins.
Be nice, wouldn't it? We'll try.
Well done again. You look great out there.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And we'll slot over to second place, Harley McCabe, who's just chatting away with Kieran Sembiante. Well, Harley, great ride for yourself. A good bass out there on the circuit. How did you enjoy it?
Sound, mate. It's a bit slow compared to other days, but it's good. It makes me work hard. It was a good race.
Yeah, you were great on the brakes over at Park. It seemed a few moves made up there. What's the plan for tomorrow?
I don't even know where I'm starting, but to win, mate, that's always my plan.
Yeah, you're going to have to catch that Ducati first. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
And Kieran, we'll head over to you. A great battle. Sad that O'Miller went down there because it was becoming yet again another good scrap between the two of you. How was it from your side?
Yeah, it was really good. I got a really good start, which helped a lot from 7th. So got into second, made a couple of mistakes, dropped back, but it was a good battle with them. Gutted for a win again, but
yeah. And how are you finding the R6 around Cadwell Park?
Yeah, I love it around here. It's local track, so we come here quite often, and it's good. It's really good around here.
Yeah, a bit of local knowledge, and hopefully it puts you in good stead for tomorrow. Well done.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much.
And I think we have a little bit of time because the CBs are not yet out on circuit, so I'll slot over back here to Aaron Dacomb, who of course took the class win. And Aaron, yes, another class win for yourself. Couldn't quite compete with the top boys overall, but still another solid performance on board the Ducati.
Yeah, it was an alright race. I made a setup change before the race, and it helped in some areas, but it didn't help in others. So I took the whole race to get used to that. Really, I think we've got some things to improve tomorrow to keep it up under.
And how's that changed your approach for tomorrow? What are you looking at for Sunday?
I think we just need to mess about with the engine braking just because I couldn't get the bike off. But we'll have another go tomorrow.
Well, best of luck and still a pleasure watching out there. Well done. Well, there we go. Top 3 overall and class winner in the form of Aaron Dacomb. Ross, back up to you.
Cheers, young Lewis Ray, for that one. Great to hear from our winners and leaders and those involved in battles at the end of the previous races. There you see a very forlorn looking Owen Mellor. Has had his bike recovered now, which is why we had a little delay in getting our CBs out onto the circuit. That is right, it is time for the Dunlop No Limits 500s. And boy, oh boy, this one should be interesting. 36 Honda CB500s going out there, of course, in 3 different classes. We do, of course, have our seniors, our freshmen, and then our elites as well to negotiate. Up at the front, Max Bartle, his pole time 1.5 seconds quicker than Josh Langman in P2. So I think Max Bartle looking pretty good right now for the reigning champ and indeed the championship leader going forward as well. We saw him have some great battles with his brother George last time out at Brands Hatch. George starts directly behind him in P4. But it is pretty tight, to be fair, from P5 onwards. A lot of riders in the 47s, the 48s, and then the 49s kind of tailing away just a little bit as well. A big older split in terms of the field delta, it must be said. But when you've got to go to 36 bikes, and of course the freshman category, which is for novice riders, still with the orange bib, that is to be expected going forward. So the paper suggests that Max Bartle's going to vanish up the road, but again, it's Honda CB500s. If there's going to be a chaotic race here at Cadwell Park, it's going to be these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be these guys. I mean, we have brotherly battles, brotherly love, if you will, and then we have obviously some real veterans out there. Josh Langman's been in the class for quite a while. James Cottingham as well, let's not forget. And, well, as you mentioned, Ross, a big grid for us to get our teeth stuck into. Obviously, Max Bartle started from pole alongside Josh Langman, James Cottingham. So, healthy front row to Mary, the four alongside Carl Freeth and Tim Patterson. On the row 3, we have the likes of Carl Bayliss, Gary Wilson and Liam Sylvain, while Ian Keeble rounds out our top 10 and goes alongside John Hunt and Paul Beard on row 4. Paul Seville goes alongside in P13, Scott Walker and Simon Aldridge for company. Simon Who's jumping off a 600 onto a 500, back-to-back again this weekend. Lewis Corner goes from P16 with Adam Myhill and Ryan Brinkat for Company in 17th and 18th. Lee Sylvain goes from P19 with Jack C. Man for Company in P20. Danny Dilson in P21. Adam Rostra in P22 with Stuart Martindale and James Milner for Company on row 8. Alexander Sons goes from P25 with Leo Wilson and Casey Griffiths alongside. Louis Hines, Ryan Wilson and Mark Parnell rounds out the final spots inside the top 30 with Steve Klaus, David Colley, George Hines and James Crampton going alongside with Michael Kent and Lucy Smart rounding out our grid. 36 bikes in total, Ross. It's a mouthful to say the very least, but 36 bikes, 10 laps around Cadwell Park, 3 classes. I mean, can you really ask for any more if you want a form of action, if you want some drama out on circuit?
It's exactly what you want on a Saturday afternoon, this, isn't it? On the CB500s, 36 of them, all throwing each other at each other, being mental as Honda CB500 riders tend to be. Just a quick touch on the championship picture coming into this one. Max Bartle, the reigning champ of the elite category, 63-point advantage over James Cotton, and for him, who himself is only 5 points clear of George Bartle. Cotton, of course, was not there last time out at Brands Hatch, so that would be a lot closer. So his advantage to Max Bartle, he essentially got gifted a free 75 points in that one. And as a result, after being second in the championship following a crash at Donington Park, was able to jump on through. Simon Aldridge also not too far away from those guys. In the freshman category, Tim Patterson, a 37-point lead over Adam Roster and Paul Beard, only 8 points behind him. And then in the seniors, it is Carl Freeth, who's 49 clear of Ian Keeble. Gary Wilson, only 14 away in P3 as well. So all to play for in that one. And we'll keep our eye very firmly peeled on the championship battles. But given the chaos that we normally get in the NL 500 classes, Lewis Ray, I think we might be a bit distracted by what we're about to see on track.
Yeah, I think we're going to be distracted by all the action. Obviously, still championship points to look out for in this one as well. A few delays on the grid, but I think that is the green flag waving at the back. So we're all good to go. Finally, and Max Bartle, what can he do from pole position? The revs do rise, and then we do go racing in the NL 500s here on Saturday. It's a great start from your pole centre. The reigning champion, Max Bartle, he leads the whole on the run to turn 1. Everyone else tries to slot themselves into position behind. It's going to get very, very tight for position. I mean, look at the gaggle of riders coming through there. Somehow, no contact between the two of them. Paul Saville there further back down the order, just trying to get through. But that is number 9 of Josh Langman, looking for a move down the park straight. He's tucked into the slipstream. He's already out in the slipstream because he's so close to making contact off the back wheel of Max Bartle. Into the braking zone we do go up at Park. Who's going to come out on top? It's still Bartle who leads from Langman in second.
And if you look at who's P3, Lewis, Liam Sylvain, who started 9th on the grid, he absolutely nailed the start and just slid on by so many people before they even got to turn 1. So great start there from Sylvain up into the podium places early doors here. Bartle still under huge pressure from Langman as they come through the gooseneck and to the bottom of the hill at Mansfield. Then of course the chicane before we get to the mountain, which could be an overtaking opportunity for these guys if they so choose to do so. Again, a little bit heavier, a little bit slower than some of the other bikes that we've got out there this weekend here at No Limits Racing, so you can afford to just chuck them around a little bit more, be a bit more carefree, so to speak, and a bit more, well, a bit less gentle, I guess, heading over that section where with a lot of the other bikes you're trying not to take off essentially, but everyone's through there cleanly on this opening lap before we get into the Hall Bends, then into the hairpin, of course the final corner on as well. Do see the hairpin there now, which these are the bikes that we have at No Limits. It's probably the easiest to drop the front there. Seen that a couple of times throughout practice and qualifying as well. Bartle's opened up a couple of bike lengths as we get to the end of lap number 1. Looks like James Cotton back up into 3rd place and got through Sylvain, who still though has made up 5 places on that opening lap after a great start.
Yeah, a great start for himself and already into prime position. The real question is that can he match the pace all the way throughout this race? It's 10 laps that we have to enjoy in this one. Max Bartel, almost half a second of an advantage. George Bartel, he's known for being a fast starter. However, so far, he's not necessarily put that claim to use. He sets about P5 for the time being. So P5 for himself, you see the 21 slotting through, just behind as well. You see 72 and the 77. So Gary Wilson having a solid ride. Let's not forget, multiple classes on store here today for us to enjoy over at No Limits. Currently leading the elite class is Max Bartel. The senior category is Carl Freeth. And then Paul Beard leading the freshmen.
Yeah, no real surprises there in terms of who's leading what class. That tends to be what we've come to expect as those three leading the way respectively. Interesting though, Paul Beard and Freeth not horrendously far away from each other, and Freeth has a big old fight going on right now with Gary Wilson just behind him as well. Wilson separating from Beard in 7th place, so could get a bit exciting for the seniors out there. Beard's nearest competitor in the freshman class, it seems to be Tim Patton, who I believe was the leading freshman rider in qualifying. Again, not too far away, but there is another bike in between them, so he does have to get through 2 riders if he wants to get up into the lead of this race. There is the 83 of Cottenham, currently 3rd place, holding behind Sylvain for the time being. Sylvain was running in the podium places early doors after a great start from 9th, but has now dropped back into 4th place. Let's see if he can try and work his way back through. He's got a lot of room behind him for George Bartel. He can sit there, relax, and just keep his attention forward. No need to look back, just focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. Just focusing on the markers in front of you, the riders in front of you, the corners that are coming up and hitting your braking markers, making your lines. And like you just see the crowd watching on from the other side of the circuit. Plenty of motorhomes making the journey to Cadwell Park, camping out for the weekend, soaking in the sunshine, because the sun now beginning to peek out through the clouds yet again. The clouds were out for around an hour or so here at Cadwell Park. It hasn't affected track temperature. The wind isn't too strong either compared to what it was earlier on this morning, so I don't think we're going to be stressing too much about that. But the 55, a solid move there for him, slotting into position and job done straight away. I mean, that's what's so healthy to see. We say it every single round, but it's true at every single circuit, it seems, that the likes of the elites, the freshmen and the seniors can really get in a good mix together out in the circuit and fight for overall positions. It's so healthy to see. Don't get me wrong, the elites consistently at the head of the race overall, but still mixing it together out in circuit.
It is great to see, and you maybe expected a bit more with the seniors, given that it's just a category for the older rider. Maybe they don't quite have the physicality that they were once able to wrestle a bike with, but they've got that experience on 2 wheels. Those guys know what they're doing. But it's always great with the freshmen, because a lot of these guys, you see it right there on your picture right now. The orange bibs with Paul Beard hasn't even got his 10 signatures on his licence yet, but he's still out there and putting a fight on. Yes, of course, there is inevitably just a difference of natural ability that different riders are going to have. Some people are going to swing a leg over a bike and just be quick at it from the get-go. Some people are going to need time to get used to how to race a bike. But I always do love it when you see people who are new to the sport. They're just immediately quite good out of the gates. It does put a little smile on my face. It's someone that, could be a rider to really watch for the future. A rider to watch now even, let alone a couple of years down the line. But again, the fact that we have all 3 classes out there as well, it's really good for maybe the riders who aren't quite as naturally talented and need to put a bit more work and a bit more time in the freshman class. They have that opportunity to race with experienced riders out there in the seniors, in the elite category, and that is the best way for you to learn, is to just be out there wheel to wheel with other people who've done this for a lot longer than you have.
Yeah, fighting all the way to the checkered flag, no matter what class they're in. And as well, we have some riders that are double timing this weekend, most notably Simon Aldridge. I mean, I think every single round, if we speak to him throughout the weekend, he basically says to us that he hopes next round he's not going to have 2 races back to back. However, that's been the case quite a few times this year. And all he has time for after the race on the 600 is a quick drink, and then, once the CB500 is nice and warmed up, he heads out at the back of the pack and lines up in his grid slot. I mean, it is how do I say, it's his dedication, to say the very least. Some people might call him a madman. We'll call him dedicated up here.
Yeah, well, if he's that desperate, it might be getting to the point he needs to head to race control with just a 20 quid note and see what he can get away with going forward. But of course, don't bribe race control, please. That would not be a good look. But yeah, no, someone from it maybe does need to have a word with him if he's getting that tired, because it has now been a couple of rounds, hasn't it, where he's literally come back in. You can see the sweat pouring behind the visor, and it's just straight off one bike, straight onto another, and two completely totally different machines as well, and she has to get used to one so very quickly after doing a whole race on a 600. But still, kudos to Simon Aldridge, currently out there running in P9 overall, P6 I believe that is, in the elite class as well, so running very, very solidly out there. That not quite a battle that we're seeing for P3 in overall and in the elite. Still going on. Cottenham hasn't really managed to drop Sylvain on the 261 behind, as we see some riders a little bit further back. That's Gary Wilson, Simon Aldridge, Freeth just behind as well. Simon Aldridge has actually just moved up to 7th on this lap, so he's still P6 in class, but has got through some of the seniors and the freshmen that he's in this fight with at the moment. Doing a great job of it, but this group led by Gary Wilson on the 77, who is your senior leader as well.
Yeah, this group at the moment have the good scrap behind. Obviously, this being for overall and a few class positions here or there too. Talking about class positions, it's now going to be Patterson who leads the freshman category. So Paul Beard dropping back second in class, and actually dropping quite a few spots. He's back down to P12 overall. Paul Beard was previously inside the top 10, so disappointment there for him. But Gary Wilson also having a good ride. I mean, Gary Wilson is one of the riders that are always really easy to spot out on circuit. I think it's fair to say his bike can sometimes look a little bit like a sweet shop out on track, but easy for us to spot up here in the commentary box, and well, clearly it still goes fast out on circuit even with all that paint.
Yeah, maybe it's a really thin layer of paint. We're talking micrograms that we're saving here. It all matters in the tenths of a second and all that, but no, very easy to spot. And again, doing a great job out there at the moment is Gary as well, and looking to just continue to be running strong. Of course, he's currently P3 going into this round in the title standings in the senior category. Ian Keeble 14 points ahead, 63 points away from the championship leader in Carl Freeth. Freeth, of course, is not too far away. He currently on second in class, but with Simon Aldridge separating the pair of them, even though they're very, very close indeed. I say that Simon Aldridge has actually got through on the previous tour, so that is now a fight for the race lead in the senior category between Gary Wilson and Carl Freeth, your championship leader. It's a fight we're very used to seeing. They've been having ding-dongs all years long, but I'm sure massive smiles on underneath the helmets. These guys love racing each other, and it's just so clear to see, even by how they fight, you just know they're having fun.
Yeah, they'll be enjoying this battle together out on circuit. They'll probably laugh about this battle as well later on. In fact, they'll probably rewatch it as well on NLR TV, and who can blame them for that one? Down the inside though, yet again for Freeth. Job done, class lead now for him. This being, of course, the class lead in senior category, plus P7 and P8 in the overall standards of the NL 500 fields. I mean, the Dunlop NL 500s always deliver action from start to finish. It does look like we have a crasher out on circuit. Can't quite see a number on board that one, but a big shame there for them. You would say that would be race done here today. And that looks like number 9 of Josh Langman. Josh Langman, the number 9, has gone down, and yeah, that is number 9 inside that machine. Such a shame. Running P2, and it looks like Max Bartel's pace has been too much to ask for, too hot to handle, and the number 9 from P2 goes down.
That looks like he's dropped it, coming into Mansfield potentially, or out of the gooseneck potentially, given where he is on the circuit and where everyone else is right now. So that puts Cottenham up to second, Sylvain up into the podium places once again as well, but again, we're not going to be able to understand what happens until we speak to him a little bit later on, I suppose. But wow, what a change that was. Was that succumbing to pressure? Was that he just got sucked out a little bit wide? Was there an issue? Was there a coming together? Unfortunately, we don't know. The main thing is he's up in his feet and okay. Yeah, to my eyes, he's dropped it at Mansfield, probably dropped the front. And yeah, that's it. Race is over, done and dusted. We are on lap 7 of 10 here in the Dunlop NL 500. You can hear it's quite windy up at that part of the circuit as well, so maybe just been caught out by a gust of wind potentially. So we'll wait to see. But battles continue and onwards. Gary Wilson's lost out now to Scott Walker. That's not for position. Walker in the elite category. But Carl Freeth, the championship leader in the seniors, is trying to break away. The 26 looking to the outside of the 77. Is the 713 going to be able to follow him through as well? Still wheel to wheel as they come through Chris Curve. I think that the 77 of Gary Wilson's going to be able to hold on for the time being, but he is under immense pressure right now.
Yeah, holding on still out on circuit, and this battle, you would imagine, is going to go all the way to the checker flag. Obviously, it looks like the 72 of Freeth has stormed into the distance. It's probably about 2 seconds or so by the end of this lap, and that is being putting it lightly and deep, because Freeman's now got ahead of Aldridge out on circuit, so that's going to be P5 overall for him, plus the class lead well and truly sewn up if he can keep it on 2 wheels for the remainder 2 and a bit laps. I mean, incredible stuff that we've seen here today in the NL 500s. A big crowd and watching at the mountain as well. And the CB 500s, they can just pop up the front wheel just about. Certainly if you try, you can wheel it over the mountain, but yeah, you're certainly not going to be getting both wheels off the ground.
I mean, someone's probably done it at some point in history, surely. If you've got someone who weighs about 20 kilos and is 3 foot tall, and just give him the biggest run up in the world. But no, for the vast majority, yeah, a little bit of, probably more just the front getting light, to be honest. Maybe the rear gets a bit squirrely as it gets light as well, but quite frankly, if you're getting anything more than a slight pickup on the front wheel, you've got a problem with your rear suspension. Up the inside there goes Gary Wilson, and moves back on through on the 26 of Walker. So back up into 7th place overall. Again, that is a move that in the grand scheme of things matters not at all for those riders involved. But behind these guys, Walker and Bayliss, the 55, that is a fight for position. Then Patterson, the freshman leader. Again, he's just kind of watching along, enjoying the show at the back of this pack, maybe thinking about making some moves on Bayliss, but not quite. That's a muscly move. The 26 forces his way through on the number 77. Walker back up into P7. And yeah, just forced his way up the inside there. Nice stuff.
Yeah, it's all move for him. And, well, for Patterson, for example, it's going to be a good opportunity to learn and watch these riders, more experienced riders ahead of you, just fight it out. Look where they're making moves, and you can see Josh Langman having to watch on from trackside. So disappointing. Another retirement there over at the chicane. So yeah, really disappointing for some of these riders, not able to get involved in the fight, and instead watching on trackside as a spectator. A massive for them, and it looks like that was Brinkat, who stopped around 1 lap before Langman earlier on. And well, now we head yet into the final sector and make our way towards the hairpin and barn. But Hall Bends, it's so tricky no matter what machine you're on. Never mind these CB500s, which were never originally designed to go motorcycle racing.
It's such an amazing set of corners, though. That's the thing. Yes, it's difficult, but that's why riders like Cadwell, because it is difficult. Of course, you come in, obviously, you're just over the mountain, so the bike may still be a little bit unsettled as you're trying to wind up through the gears, even if there's machines that aren't quite as quick. And then, of course, right, it then drops away with you to the left, and then up a crest for the blind right, and then you've got to get on the brakes for the hairpin. Basically right at the top of the crest, and it's blind on the way, and sometimes there's a bollard there on the left hand side you can use as a guide, but we don't have it this weekend. And you're braking right at the top of the crest, and you're trying to tip in while you're braking, and because you're at the top of the crest, the bike's light as well, and it's blind, so you need to try and figure out where you are really quickly. It's such a tricky little combination, such a tricky little section, but it's so much fun as well. And again, the really good riders are going to gain huge amounts of time through that part of the racetrack, and it is a part that really does separate the good from the great that are out there. But even if you're not that good through it, you're still going to enjoy it anyway, because it's just one of those sections of corners that's just so fun to go through. That battle seems to have split into 2 battles of 2 rather than 1 big battle of 4, as here we do see Simon Aldridge, who is keeping Carl Freeth at bay. Of course, again, those guys 2 different classes. Simon Aldridge having just done the previous race out, and now is continuing to push onwards and looking to try and get a 5th place here in the Dunlop NL 500.
Aldridge has well and truly dropped back here. I mean, let's keep in mind, a few laps ago he was having a good scrap and fighting away, and now he's under a lot of pressure and getting caught up from the riders behind. He's had a few moments as well in the rear, and well, you have to wonder if this latter stages of the race, if maybe the tiredness is just getting to him. Obviously these aren't the most physical machines, but he just came off an R6, having to wrestle R6 all the way around as the last lap flag is out, meaning 1 lap separates Max Bartel from victory.
And it's probably going to be a pretty easy victory to take, given that he's got 12.1 seconds to the good to look forward to enjoy. So he can probably just cruise around. A nice little Saturday afternoon cruise home for Max Bartel. Hardly a surprise, given how strong, how dominant he's been this season. Of course, he is the reigning champion. We know he's pretty good on a bike anyway. But once again, showing that he is the absolute class of the field. And again, a huge way in front of James Cottenham in P2, who once again is his primary championship rival. Well, that's the story that, as it's currently being told anyway. But Bartle looking to extend that advantage even further here in race number 1 at Cadwell Park. And already with pace like this, you're thinking he could be looking at a clean sweep, a hat-trick at the end of the weekend. Of course, it's motor racing. Anything can happen. But when you've got pace like this as he bounces off the limiter in the way to the S's, it looks like he's going to be pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, he's going to be untouchable. A little bit of traffic to deal with. If he's even going to have to deal with it at all, actually, you could imagine. Number 1 is able to hold on to it all the way to the checker flag. What a ride it's been from Max Bartle from very start to very finish. The reigning champion proves why he's got the number 1 plate machine on that bike. He takes the race win on Saturday. Sensational stuff from Max. He comes across the line, beating James Cosnam, who just is about to take checker flag in a few moments' time. And there is Cosnam, 13.531 seconds behind. Sylvain does take third overall, of course, third in the league category 2. And George Bartle should be taking the final podium spot in P4. Aldridge in P5, or will he be able to hold on to it all the way to check flag? Yes, he will indeed. Carl Freeth does finish in 6th behind. That's going to be the race win in the senior category. Gary Wilson second in class as well. Walker P8 overall. Patterson the top freshman runner in 9th. And Bayless rounding out the top 10. Paul Beard second in category in the freshmen. Keeble third in the seniors. Third in the freshmen. So you're going to have to go quite a bit down the order actually for that one. But super good stuff from the NL 500s here on Saturday. Still plenty more action coming up as well. Race 6, 7 and 8 to finish here today. The British Sidecar and Senior Dawn later on will be our final race of the day, of course. But next up will be the Pirelli Super Series Power and the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup. But yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. Obviously, Cadwell Park is known for delivering drama. Who knows? We could have a few surprises in terms of weather on the horizon here on Saturday. The wind has certainly picked up round the circuit. Not at this second half, but up on the top sides of the track. Now though, still fewer riders across the line. P25, who's it going to go the way of? It was Griffiths last time around. And it's now going to be Sons, Pippin Griffiths, with George Hines and Arnell across the line behind. But what a ride it was from Max Bartle. He's our victor once again, nearly 14 seconds of a winning margin for himself. We did lose out on Josh Langman last time around. It's a big shame for him. There's still a little bit of work to do for later on. But Max Bartle, he's one of our coolest, he's one of our calmest customers that we have in the NLR paddock. And I'm sure once Ross has a word of him down in Park Fermi, he's going to be pretty relaxed after that one. But what a race, what a ride. 13.5 seconds of a margin. And now he can go into Sunday with added confidence. Finally, though, we can head down to Park Fermi where Ross McIntyre is down with Max Bartle.
As always, a very entertaining race in the Dunlop NL 500 classes, but probably a bit of a boring race once again for your overall winner. Max Bartle absolutely vanished up the road and put in another fantastic display of things. Just a few checks and chats with his competitors. But Max, that one must have felt a bit boring in all honesty. I mean, I can see you've been working hard, but you just kind of vanished up the road.
Yeah, 10 laps around Cadwell is very difficult, to be fair. Just put in a few fast laps, and I can't do that pace the whole 10 laps. It's very difficult, very difficult.
Still, 12.5 seconds clear of anybody else out there. You've clearly got the pace to have another really solid weekend, looking potentially at 3 wins and extending your championship lead further.
Yeah, hopefully that's the plan, just see how it goes. I know Josh, I don't know if he ran on or crashed or whatever, I hope it's alright, but I reckon he can be there tomorrow. I know he can do the pace, so yeah.
Still, looking ahead, 2 more races to go tomorrow. Again, you've extended your championship further in race number 1. What's your thought? What's your game plan?
Yeah, it can't get any better. Just keep doing what I did today and just try hard, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, Max, another race win this year. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Looks like the next race have only just started to turn up, so we may as well at least get some words out of our race winners in the other classes. First of all, as we wait from someone there, we'll get a word out of Carl Freed, our senior race winner, who looks absolutely delighted to see us. But Carl, great ride from yourself, had a lot of pressure from a lot of people around you for taking the class victory in the end. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was good. Enjoyed that. It was hard. Got caught up with back markers at the end, but managed to pull a little bit of a gap, so job done.
Saw you out there, obviously, in the mix with a lot of other different people in a lot of different categories. Was it just a case of you just out there trying to run your own race, or did you find yourself drawn into some other battles?
No, you definitely get drawn into the other battles. You have no choice, because if you don't do it, you just get knocked backwards. So you've got to join in.
But to be fair, it wasn't complete domination. There was pace there from some other people as well in the category. So do you think maybe you could be getting a bit of a fight on your hands going forward to the 2 races tomorrow?
Let's hope not. I need to get enough points not to go to Knockhill. I can't go there, so that's the plan.
Is that you physically can't make it there, or you just don't want to go?
No, I can't make it. Wife's away, so I can't do it. So does she get enough points not to go?
Yeah, but does she not understand that, there's a championship at stake here?
She does, but also she'll cut them off.
Well, I can't really argue with that one, I suppose. But Carl, thanks a lot for talking to us, and best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Looks like we're not going to have time to speak to Tim Patterson, unfortunately, as the next group are now making their way onto the circuit. So, Tim, I promise we'll grab you at some point this weekend if you are back on the top step of your class podium. Lewis Ray, though, back over to you as the next guys out on track.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from our class and, of course, overall winners. Max Barta there, a little bit more flustered than what I was expecting from him. But the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup is out on track. 10 laps, race 6. What can we do here at Cadwell Park? The sun well, it's hidden behind a big cloud at the moment, to say the very least. So some clear visors out there and some big names joining up the grid. It's going to be Ash Barnes on pole position alongside Matt Truelove and Ian Hutchinson. Ever heard of that name? Well, he starts from P3. Tommy Fielding starts from P4. The top of our, I guess you say, our regular no limit runners. Harry Truelove sits in P5. Daniel Stamper 6th. Jamie Richmond, Tom Norton and Jamie Boyce rounding out row 3. We'll give you the full grid in a few moments' time. But Ash Barnes on board to number 8, going from pole. I mean, what more can you ask for him? A 1:28.673. An impressive time, to say the very least, in qualifying. Keep your eye, though, on Matt Truelove. He's joining us for a couple of rounds this year. His pace well and truly up. Ian Hutchinson, though, I don't think he needs any introduction indeed. But as Barnes on pole, Matt Truelove in second, Ian Hutchinson in third. As we mentioned, Tommy Fielding goes for P4 alongside the 444 of Harry Truelove, with Daniel Stamper rounding out our top 6. On row 3, Jamie Richmond, Tom Norton and Jamie Boyce for company. Well, Liam Murtagh starts from P10, Luke Jennings in P11, Scott Stone 12th, Brandon Petty P30, Paul Charman and Wilfred Turner rounding out our top 15. Ralph Laturco starting in 16th, with David Williams in 17th, James Crow in P18, Kieran Nicholson P18, P19 today with Phil Abel, Steve Frizzle for company on row 7. Paul Burbank starting on row 8 with Keith Stringer for company. A 23 bike strong field, big names for company. Ash Barnes, Matt Truelove, Ian Hutchinson, Harry Truelove, you name it, they're on this grid. Tommy Fielding as well, looking to stretch his championship lead here at Cadwell Park. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the very least. What's going to happen is we're not going to wait too much longer to be able to find out. Over the mountain we come now to start the last quarter of this warm-up lap. The grandstands fill up nicely throughout today. However, could a change of weather be on the horizon? The winds continuing to pick up on speed and the clouds beginning to come out here, Ross McIntyre. The weather has certainly shifted here at Cadwell.
It certainly has. Apparently there were reports of a couple of spots of rain at the gooseneck in the previous race as well. How much I believe that, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll wait to see. We do have yellow flags out there at the hairpin. That's just getting riders to slow down. Don't worry, no one's had a crash yet, or I certainly didn't hear a bang into the barriers anyway, as the riders now making their way on to the grid. Of course, got to remember, some of the riders in this race, the quote-unquote big names that we got, those will be wildcard riders. They will not be point-scoring riders. So if we were looking at this from a purely championship perspective term, Tommy Fielding technically sits on pole position because it's like everyone else in front of him is a wild card. And again, looking for Fielding, looking to continue to extend his championship lead as well. But it's all to play for. We've got the biggest and the best that we have in No Limits Racing out there, ready to do battle here for 10 laps at Cadwell Park. We are go in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Premier Power Cup. Big pickup on the front wheel there, coming off of the grid for Matt Truelove. It will be Ash Barnes that has the lead down into turn number 1, and the 8 can get away. Front 3 staying as they were. Hutchinson also there or thereabouts, and in fact behind it all looks very samey all throughout. I think there's not really been any changes of position, certainly at the front of the pack anyway. Good run there from Truelove coming up towards the top of the hill, but he's going to be too far back for a look on that tag Honda against the number 8 for the time being anyway. Front 3 already thinking about starting to break away, but it is the front row that stay as they were at the front of the pack, Lewis Ray. Ash Barnes from Matt Truelove from Ian Hutchinson.
Continuing on at the head of this race, down to the braking zone goes Ash Barnes. Matt Truelove trying to get a couple of metres in the braking zone. I mean, there's only so much you can do in the brakes when you're this quick out at the front. For Mansfield, though, they come then through the chicane and back towards the mountain section of the circuit. As you mentioned, no real big changes on this opening couple of corners, no changes on this race. I mean, the likes of Tommy Fielding, he's got a big task at hand here. He has done it before, obviously. He'll be thinking about the championship, but overall, he's going to be really wanting a shot at battling with these wildcard riders, battling with these British champions, these road racing legends as well. It's further experience for Tommy Fielding, and who knows, if he can pick up some pointers from them here at Cadwell Park, he can use that to his advantage for the rest of the season.
Certainly can, and use it for the rest of the advantage of his career, quite frankly, because again, very much the championship favourite right now is that 556 rider, and he'll be looking to certainly be looking to improve and potentially make further steps in the future. There we do see P4 and P5, or P5 and 6 should I say, in Dan Stamper. Just behind him the Aprilia, the 70 of Tom Norton. So that is your podium proper outside of our wildcard riders in 4th, 5th and 6th. In terms of the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, looks like it's going to be I believe Jamie Boyce is leading the way, the 144 in P12 as it stands, being followed by Brandon Benson in 13. Then it will be Kieran Nicholson in 15th as P3. We've also got Harry Truelove out there, let's not forget, in P9. He's just being classified as a non-championship rider, let alone a wild card. So if you are looking at our timing partners TSL timings page, that's where you need to be looking in terms of who's winning and who's technically not in the race.
Yeah, as we need to be looking at, see the gaps and exactly what classes people are in, most importantly too, obviously HC class as it is on the time screen, so likes the Barnes. Tom Norton though for the time being aboard the Aprilia, he's having another solid ride, chasing down Daniel Stamper. That's for 2nd and 3rd overall in class I should say, not overall positions. That's P5 and P6. Daniel Stamper of course has got married this year, he's had good pace as well, let's not forget, making the step up from the R6 onto the Honda Fireblade. Tom Norton becomes somewhat of a veteran of this class, and now looking at the inside over at turn 1 and thinking better of it. So Tom Norton slotting back into position, and you have to wonder if these two are beginning just to edge ever so slightly closer to the rider ahead, which is Tommy Fielding.
Well, that's very counterintuitive, that, because typically when you start to fight you lose time because you're costing each other track position, which in turn makes you a bit slow. But when you're pushing each other right to the very limit, it can actually increase your pace, and you find yourselves both going forward. No way through for the Aprilia at the top of the hill on that occasion, but huge pressure being placed on Dan Stamper as it currently stands. Can he hold on that Fireblade? We'll wait and see, or maybe there's a little bit deep there through the gooseneck from Tommy Fielding as well. Maybe Tom Norton is thinking what you've just suggested, Lewis. Maybe he's noticed that actually we are catching Fielding up in front. There's no point in me going round Dan Stamper and then we just continue to fight and make a mess of it. May as well push him onwards, get him to Fielding, that they can both get through, get the lead of the race in class, of course with the wildcards out in front, and then I can just get through and get the lead. Maybe, I don't know, again, I'm not sat there on the bike right now, I don't know what he's actually thinking, but it's just a possibility.
Yeah, it's just a possibility for the time being, but yeah, you're going to be thinking of game plan for the rest of this race at this point, certainly. I mean, you're going to be thinking about what's next and thinking about already what you can be doing better for Sunday, certainly on that opening lap, because the top 5 not making up positions, just showing how strong the field is. And well, as you can see, coming to the start finish line, Daniel Stamper, Tom Norton side by side. Tom Norton tried this last time around, he couldn't make it work, and now he has. The Aprilia gets ahead, second place in class style for himself, and moves, most importantly as well, into the top 5 overall, beginning to set his sights on Tommy Fielding, who is well and truly eked away at a gap just by these guys. Jamie Richmond and True Love sits behind, so a good ride for the R9 and the Ducati. True Love up the inside over at Park, job done for himself and ahead of Jamie Richmond. So Harry Truelove having a good old scrap. Jamie Richmond, who of course has already been out on circuit earlier on today on board the Ducati.
He's been riding very, very well as Jamie Richmond, but we just saw Dan Stamper a few moments ago. Big check over the left-hand shoulder, and probably saw what Tom Norton has seen previously, realising when I should probably get through and get on with this, because it really is the case that Truelove and Richmond are catching up to the back of this pair. And now that Truelove is through as well on that R9, he can push onwards and certainly get involved. So maybe that's why Norton decided, you know what, in fact we are going to go through now. Up at the front, Barnes under huge pressure from Matt Truelove for the race lead. These two wildcards neck and neck, of course, both of them racing in the British Champs, but here with us at No Limits Racing today and putting on a show. No way through for Matt Truelove on that occasion. Barnes still holding on for the time being, and Ian Hutchinson probably getting the best seat in the house behind them as well.
Yeah, getting a front row ticket for this overall scrap. All of them really using this weekend to gather some data for the British Championship round, which is coming up in the not too distant future, but nonetheless it's still going to be a good chance to get some racecraft practice in there as well. Of course, Ash Barnes having a great season on boards in the British Superstock class. Teammates this year with Declan Connell. Declan Connell not making the trip down here, but who knows, it could be on track next round. This will be his home round as well for him. But yeah, great for the Rapid Honda guys to make an appearance. As things stand though, Hutchinson obviously P3, and then Tommy Fielding sitting P4. Norton and Stamper continue their scrap, and there is Ian Hutchinson. I mean, you name it, Ian Hutchinson has been through it in his racing career. He's been through some rough times, he's been through some impressive times as well, some record-breaking success as well at the Isle of Man TT, let's not forget, and now running under the RST banner aboard the M1000, and he's beginning to cut with it. It's great to see some huge legend-like names of Ian Hutchinson making his appearance here at the Limits Racing.
Getting out there and fighting up the front as well. I mean, you don't win 16 TTs by being a bit of a slouch, do you? It's great to see him up there. And hopefully he'll be able to try and get up to the front maybe and start joining the fight with True Love and Barnes. There is your race leader proper in Tommy Fielding. The 5.56 now has a huge advantage back to Norton and Dan Stamper, P2 and 3 in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy as we go on to lap 6 of 10 in the Dart Motorsport Premier Car Cup. It is still Jamie Boyce who leads the way. He's now worked his way up into P10 overall. Second place, Brandon Petty, and third place is now Ralph Laturco. So the Brazilian looking for another podium this season and sliding his way up into P3/ that's P16 overall as it currently stands. But what a race we've been treated to over the first half, and battles looking like they're still going to be raging on in the second half, because Harry Truelove is certainly thinking about trying to catch the back of Dan Stamper. Again, that's not a move that'll be for position. Given that Truelove is a wild card, he won't be registered as scoring points at all. So technically, it will be. It's like he's not even there out of the racetrack in all reality.
Yeah, in terms of championship points.
Yeah, but you know, you're out there, you're fighting, you're a racer. Of course, you're going to try and get involved.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to want to get ahead of the bike ahead. It's as simple as that. Even if it's a wild card, even if it's a completely different class altogether or the same class, it's all about just gathering data. I mean, we managed to catch up with Harry Truelove in the paddock earlier on. We didn't have a chance to catch up with Matt in the paddock, sadly, but Harry is just here getting data. That's all it is. He's here for a laugh, and he did mention that he wouldn't mind picking up a trophy or two to add to his collection at the end of the weekend. And well, that's just the fighter in him, and now he's putting that on display. Obviously, it doesn't look like he's going to get one here today with the likes of Barnes, Truelove, and Hutchinson at the head of this race. Obviously, Matt being the rider in second, Harry being the rider fast of the way with Stamper and Tom Norton out on circuit. And for Tom Norton and Daniel Stamper, and even Tommy Fielden, who's well truly ahead of this group, it's going to be a big confidence boost as well.
Yeah, it really is. Norton, of course, is always very, very solid, always fighting somewhere near the front on that Aprilia, but he's having a really, really solid run of things in this race. And again, it will be a boost for the confidence. May see a step forward into Sunday, let alone across the remaining 3 rounds of the season. Barnes has gone straight on at the hairpin, and it will be the race lead for Matt Truelove. And through goes the number 4 on the number 8, and the tag on the rider has just got into the race lead due to a mistake from Barnes.
What a mistake for Ash Barnes. Not what he'd be hoping for at all. Lap 7 of 10. It's Matt Truelove who reclaims the race lead, who enters P1 yet again and puts the Tag Honda right at the forefront of this race. It's the 6th race of the day, 6 of 8, and that's going to play into the hands of Matt Truelove massively. There is Tommy Fielden coming into shot, and we have to wait a little bit longer for the likes of Tom Norton, Daniel Stamper and Harry Truelove. Let's give Harry Truelove as well let's put more credit here. There's right, that's Jamie Boyce, the leader of the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. It's going to be Jamie Boyce down on the deck on the exit, very far actually on the exit of the chicane there. So whether that be a high side that's just lasted for a while there. There's race down there. So a massive pour in the final sector. You can well truly see it's chucking it down.
Red flag.
A red flag out there. So Jamie Boyce getting caught up by it there. And well, yeah, you can't blame him for going down. That rain came out of nowhere. I can still tell you the sun is shining.
What? I mean, what? We're a couple of 100 metres from that corner in our commentary box, and it was not supposed to rain today. The wind's picked up a little bit. Where on earth did that come from? And that'll be the end of the race as well on lap 8 of 10. They won't restart that one. Completely and utterly chaotic. What? First of all, I hope Jamie Boyce is all right. I mean, he was up on his feet, but I did see the gloves get sent into the stratosphere in anger. So there is a paddock announcement going on. So I can't quite make out what's being said over the PA by Mark Berry, our race director, here at Cadwell Park. So I might have to get Lewis to report back when he makes his way back inside the commentary box. He's on his way down to Parc Fermé right now. But again, rain flags are out. That's the white flag with the red cross. Slippery surface flags as well. And of course the red flag to signal. Actually, you should probably stop now. It is now raining over our commentary box. And it's coming down quite hard, actually. I'm just going to poke my hand out the commentary box window. And that is coming down. Where did this come from? Well, they've sent the medical car out to do a recce. I just can't believe that's how it's ended. Anyway, Jamie Boyce, he's ended a long way across the racetrack. Let's run through the order of things when the red flag was thrown. Again, this is provisional. Typically, you take the results from the lap prior to the red flag coming out, so when the leaders all cross the line in the sake of fairness. But provisional as it stands with the red flag coming out, order as they are. It was Matt Truelove from Ash Barnes from Ian Hutchinson, your top 3. Of course, those 3 wildcards. So Tommy Fielding takes the win proper from P4 in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy from Tom Norton, from Dan Stamper. Then it was wildcard Harry Truelove, followed by Jamie Richmond at the number 5 in P8. Luca Jennings was P9, and Jamie Boyce in P10 he was down, but he did technically, still apparently win the Dart Premier Power Trophy. Again, provisional results. He was followed by Liam Murta on the number 47. Then it was Brandon Petty, Scott Stone, the 125, Paul Charman, Turner, Ralph Laturco, Kieran Nicholson, David Williams on the number 43. Then James Crow on the number 12. Paul Bowerbank, the 128 in P20. Then it was Frizzle, Abel, and Keith Stringer, the 66. Seems to be the only rider we lost in that one due to some sort of mechanical issue. But riders are just being held on the circuit due to the rain, which seems just to be a sudden shower that's passing over. So hopefully not too much of a delay here at Cadwell Park. We'll head down to Parc Fermé anyway. Lewis Wright, what have you got for us, my friend?
Now, the shower just stopping, I think it's fair to say, and only a handful of riders have actually made it down into Parc Fermé. So we're going to start for overall winners and then work our way, of course, to the
the winner that truly matters in terms of championship, Tommy Fields, in a few moments. But we'll jump in with Matt Trullo for the time being, because Matt, overall race win for yourself. I'm sure, just like your brother Harry, just gathering some data out there for this weekend. But an unexpected shower.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a good race, to be fair, because I think all three of us were going quite quick, and then I could see at the end I could start eyeing up where I thought I could maybe get past him, and but he obviously then ran on, and then the red flag, so it kind of worked perfectly for me. But yeah, it's been nice to just come out here, just kind of get the bike somewhere near for BSB, and and just kind of ride with no pressure, so it's nice.
Yeah, and plan for tomorrow, you would imagine just trying to repeat that yet again and take home another trophy and further data.
Yeah, basically, just I think there's a few minor bits, like I could see where he was a bit better and I was a bit better, so try and work on our weak bits and see if we can go a bit quicker.
Best of luck and well done.
Cheers, thank you.
And, Ash Barnes went for the wrong gate, actually, over in Park Fermi. So we'll jump in with Ian Hutchison for the time being. Ian, third place for yourself overall. I mean, I'm sure you're happy with yourself for that. You've already had a good roads campaign this year, and now just some extra track time at no limits.
Yeah, I was looking at doing the Super Stock race here at end of August, so I've not been here since 2021. So I thought if I come here and see how competitive I am, we'll see how it goes. But I've gone under my fastest ever lap here by a second then, so we're chipping away. They got away a little bit, lap 3-4, and I sort of settled into it. We changed quite a bit for that race, so I was happy it worked, but it was a bit different to ride.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how are you finding the M1000s around Cadwell Park? Is it as much of a handful as what you remember of this circuit? Obviously, a lot more aero on this now, a little bit more electronics as well since you were last year.
Yeah, to be fair, you can bring the power down in the gears to whatever you want. So if you had full power in every gear, it'd be horrendous, but you can make it as slow or as fast as you want. So there's plenty of settings for that. So it's actually quite nice to ride, to be fair. I did a good lap time in 2016, so I haven't been under that. So I was like, we need to be doing at least that. But yeah, we're well under it now, so I don't think it's too bad a time for British Championship, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of data for you guys, and some more running tomorrow. Well done. Lovely to see you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
And now we'll move over to Tommy Fieldham. And Tommy, just having a little chat with some of his rivals behind. A solid race for the championship, I think it's fair to say. 25 points picked up for you, if everyone else being wild cards. And first couple of laps, keeping tabs on them.
Yeah, I knew that these guys are, we all know this guy is who finished third. So just to be, somewhere near them is amazing. It was a good race. I've done my PB by 0.4 of a second, so really pleased with that. I wasn't sure whether I'd have it in me, but I guess all the coaching that I've been getting and the bit of tuition, pointers and things is really paying off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Stewart's strong out there. The Honda looks to be working well as well here at Cadwell Park, and the rain coming out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, to be honest, just before I put my helmet on, I said to Richie, I felt a drop of rain on my wrist there, and he's like, it'll just be don't worry, it's not coming, but obviously it did. Yeah, exactly. It came out of nowhere, and well done, and still 2 races to look forward to tomorrow. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd just like to dedicate this win to my brother, Jacob, who actually paid for the tyres for this race, so thank you very much, Jake. Oh, lovely to see you again. Family effort. As we'll head over. We have a little bit of time. Next class not down here yet with this rain delay, so we'll head over and speak to Tom Norton and Daniel Samper, because it was a lovely little group fight that you guys were involved in. How was it from your side?
Tiring. No, it was alright. I was following Dan, and I could see places he was quicker than me, and I could see where I was a little bit quicker than him, and then I just sort of set the move up and got past, and then managed to hold it until it started raining at least. So. Yeah, love to see the pro going well, and best luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. And Daniel, I mean, this Honda seems to be going well at every single circuit we come to. How is it from your side?
Yeah, like I said at Brands and Donington, just learning, keep chipping away. I've been going faster every time I go out, so I think we're taking a step in the right direction. Yeah, exactly. Still 2 races to go tomorrow, and hopefully you can make a step tonight. Yeah, maybe. Let's see what the weather does tomorrow, shall we? Yeah, exactly. Maybe some more rain on the cards. Well done. Cheers, mate. And, why not? Since we'll have a chat with Brandon Petty, because we did see a late crash for Jamie Boyce over at the chicane, and it looks like, Brandon, provisionally anyway, it looks like you might be taking the Dart Motorsport win. Yeah, I think so, yeah. How was that race from your side? And a massive shame as well to see Jamie crash there.
I just want to say, first of all, I hope Jamie's alright. He looked to be getting up and walking away, so I hope he's alright. But yeah, no, it was a good race. They definitely needed to red flag it after the rain at the top of the circuit there. No, it was mega race.
Yeah, and where was the rain worse for you guys out on circuit? I mean, we've seen it really teaming it down at the final sector.
Yeah, it was, as you go park straight and all over that back session, it was horrendous, and then it was bad going into Hall Bend, so yeah, it was a good call, red flag, yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully tomorrow Jamie can be back on circuit and back on the grid to fight with you guys. What's the plan for tomorrow? Do you think a class win yet again could be on the cards?
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Yeah, Jamie's real strong here, he's riding really well, so it's unfortunate he went down, but yeah, we'll give it our best shot.
Yeah, love to see the BMW do so well, and well done yet again.
Cheers, mate, thank you, appreciate that.
Well, Ross, we'll throw it back up to you in the commentary box for the time being. Lovely to hear from, I think, 5 or 6 riders there, so back up to you, Ross, in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Lewis Ray. And as a result of those finishes, again provisional, but one that we definitely know is not provisional, is that in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. And it'll be Tommy Fielding taking the win from 4th place, 3 wildcards ahead of him. Tom Norton 2nd place. As a result, that means that Fielding's championship advantage has extended by some 5 points, up to 89 now. So Fielding continuing to pull away, I think is the, maybe not the word that I'd use, but continuing to just chip away at it, continue to get those points down. Of course, in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, it's only a 44-point gap between Jamie Boyce and Brandon Pettin. Again, given that Jamie went down, and we're not sure who they're going to be awarding results to and where, I'm going to save that one for later, because Lewis thinks Brandon Pettin might get it. I thought Jamie Boyce was going to get it, but we're going to go and count back. It's anybody's guess who is going to be taking the victory overall. We do have 2 more races for you here today. Saturday's action at Cadwell Park, round number 6 of the 2026 NLR season. Coming up first, we'll have our final solos race of the day for the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600. And then it will be time for our guest championship in the Marin British Sidecars, the national championship for sidecar racing in the UK. And a very, very star-studded grid that has British champions, it has world champions. It's got a lot of different sidecars as well. There's plenty of F1s, but a fair few F2s as well. So if you're a fan of our 3-wheeled friends, you're in for a little bit of a treat. And their race is longer as well. It's 14 laps instead of 10, which all of our No Limits races are. So that's to look forward to wrap up Saturday's action. And then, of course, we've got race number 9 through to race number 24 a little bit later on tomorrow as well. The ambulance just making its way back around the circuit. That's possibly gone to pick up Jamie Boyce potentially. Hopefully he's all right, or if it's somebody else who's in the back of that thing, hopefully they're all right as well. But the shock rain shower has completely come and gone. Just to put a dampener on what's been a beautiful day here at No Limits. And that's the second time we've been caught out by rain this season so far, Lewis Ray. Both times, rain hasn't been expected. Of course, the Brands Endurance are now here. This one a little bit shorter than the Brands Endurance, but again, both days where it was expected to be lovely, sunny and beautiful, and then suddenly it started absolutely throwing it down.
Yeah, I think we should just be quiet when it comes to weather, because each round that we say, oh, how lucky are we, where we come the sunshine goes, and then, well, it goes and rains. But I had just heard, just on the way back up from Park Ferme, Mark Berry over the tannoy saying the next race is declared dry, which I think is a pretty important point to make here. So obviously just a short shower, and with how hot it's been all day, I mean, it's going to be a case that it could just be a little bit greasy out on circuit, and they'll get with it as the race goes on. So yeah, the red flag coming out in that one. Hopefully, of course, Jamie is okay, and it's good to hear from so many riders down in Park Ferme, and Tommy Fielding feeling strong about that one. I think all the riders down there agreed that that was the right call to make.
It certainly was. I mean, it was raining. Like, don't get me wrong. This wasn't like even though it was only a short shower, it wasn't like it was a few drops. It was properly raining. So definitely the right call to red flag the race. Obviously, it's a shame, but again, it was the right thing to do in that situation, because we don't want to create a situation where it's dangerous to continue racing and get to the end. Especially here at Cadwell Park, which is tricky when it's bone dry and in perfect condition, let alone if you're on slicks in the wet. Can see the guys for the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the NL Pre-Injection 600 categories are now making their way down to the holding area. Slick tyres on. A couple have some grooves, semi-slicks. whether that's the case that that's what they were planning to run, or they've been a bit cheeky and gone, oh, well, I've got these and I can run them anyway. If in case it is a little bit greasy, it might help me out. I'm not sure. But again, very much dry tyres for this next one. Mark Berry, of course, did declare the race dry over the tannoy. There are a few people on full proper slicks as well. Again, it will be greasy at worst. It might catch you out if you're riding like an absolute muppet, but
I think once your Thames are in there, it's not
should be absolutely fine.
Too much of an issue. But I think the riders running what looks to be, they're not road tyres, but they look closer to road tyres than what slicks will ever do. They're still race tyres, SC1s, SC2, etc. The riders running them, it would have been planned choice. I mean, some riders are just not either not used to running slick. Not used to running slick tyres, or they don't like running slick tyres anyway. And certainly in these temperatures, it can be difficult. I mean, if you're waiting down there in the home area, you would try to leave it till very, very last minute to head out on circuit. The less opportunity you have for heat to escape the tyres, the better.
Certainly. So it's all to play for, because the track could have, I'm not going to say it's green, it's not been like wash, but there could be the odd spot where there's a little bit less grip because some rubber's been moved away as well. And then, of course, it's going to be a bit different anyway because we have the sidecars to consider and them laying down their rubber. They've got longer races, so how is, the Pirelli, the Metzler, the Dunlop rubber that these guys are on, how's that going to affect the sidecars? And then I'm assuming the sidecars are probably on Housier's. That's what they typically run. So what effect is that going to have for when we turn up tomorrow morning if it doesn't rain overnight? The first action on track, you're going to be dealing with sidecar rubber. How's that going to affect your grip and how your tyre behaves as well? There's so many things to think about here at Cadwell Park, and I can't wrap my head around all of it. But what I can wrap my head around is that we are very nearly getting bikes out on track for our final solo race of the day. Race number 7 of the weekend, and it will be the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600. Of course, if you want to follow along with our live timing, you can do so over at TSL Timing and on their website. Just click on the bit that says No Limits Racing. Unfortunately, we're unable to bring you a timing tower today, but you can just follow along. Just open another tab on your browser and click the No Limits bit on the TSL website, and you'll be able to follow along in real time. You don't need an account. It's not behind a paywall or anything. You can just go there and check it out. A big thank you, of course, to our timing partner TSL for their continued support and excellent timing throughout the season. Long may it continue to the end of 2026, at the very least, shall we say. But riders ready to make their way out onto the track. And you got to say, this is probably the most crucial run down to the grid before a sighting lap that we're going to have all weekend, because where it will be really wet, if it is wet anywhere, is going to be through the S's underneath the trees. And that's the first bit of track that these guys are going to hit. So first of all, you're hoping that no one's going to crash on stone cold tyres. And then second of all, they're going to be using that to their advantage if they don't crash, trying to figure out, it's a little bit damp here, a little bit damp here. So when I go out on the sighting lab, I can push it a bit more and figure things out.
I think this is going to be some good testing for tomorrow, because if you look to the weather forecast for tomorrow, it's set about 55% chance of rain. It's still meant to be over 20 degrees, but I think even some of the riders that we're speaking to down in Park Fermi were looking towards the possibility of some showers tomorrow. Even if it was just tomorrow morning, it might not be the most ideal conditions, certainly for their first race. But we'll wait and see if that rain actually comes to anything, or if it's going to be all right. But as you mentioned, Ross, riders out in their formation, they'll head over to the grid and find that will get underway. And then finally, we can get a race start going as well. Just 10 laps of distance for the pre-injections and the freshman guys, but not too far away. So the grid's forming up. J. Orchard James is starting from pole position. Ryan Billman and Carl Foster alongside Grant Taylor, Laurie Myers and Lewis Adams on row 2. Paul Beards, Carl Vickers and Josh Pickard goes from row 3, with Brian Greenfield, Gareth Isles and Steve Lester on row 4. Samuel Biles, Adam Ross and Toby Welford go from row 5, with Matthew Alderson, Ethan Hall and Scott Wall go from row 6. Douglas Davies goes from row 7, with Alistair Corr and Jamie Cox for company. Chris Nealon goes alongside Thomas Brand and Matthew Round on row 8, with Ben Scattergood, Josh Crawford and Brandon McCormick going from row 9. Natalie Crowe, Jamie Locke and Daniel Lovejoy rounding out our top 30, with Dan Cobb, Callum Denty and Dwayne Sismore for company on row 11. Connor Page, Ian Henderson and Thomas Crawford round at the top 36, with Mark Boots and Lee Dybel alongside. Now that's only at the back of the field. In total, we have 38 riders on the grid, 35 second times in qualifying, Ross, but still two classes, two completely different machines, and J. Orchard James for company on pole position. Ryan Billman, of course, starting from second place, and Ross, we know how quick Ryan can be on the opening couple of laps, but number 7, when it comes to race pace, he's proven to be unbeatable so far this year.
Orchard James comes into this round with a 47-point lead in the championship ahead of Laurie Myers. Missed the first round at Snetterton. Since then, podium every single finish. And 3 wins, or 2 wins out last time, a clean sweep of wins at Croft as well. He's been running so strongly in the last couple of races. But again, some strong riders in this championship as well. Laurie Myers, Paul Beard, Fraser Lizichenko. Oh, he wasn't. He's now moved on up, actually. But he was dominant at the start of the season, let's not forget. So there will be some competition, I'm sure. Ryan Bullman, as you mentioned, always very quick away from the line and over the first couple of laps. Just seems to have a knack of running quick when things aren't quite up to temperature, when you're not quite into the rhythm of things just about yet. And of course, we can't forget about our pre-injection guys coming into this one as well. They'll be a little bit slower, that bikes aren't allowed to be newer than 2002, and of course they do have to be on a carb rather than using a fuel injection system in the motor. So the technology is a little bit older, the bikes are a little bit older, typically ridden by older riders as well, because it's just bikes they've had and looked after and cared for and raced for years. But they still get involved, still put the battles on, and still put on some great displays for us as well.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen all season long Steve Lester and Carl Vickers. I mean, they've put on an impressive show in the pre-injection 600s, and on some occasions actually put it to the newer machines, and actually sticking on pole. I believe it was at Croft. Like Steve Lester. Obviously, Steve Lester, big crash last time out at Brands Hatch over at Paddock Hill Bend, and sadly for him, he had to put his bike in the garage for the rest of the weekend. And Carl Vickers came for the rescue, handed over his what was essentially his wet bike, and stuck some slicks on it, changed the suspension ever so slightly, and out he went. Now though, we are ready to get going in a few minutes time. Ben Robinson on the starting gantry. Just make sure everyone's in the right position. Steve Lester as well slotting into place. So a slow warm-up lap for him. But not too much longer to go. Soon we'll be looking up at the lights where J. Orchid James will be launching from pole position yet again. Carl Foster's as well, the top pre-injection 600 runner. Revs rising though on the starting gantry. The red lights being on now. And finally we can get racing. It was a great start by Ryan Billman. He takes the whole shot on the run to turn 1. And while Paul Beard gets again another fast start for himself, launching from what's his third row of the grid, actually, from P7 to P3. Paul Beard yet again, another phenomenal start. Ryan Billman, a great start for him, and Carl Foster's holding his own on board the pre-injection 600.
It's a great start for Ryan Billman. He had 10 bike lengths by the time they got to turn number 1. We do have somebody who's coming to a stop on one of the Army bikes. That may well be the 65 of Callum Denty, who's down and out before the race really gets going. But it's Billman with the whole shot. What an unbelievable start that was from him. Laurie Myers looks like he's dropped down into 6th place early doors here. And Ballman actually has been given a 10-second penalty, so he may have actually jumped the start, which is why it was so good. Not had anything through from race control yet, but it is coming up on the timing page. He's been got a 10-second penalty. That's the only thing I can think of is race control. I've seen him go a bit quick. He's also now under massive pressure from J. Orchard James anyway, and could well be losing that position out on the racetrack as they come towards the mountain.
Yeah, towards the mountain for the first time all basket. 10-second jump start penalty. The penalty already being applied for the 7-1-2. A massive thing for him. We spoke about how good he is at the start, but that was just a little bit too good to say the very least. Laurie Myers, keep your eyes on him in the second round for the number 13. Looking to make it this one. The number 7 slots in second. Essentially, what Ryan Billman can do in P1. We've seen him in this position before, however. We've all seen him throw it down the deck as well. Ryan Hatch comes to mind before Ryan Billman. With this penalty applies, hopefully has some of them pit Cadwell telling them this information. But Paul Beard remains in third for the time being, essentially second in category. And it's actually Greenfield who leads in the pre-injection 600s after getting through on Foster. Just one lap ago on the run to Park.
6-3 overall as well for Greenfield. That may well be the highest we've seen anybody in the pre-injection 600 run at any point this season. So fair play. Here's the move from Orchard James up the inside. The door was open and gets on by. Of course, he was leading the race in the net anyway with that jump start penalty. Bullman may or may not know that he's got that. It may be really tight, too close to quarter on the bike. But it's Orchard James who now gets back to the lead on the road. The 7 will look to vanish off up into the distance. So it is now Orchard James from Paul Beard. But we'll see how that's all going to change.
Yeah, from experience, usually you have a good idea if you've jumped the start or not. Certainly if it was a close one, you're going to have at the back of your mind that penalty could be coming your way post-race. But as it stands, Orchard James leads the way. Second now being Paul Beard. And with the penalty applied, it drops Ryan Bowman all the way down to P17 overall. That's going to be 12 categories for himself. 40 on 6 riders. A massive team for him. Lewis Adams just coming into the picture there. He's had a decent season so far. I'd say his big moment should have came at Donington Park, but an engine blow meant that it couldn't at all. But we can now carry on through the final sector and stick it towards lap 3 of 10.
Well, interesting developments occurring in this race. It's our final solo race of the day before we get to our Married British Sidecars action. And there is action in this one, absolutely everywhere you look. Don't even scratch your eyes, because you'll probably miss something. They're giving the way they're chopping and changing through every single corner. There we see the 8 of Foster, who was second place in the pre-injection category. Is Carl on his R6. He's just been done by the 2.68 there of Taylor. That is not for position. Taylor in the Metzler Freshman Sports Challenge, of course. But that now puts a fight between Foster and Greenfield in P3, who leads the way in the pre-injection category. So he'll be looking to try and see if he can get back around. Even if he's second in class, he'll want the ability to try and fight for first. Let's see what Greenfield actually isn't that far away from Paul Beard on the 178. So it could be that he gets held on. First of all, it's great to see that both our classes are fighting with each other, especially our older pre-injection riders getting up there with the newer modern machinery in the Freshman Sports Challenge. But the fact is Greenfield is now getting held up by riders in front. So either way, we've got a battle for the lead on our hands in the pre-injection, even if there's a bike in the middle of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Greenfield, for the time being, is on the overall podium places with Bowman's penalty applied. But I think it's still encouraging signs for the time being. I mean, Bowman has been a pretty good pace so far for himself. And although, sure, he's not going to get the position they would have hoped for tomorrow, for Sunday, it's encouraging signs that he could be on to compete for the race win. Grant Taylor is now well and truly in the mix. Grant, he's had a good second half of the year. It seems that Croft onwards is well and truly where he picked up his form and then picked up some points. So far in this race, he's sitting within the high 130 bracket. Fast lap of racing, the fastest lap of the race in total actually being held by Grant Taylor. 138.4. Super impressive stuff. There's Laurie Myers making his way towards Park now as Grant Taylor looks up the inside of Greenfield. Thinks better of it though. That door well and truly slammed shut in his face, and now he has to wait for a better opportunity. Of course, this being for overall position, essentially black and white, not for championship points as we head towards Sunday's actions. 25 up to Grant Taylor today, 50 tomorrow, let's keep in mind, as Grant Taylor finally gets the move on. Does he down at Mansfield? Not quite.
This is as tight as you like, isn't it, between the pair of them? And it could get a bit ugly pretty quickly if they're not careful. They'll be getting a bit frustrated under that helmet, being willing their way to get their way through. And of course, behind Grant Taylor, there will also be Carl Foster, who'll be desperate for him to get through that 48, because then he can directly attack the race leader in the pre-injection class. In terms of the pre-injection class, by the way, that is P3 for the championship leader in Carl Vickers. He's down in 10th place overall. Just behind him, P4 in class is 14th overall Steve Lester. In terms of the championship, Vickers has a 16-point advantage over Steve Lester coming into this weekend. Those two have been undoubtedly class to fill. 7 wins for Vickers, but 11 podiums for Leicester across the course of the season. That's why they're so tight. 1 DNF apiece as well. So that is something we need to keep our mind on. In terms of the penalty for Ryan Borman, he's now up to 7th place. Of course, the penalty's been pre-applied, still running second on the road behind James, but currently he'll be finishing second. Again, whether he knows or whether he doesn't know, well, if he does know, should I say, he'll be wanting to push as far forward as he can do to minimise the points loss. That's the game plan here. That's why he's pushing Jay Ultra James so hard.
Yeah, essentially it's going to be the same objective whether he had the penalty or not in this one. Obviously, Billman getting more and more experience at the front of races. We've seen some slip-ups earlier on in the year, but now finding his feet at the head of the race. Grant Taylor, I mean, he's made some great grounds here. Now looking on the move at Paul Beard down at Mansfield, and this is going to be job done. Paul Beard's looking around the outside and really making contact between the two of them. Beard holds on into the chicane. We'll head towards the mountain section now, where, I think Grant Taylor is going to be the rider to watch here, because he looks like he's on yet another push.
Taylor goes through, but that now means that Foster can attack Greenfield for the race lead in the pre-ejection at 600. I don't think we've uttered those words all season long, quite frankly, because normally Carl Vickers and Steve Lester, one of them has an amazing race, and then the other one, by their standards anyway, has a dreadful race and still comes home to finish second. Up the inside of some traffic, as actually through has got Baldwin on Jay Orchard James. So, although he currently, on the previous tour anyway, runs P7 overall, up to the overall lead goes Ryan Baldwin. Now we wait to see where he's going to be in the actual. Looks like it may be P5, potentially a little bit further back. No, it's going to be P5 for Ryan Baldwin. So he has made time, as we do have a yellow flag coming into the hairpin and coming towards the final corner. We've got a rider that's gone down, and indeed we do. Up on their feet, and another rider down. And who's that that's gone over at the bottom of the hill? Well, up on their feet as well, the 31 we have lost. Hopefully everything is okay for the R6 of Brandon McCormick. He was running in P27 at the time, but straight up into his feet with a RAF rider. His day is done.
Yeah, big shame for them with the conditions. Just catching up to the riders, and wind did pick up there in the last couple of minutes or so, but you can just see the marshals having a little chat with the rider that did go down in the final sector, so a big shame for him, but we will carry on at the front. Grant Taylor that's went down there. Grant Taylor is well and truly dropping off the timing screens now outside of the top 20, so 268. Looks like that's an end to his run. I mean, he was pushing on to say the very least, and look at this pack of riders. Lewis Adams involved in this one, just trying to get through and trying to find a clean bit of track. And well, that's what can happen in this one. Freshman runners, of course, the Metzler freshmen. You have riders that have only done a handful of races in their time. You have riders that have only done 5 rounds of racing in their time. And then you have super experienced riders.
Another rider down.
Went down. Yeah. Another rider's down on circuit. That's right at the entry to the mountain section. A big shame there for them. You can actually see a number on that one, but no overtaken through there, of course. Carl Vickers involved in that big gaggle of riders that we did see just a few moments ago. Hopefully everyone's okay. It seems a lot of riders getting caught out by the conditions here in the latter stages.
We're getting a bit chaotic here as we soon go on to number 7 finish through of 10. I guess riders decided to keep the marshals a bit busy coming through. Is it Ballman that's gone down? Potentially. We'll have to figure out. No, it is Ballman. It is the 712 that's gone down there at the bottom of the mountain. So he was running at the front of the pack. Of course, he was P5 due to the penalty. And now he is down and out. A real shame for Ryan Ballman. Hopefully he's okay. But again, keeping the marshals very busy, these guys, they've decided. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals, the Orange Army, who follow us up and down the country, supporting us here at No Limits Racing. We couldn't do it without you guys. A big thank you once again. Hopefully we don't need as much of you across the rest of the weekend as we seemingly have needed you in the last couple of minutes. And keeping you busy. But Jay Orchard James now has a pretty healthy advantage up the front. He was running in the net race lead anyway, given that penalty for Ballman. But now that the guy that is... somebody else is going for a bit of motocrossing. Is it raining again? Or something? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, a lot of riders getting caught out by the conditions on this final couple of laps or so. But we will continue on the run at front of the red flag, and hopefully no more yellows for the remainder of this race. Hopefully the next flag we do see out there, circuit, is going to be a checkered flag. Now let's have a little look further back down the order. That's Lovejoy on the 140, just coming over the start-finish line. And there is your race leader, Orchard James, over the start-finish line for the number 7. He's got well and truly 7 seconds or so as it stands. I mean, Ryan Bullman, sure he had the penalty, but tomorrow he's going to be coming in with a lot of confidence, and Archer James is going to know that it's not going to be going all his own way. It's not going to be, Bullman is going to be a threat tomorrow, presuming the bike is okay and the repairs aren't going to take time, take energy. And if you can get the bike back to the standard, back to what it once was, again, when you do smash up a bike on a race weekend, it's never going to be quite the same as it was going into it. You're going to have things that are ever so slightly off. I mean, we're talking fine margins, millimetres, or parts that aren't quite the same standard. And that can affect you. It can be the little things like you've got a different 50p piece on and suddenly, you're losing tenths of that because it's not quite running as it once was. So fingers crossed for Bullman that everything's okay repairing it if it does need repairs. And of course, fingers crossed, he doesn't jump the start tomorrow as well, because that was shaping up to be a wonderful little battle. And it was a wonderful little battle out on the circuit, but of course, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. Greenfield is still holding on to Foster for the lead in the pre-injection 600s. Gap's now up to 1.5 seconds. You can see the 48 there now, running third overall. And, of course, leading the way in the pre-injection category as well. But Foster's still there with him. Carl Vickers in third place in class up to P7. And then it looks like it will still be Steve Lester, P12, who's fourth in class. So, once again, Vickers looking to extend the championship lead by a couple of points. But it'll still be, I think it's going to be about 19 points going forward. 21 points if they finish as they do right now. So still very much less than a race win. Just getting through on some back markers a few moments ago was Paul Beard. Now it's going to be Greenfield's turn at the head of this race. Still at P3 overall, P1 in category, but Foster is well and truly on his case, although he's going to be held up there at the first sector. And now Lovejoy getting in the way, but round the outside goes to number 8. Well, that's what you've got to do. I mean, it is luck of the draw. We see it time and time again before you get these race wins in these multi-class races with completely different experience levels. Sometimes the luck needs to go on your side. Sadly there for Foster, not quite going his way, but still a few laps remaining, and as we've seen so far, certainly in the second half of this race, conditions have been catching up quite a few riders.
Yeah, certainly has. Of course, we had that downpour a little while ago. I don't think it started raining yet, but the wind looks like it has picked up. It may just be a combination of a slightly greasy, slightly worse off circuit and the wind picking up as well. It's just catching riders out. That could very much be the case. We've seen a few riders either go down into the dirt or having some motocross moments straight across the grass, shall we say. So, who knows? We'll have to ask them post-race and see what it was like out there in these conditions, as it does look like Foster is desperate to close back in onto Greenfield for the race winning pre-injection, but we are soon going to be heading onto the final lap of this race. There is J. Orchard James, who leads, a back arc around anyway. There's Paul Beard making his way through the hairpin now. Then there is Greenfield and Foster fighting for third overall, fighting for the race lead in the pre-injection class. One more tour, and it's on P3/P1.
The final circulation of Cadwell Park. A big look behind for Greenfield. Just checking that Foster's still in the case. The answer to that is a big resounding yes. How's this battle going to be decided in the pre-injection 600s? Foster having a big look over at turns 2, now towards Charlie's yet again before we head down the park straight. Strangling the power yet again once more. And well, throughout all the run along, throughout all the crashing, it's Laurie Myers who finds himself into the podium places in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. So an incredible ride for Laurie Myers. We did say at the start of the race, keep your eye on him. And now, well, after a few crashes earlier on this year, he's found himself a groove yet again and runs P5 overall, third in category. But, well, Ross, I think it's fair to say this one's going to go all the way to the checker flag. The final lap of things, there's Paul Beard all the way up the road, about 5 or 6 seconds up the road is going to be Archie James, who's not too far away from seeing the checker flag.
Down then into the right-hander, or the left-hander even, at Mansfield. Can Foster find anything on Greenfield? J. Orchard James is going to be taking the victory in this one. He's got 4.5 seconds back to Beard, caught up by a little bit of traffic on the previous tour, and maybe just unwinding as well. Knows he's got the gap, knows he doesn't have to push, have to risk anything. You see some back markers working their way through as well. But J. Orchard James is going to be taking a very, very fine victory, and yet another win to his tally for the number 7 on that Kawasaki. Rounds the final corner, and J. Orchard James had to fight it on the road for a little bit with Ryan Ballroom. He was leading the race anyway, and well, I'm not going to comment on that celebration, but does take a brilliant win. J.
Jay Orchard James on the 7th comes home in P1 with Paul Woods, and Greenfield holds on from Foster, who looks like he was held up there late in the day. And then there's a whole host of bikes behind them as well.
Yes, questionable dance was over the line for Orchard James, but still a 6-second advantage. Greenfield taking the class victory in the pre-injection 600s. There's Greenfield there, celebrates on the way on board the 48. Foster finishing behind second in class. Third place in the pre-injection runners. You have to go quite a bit down the order, but it was another solid drive for Carl Vickers, picking up P3 in class. His teammate Steve Lester sits P11, fourth in category, as we wait for the final couple more riders across the line. But Orchard James from Paul Beard, third in class, goes the way of Laurie Myers. Not quite Laurie Myers actually. Samuel Biles pips him on the final lap for P5 overall, third in category. Greenfield, Foster and Carl Vickers is your pre-injection 600 podium, while the likes of Adams, Isles, Pickard and Lester just round out the latter half of the top 10. Phenomenal ride though. Yet again, exactly what we expect from the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. And luckily, we'll be heading down to Park Fermi in not too long, where Ross will be down there with his microphone to speak to our latest winner in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. It's around 6 seconds or so of an advantage. Paul Beard, of course, chasing his way behind P2. Paul Beard, it's fair to say, it's been a phenomenal season so far. He's been one of our quickest starters, and now looking to carry his momentum into the second half of the year. Still a lot of Sunday to go before our attention turns to Knock Hill, but already the riders are back in Park Fermi, and Ross will be ready to go and hopefully give us an update on what the track conditions are actually like out there. So an incredible ride yet again for the number 7, J. Orchard James taking the race win, 6 seconds of the advantage and the fastest lap of the race. Ross McIntyre is down in Park Fermi with our race winner.
Well, that was a bit chaotic, wasn't it? Our final solo race of the day, it does come to a conclusion, and it is the number 7 of Jay Orchard James who is on top once again. Jay, wow, what a ride that was. Just superbly from you.
Yeah, that was fun. I just want to say, I seen Ryan that fell off, so I hope he's alright. We've been next to him all weekend, so I hope he's alright and I hope he can go tomorrow, because he's pushing me to the limit here, really.
Well, he maybe pushed you on the road, but he did also have a jump start penalty in that race. You actually had a pretty dominant lead on paper for most of it anyway, but goes to show that if you didn't have a penalty, race 2 and race 3 looking forward, you know, he's got the pace to be there with you.
Yeah, he's gonna push me all the way. He pushed me in qualifying. We done track day yesterday. We're same times, or we're together all the way. But yeah, I just hope he's all right. Yeah.
What were the conditions out there like for you guys? 'Cause obviously it was a bit of a sharp downpour earlier. It feels like the wind's picked up as well, so a lot of people having moments.
It was fine. It looks a bit shiny over there, which worried me, but it wasn't. It was dry, and I seen Ryan go over the curb on one of them, and he was fine. So I thought it was dry. It was nice. It was perfect, actually.
Well, at least one of you's liked it, I suppose. 2 more races tomorrow then. Yeah. Hopefully Ryan can actually push you and not just be there on the road. Fingers crossed, yeah?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Great to speak to Jay Orchard James. Another fantastic race win as our social media man Paul Rennie goes in to say hello, but we will get our pre-injection race winner in Brian Greenfield in now. Hello. Wow, what a ride that was, Brian. Superb stuff from you.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, really. I was thinking I was going to be 4th or 5th in the race, and just got a good start, got my head down, and see what happens behind me, and back markers come into play later on, but I could see Carl coming on the last lap and just had to fight for it, really, and put in the extra bit. Nearly lost it at Charlie's 2 on the last lap, so... But yeah, if it hadn't been from a mechanic, Paul and Liv, then they persuaded me to put the new tyres on before the race, so... And thanks to HP Racing, and get well soon to Nicola.
Awesome stuff. And before we let you get anyway, just one last quick one. We did see you were out there fighting with some of the guys in the other class there early doors as well.
Crash at the hairpin as well. He just got by me, and then he just tucked the front and went down. He's just loading up too much, and a couple of other crashes I thought maybe they're going to red flag it and start again, but well done for the organisers to keep it going and give us a good race.
Well, 2 more tomorrow. You think you can follow it up with another win or 2 maybe? Or are you thinking, let's maybe get a bit more realistic?
That could be a fluke. Who knows? We'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. I was at Scarborough last week, having a bad time there and not really in the right place as far as my head goes, but coming here has made things a bit better, and yeah, we'll see how we go. We'll ride the crest of the wave while we've still got it.
Awesome stuff. Well, Brian, great riding today. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Great to speak to our 2 race winners in that one. It is almost time, though, to get ready for a national championship, because I can hear some engines getting fired up over in the holding area. That's right, it is time for race number 1 of the weekend in the Marin British Sidecars Championship. Let's head back to the commentary box and get ourselves ready for the final race of the day.
Thanks for that, Ross. Of course, final race of the day. It's a special one indeed. Race 1 of the British Sidecars is ready to get underway here at Cadwell Park. And we have a very special guest up in the commentary box today. And, well, for tomorrow as well, we hope. And Jed Brady joining us for company. And, well, Jed, first of all, how are you today? And how much are you looking forward to this opening race?
I'm very well, thank you, Lewis. I'm looking forward to it. It should be a close one. We've got 3 reigning champions in the first 3 positions on this grid. We've got Blackstock and Lawrence, reigning British champions. Steve Kershaw, Rhys Gibbons, they're reigning Formula 2 British champions with the FSRA club. And Sam and Tom Christie in third, they are reigning world champions. So it is a feast for us today in skill and talent out there.
Yeah, I mean, all season long, I think all the talk has been on the likes of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, obviously. They've dominated the championship so far, I think it's fair to say. But here today, we were just speaking before we came on air, and, well, you're expecting it to be a pretty close one.
Yes, yeah. I'm quite intrigued to see what Steve Kershaw, Rhys Gibbons can do from second today. They've kind of been a little bit far behind Lewis and Oscar this year with that number 1 outfit, but qualifying today they look closer, and they're going to be pushed all the way by Christie's behind them in third.
Yeah, obviously it's been a big couple of years for the likes of Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons, obviously. I mean, Steve used to run with Stuart Clark, and then there was a change of passenger for them, and now dabbling in the road racing side of things as well for him. So good to see Steve Kershaw still having the pace on the short circuit, and their adaptation over the last couple of years with a different passenger has been simply astonishing.
It's fantastic. I mean, this is pretty much Rhys's first full season on the long bike. Like I say, they're reigning British FSRA champions with the Formula 2, the shorter chassis, sort of thing you'd see at the Isle of Man TT. And Rhys has taken to this like a duck to water. He's a phenomenal passenger, and Steve is a fair peddler himself, double British champion with the long chassis, Stuart Clark, Ryan Charwood over the years, and still got it, as we can see, front row qualified today. So
yeah, still got it, and plenty of competition out there, the likes of Crawford out there as well. And let's not forget Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement. We spoke to them in the paddock earlier on, actually, and they were saying that, well, their F1 sidecar isn't ready for action, so they brought out the F2 for a little bit of play, and just here to get some laps and have some fun.
Yeah, Todd and Manu, they are British champions, world champions in the past with that longer chassis. 2022, 2023, they've nailed it. But as for the full grid, front row, pole position, once again, 7 of 8 this year. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence next to them alongside Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. Row 2 is made up by Sam and Tom Christie with Rob Bix-Ferry Sagers for company. Row 3, first of our Cup class, that's Rob Atkinson and Shane Colebrook. Alongside them, the very fast Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, as you previously mentioned there, Lewis. Phil Bell, Phil Hyde, they're our championship leaders in the Cup class. They head row 4 with Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement alongside them. Andy Peach, Josh Hope with James Saunders and Rob Coppock lining up for row 5. Row 6, we'll see John Holden and Phil Napton with Patrick Farrence and Connor Park in there for company 2. Row 7 headed by Charlie Moss, Kirsty Hawkswell with Brian Gray and Cameron Winfield there. And our final row of the grid is Mark Hegarty and Andy Johnson with Gordon Pottinger and Dave Dodd rounding out the field there in 16th.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's a stacked sidecar grid this year. I mean, even further back down the order, we look at the likes of John Holden there, Phil Bell as well out there. The Bell racing outfit's always one of the cleanest looking, most standout liveries that you can have on the grid all year. But all the way throughout the order, it seems like the field is packed with talent.
It is. These guys have been racing for years. The exceptions pretty much in this field are Patrick Farrence, Connor Parkin. Patrick, a renowned sidecar passenger, he's now moved over to take the controls as a rider. Young Connor Parkin there doing the work, as we see him on screen there, that number 74 outfit. And there, number 13, Mark Hegarty, making his debut this weekend in the British Championship with that long chassis. Andy Johnson on the back. We did see him at the start of the year at Donington Park with their Formula 2 chassis, a Baker machine with a Suzuki in it. All changed now. They've got an ARS chassis with a Yamaha R6 powering them around the place.
Yeah, it seems like the likes of Yamahas and Triumphs have been the standout performers so far in 2026. But the final couple of riders, couple of outfits lining up on the grid, final stretches and conversations being done on the grid too. We're not too far away from getting going here for 14 laps of action in the British Sidecar Championship here at Cadwell Park. Of course, there were last in action over at Snetterton alongside the British Superbike package at the start of July, and now they come here at Cadwell Park for more fun, more action. The red lights are on and we can go racing. It's a good start for Lewis Blackstock. They looked at the whole shot on the run to turn one. It looks like Kershaw could be swallowed up ever so slightly on the run to turn one. They drop back down to third, and it is going to be your championship leader, the number one of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, who leads the way.
A fast start there for number 5, Robix Ferry Sagers, but nowhere to go from that second row. All the road taken up by the number 34 of the Christie brothers and the number 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons there, who did lose out that second place to the number 34 of the Christie brothers there.
Yeah, they lost out ever so slightly. Obviously, it won't be till next time around next circulation that we actually get to see the gaps. But, I mean, Lewis Blackstock, Oscar Lawrence, this is exactly what they wanted to happen on this opening lap. Get the whole shot, get into the rhythm nice and early and try to stretch a margin straight away.
Absolutely. It's the sort of thing Lewis has done all year. Get to the front. He's a fast starter, always has been and probably always will be. And his tactic is get to the front and roll with it.
Yeah, just trying to stretch a gap on this opening lap. And, well, we've spoken about it quite a bit this weekend, actually, myself and Ross up in the commentary box. And Cadwell Park, it's a tricky circuit for solo machines. But on sidecars, it's a whole different ballgame. It's one of the tightest tracks, if not the tightest circuit that we go to the entire year.
It is. I always refer to this place as the world's fastest alleyway because it is so narrow. Racing around here is hard work. When you're battling with someone who's in a very similar pace to you, you don't really get that much in the way of opportunity, and sometimes it's a bit of a close ride and hope for the best sort of move.
You see, just coming through the final section now as well. Well, the head over to tick by yet another lap. Heading on to lap 2 of 14. The first of our flying laps, most importantly. This is what we get to see what the pace is actually going to be like. But a 1.8 second margin already from Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. And just quickly, obviously, we're live on NOR TV this weekend. And for anyone tuning in for the first time for British Sidecars, just a quick explanation on the difference between the likes of the GP class, the Cup class, and of course the shorter wheelbase for the F2s.
Okay, so the GP class is the long chassis you'll see at the front. Our race leaders there, Lewis Blackstock, Christie brothers, etc. The bikes we've got on the screen here is a pass for the lead in the Cup. We've got there Crawford Hardy seizing the lead from Bell and Hyde there. But yes, the GP class, they're slightly more lightweight outfits. They've got the capabilities to run magnesium wheels, again for that weight saving. The Cup class, standard wheels, so a little bit heavier, a bit more sort of conventional for a long chassis. And then the Formula 2, as I said, in the build-up there. This is the sort of thing you see at the Isle of Man TT, that short chassis, kind of a tubular construction rather than the monocoque we see with the long chassis. All running 600cc engines or to 600s to a super sport level category. So like I said, there'll be some 765s out there and maybe a 636 Kawasaki along the way too.
Yeah, exactly. The Supersport Next Gen regulations, full effect in terms of the sidecar engines over the last couple of years. You can even run a Ducati Panigale V2 engine if you really wanted out there, obviously. None of them being used just yet, but so good to see at the moment. The gap stretching, fast lap of the race, no surprise, going the way of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. A 3.1 second margin already, but I think this Cup class is going to be an interesting battle to watch, to say the very least. So we'll have to watch this one unfold, but we've seen some big surprises over the last couple of years. I think it's fair to say in British sidecars. I think one that springs to mind for me is the likes of Sam Laidlaw coming in and really fighting at the forefront. Sadly for them, not racing here and not racing this season, I don't believe, in British sidecars. But always good to see some new names getting in the mix and some new names fighting towards the top 10.
Yes, it's Sam and Jack are kind of a bit of a prodigy. Their father Andy used to race in the World Championship. They lived out of a coach while Andy was doing it, living around and moving around Europe. So they are very much born and bred into the world of sidecar racing. Of course, Andy as well, former Isle of Man TT competitor with Patrick Farrens as well, no less, who, like I say, we see out there behind the handlebars these days instead of on the side. But a lot of talent coming through. Not quite enough as we'd like to see. So yeah, anyone that likes what they see here, do get in touch, do reach out. We will gladly welcome you into our paddock and into our world of three wheels.
Yeah, it's one of the most inviting opening paddocks that we have in pretty much all of motorsport, I think it's fair to say, and it's always a unique paddock as well, with how much mechanical knowledge and mechanical sympathy the riders actually have with their outfits. And you see them sitting there at 11 p.m. at night, stripped down with the chassis, stripped down with the engine, still working on the machines. And obviously a lot of these engines obviously are designed to be upright. They're bolted into a sidecar, usually on its side, and it can be a little bit of a difficult situation in terms of getting oil around the engine. But for the viewers at home, how long roughly can you get out of one of these sidecar engines? Obviously a shorter lifespan than what you would imagine on a normal road bike or on a normal race bike.
There's one of the biggest differences is with a solo, a two-wheel conventional motorcycle that these engines come from, is the rear tyre, very narrow, small contact patch. You can see here as these guys come up through Charlie's 1 into Charlie's 2, they are massive across the width of the tyre, and pretty much all of that surface area is in contact with the floor, so you get a lot more strain on the engine because it's having to pull more effectively because of that the width of that rear tyre. So in terms of expected lifespan, how long's a piece of string? Some will last one weekend, unfortunately. It's a bit of bad luck or what have you. And some will last seasons in some situations.
Yeah, it's one of those things in motorcycle racing in general, to be honest. It's heightened, if you will, in sidecars. But last time around, just looking back at the Cup class, and it's about 2 seconds or so that that Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy have managed to pull out. So after making that overtake, it seems like they've been able to stretch the margin over after the pass over at Park.
Very much so, and it's great to see this performance from Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy. They struggled a little bit at Snetterton. I don't think Lee was particularly comfortable in the bike, but clearly those issues have been rectified coming into Cadwell, and these guys are well away.
In terms of F2 running out there, Todd Ellis, Emmanuel Clement, fastest out there, P8 on circuit, likes of Saunders, P9, less than 1 second separated them at the line last time around. Obviously, less F2s out there on circuit compared to the likes of GPs in the Cup class.
It is a shame. We'd like to see more F2s here. That's kind of the goal, the objective of this British Championship that we have here is to expand the field for the love of sidecars, not just about Formula 1 or F600, the longer chassis, whichever you wish to call them these days. We want sidecars. That is what we want. It's a nice basic sort of objective that we want to achieve, and hopefully in the next coming years we'll see more on the grid, and it's just a victory for everyone in that situation. More sidecars, more fun, more competition down the grid, and more interesting results as well.
Yeah, hopefully in turn as well, more eyes on the championship, and more viewers at home actually getting to experience sidecar racing. Now, we're having a little look a few months ago over at John Holden, and they're right on the two F2 runners actually out there on circuit, 8th and 9th, and there is a sidecar stop. Is that Peach and Hope out there on circuit?
Andy Peach, Josh Hope unfortunately retired. Looks like the run up to Charlie's is... Oh no, is that Park Straight, I believe. Yeah, down the end of Park Straight. So a DNF for those, unfortunately, and that is their second DNF of the season now. Yes, a shame for that number 4 crew there.
Yeah, reliability playing a little bit of issues there for them so far this year. Certainly no problems at the front as of yet. Consistently running within the 133 bracket is our race leaders. Obviously running the number 1 plate this year, sponsored by Dow Racing, running the British Superbikes. And well, for Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, they've not put a foot wrong so far. And at this point in the race, what do you think is going to be going through their heads? Is it just a case of bringing it home or hitting their own markers, or maybe trying to gather further data for Sunday?
Just hitting the markers. I've spoken to Lewis a few times after races this year, and he said he gets to the last lap and he sort of made a very small mistake, a locking of the brakes or something. He said, I've just had to sort of check myself and say, what am I doing? I'm 10 seconds up the road, and I'm still riding that hard. So I think with this 5.5 second lead he's on the verge of here, he'll just be settling into a rhythm, hit the mark. Same with Oscar on the back there, and just falling into that rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, we're edging towards half race distance now as well, so they've still got 7 or so laps remaining in this one. Still plenty of time to eke out a margin or make up some ground if they make 1 or 2 mistakes out there. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much stress for them out on track. Coming out look now at the Christies, running P2 as things stand. A little bit of no man's land for the time being, which in some cases can be the most difficult point of a race. You've watched the race leader go away from you, and now you're still having to stay focused and not give up, because then you're going to have the likes of Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons right on your tail.
That's it. You start in this situation with the Christies, you start racing your pit board, just observing that margin, make sure at worst you can maintain it. You know, you don't want to start seeing that sort of come down from the current leaders. It's just a fraction under 4 seconds. You don't want to come around next time and see that's 3.5 and then the lap after 3.0, because that means that obviously that gap is closing down and you're being caught. And if you've got nothing left to give, with 7 laps to go here, it becomes a matter of time. You know, it's when, not if. So they'll very much have to stay focused. The same with Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons here. They'll have to be focused on the back of the Christies, same hitting their markers, hitting their braking points, their apexes, their turn-ins, throttle application, trying to stay smooth, just try and close that gap down. Should the Christies have some sort of error or a small mistake along the way, they need to be in a position where they can seize and capitalise on that opportunity.
Yeah, you just need to hit their markers and keep clocking off the laps as well. And well, for the likes of Steve Kershaw, it's been an interesting couple of years, as we mentioned, starting road racing and using the F2 chassis a little bit more, gathering more data on it, but still having a good run and a good showing on on the GP class, on the longer wheelbase F1 chassis. It's amazing to see two riders that are able just to be so versatile, switching between the two machinery.
That's exactly the correct word, versatility. There's not many people that can invest their time across two effectively different platforms of sidecar and be successful across both. It's people have tried in the past and you see a little bit of performance drop off, or certainly from one side or the other. It's very rare you see someone that can carry that skill and the speed and the fluidity across, because the riding style is totally different between the two. They're not really comparable other than they have 3 wheels.
As things stand, though, it's now up to a 6.7 second margin at the head of this race. Hopefully, barring any issues in the last couple of laps, it looks like so far it's going to be another 25 points to the margin. It's going to be yet another increase over the likes of Kershaw and Gibbons in the championship standings. It's going to be well over 70 points after this race, heading into Sunday. I mean, at what point do you think? At what point this year do you think they started thinking about the championship? Obviously, ended last year so strong, came into this year really strong as well. You'd have to say all focus, almost from round 1, would be on P1 championship.
Very much so. The performance that Lewis and Oscar have brought from themselves, not only from the machinery, but brought out of themselves as individuals and as a team together on the bike, it's quite remarkable. There's been a few little instances over the years with Lewis having some bad luck and just odd stuff like this. You know, last year I remember we went to Snetterton and his front sprocket came off. Just little bits like that, but that seems to have ironed out completely, and he's just unstoppable at the minute. So for him to rack up 200 points out of 200, it would be 8 out of 8 wins if he does secure the victory here in the next 7 laps or so, and it would be 11 in total, I believe. So 10 in total, with last year included as well. The final 2 races of Brands Hatch, which they took victory as well.
Yeah, it's simply astonishing, to be honest, to see his dominance not only in sidecars but in any form of motorsport. Further down the order, a big shame actually for Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. They're showing us entered the pits, so it looks like that could be day done for them. Meanwhile, though, back out on circuit, John Holdham is still continuing this train, if you like, with Saunders and Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement just ahead of them. Obviously, different classes. It doesn't matter in terms of the championship, but how difficult is it, for example, the Cup riders in the longer wheelbase F1 chassis to be fighting against these short wheelbase F2 sidecars?
Very hard. You can see just how John Holdham, the number 2 outfit, third in the train here, you can see he's looking everywhere to try and get an advantage over that little number 24, white and yellow, of James Saunders, Rob Kopic there. But there's nothing you can do, really. The 2 different chassis, there'll be different strong points around the circuit, places where the Formula 2 chassis will benefit, places where the F600 chassis will benefit, and over the lap, you're kind of equal. So you can see John and Phil Napton there just mired somewhat. I imagine if they did clear them, they'd probably be able to run off up the road and get straight onto the back of Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement, but Saunders and Kopic doing a fantastic job to keep the veteran there. I do apologise, John, but you are getting on a little now, and a storied career in sidecars. But yeah, they're doing a fantastic job to keep that number 2 outfit there.
Yeah, you could just see going into Park there, a sidecar well and truly squirming under the brakes, and well, you have to give it to him. John Holdham pushing very, very hard out there on the brakes and the throttle, but nonetheless, I mean, you're going to start getting frustrated naturally, you would imagine. And for the longer wheelbase chassis, for the GP and the Cup class, where really can they get an advantage around this circuit like Cadwell Park?
It's quite awkward to say. Formula 2s, they're quite sort of skittish through the corners. They do tend to get unsettled, and with the longer chassis, you have the stability there with the long wheelbase. So where obviously mid-corner, when you're going fast through there, you can't really take advantage of that because you've got a Formula 2 that's kind of a little bit skittish across the apex, across the racing line. So you have to wait until the corner exit to get on the power, and then you're kind of quite equally matched. So everywhere where John is stronger, he's almost being bulked a little bit by that little 24 white and yellow outfit in the Formula 2 class, and it's just kind of taking the edge off his momentum on the exit of the corners to really take the opportunity to get past.
Yeah, not able to carry all the corner speed maybe they would want mid-corner. Certainly carry all the confidence that they would want with the sidecar ahead of them, knowing they can get on the throttle without causing any issues. But nonetheless, we do carry on in this one. It is Phil Bell at the moment, still leading in the Cup category. A good ride for them so far. They've stretched the margin behind to the 26 outfit to over 6 seconds now.
Phil Bell, Phil Hyde, they've been the class of this Cup category for the last couple of years now. Didn't quite win the championship last year, losing out to Paul Kirby, Emma Salmon there. But these guys are on their way for a 7th victory of 8 this year themselves. One DNF at Donington Park being their undoing from a perfect season in terms of points finishes. But issues aside, and this looks like a very, very clean run. Beautifully coloured number 18 outfit.
Yeah, it's always the Ian Bell motorcycle machines always look stunning, whether it's solos, singles on the roads or on short circuit. Now, though, we do carry on, and actually, it does look like, according to the timing screens, the Christies have entered the pit lane as well. Obviously, Cadwell Park's a bit awkward having 2 pit lanes, but the Christies have entered the pit lane as well. So that's now going to promote Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons up in position. That's going to be quite a big move in terms of championship shift here. Obviously, it's still going to be Blackstock extending their advantage, but only by 5 points now.
Yeah, this was I spoke to Steve about this earlier in the year in Knock Hill, and he said his goal is very much to keep plodding away with those second places. You never know what's going to happen late in the season. We've seen it before in World Superbikes 2019. Alvaro Bautista win off the start of the season, and Jonathan Ray ended up winning the World Championship. So never say never in the world of motorsport, I suppose.
Yeah, never say never. It's not over until the trophies are handed out at the end of the season. Anything can happen, and dominance can soon come to an end. I mean, we know, obviously, motorcycle racing in general, it takes us one silly mistake, and then you're missing at least a week. You could be missing a weekend, if not maybe more, depending on the incident. So yeah, it could be an interesting end to the season, to say the very least. Obviously, Anglesey, Donington Park and Brands Hatch GP still to come for the sidecars, and a real good mix of calendar this year for them. A completely new challenge here at Cadwell Park, and then we head over to Anglesey, where, well, I think it's fair to say conditions could be a little bit testing for them heading there at the end of August. Before then, a much more conventional schedule of Donington and then Brands Hatch to end off.
Yeah, Anglesey, it's been a while since we've been there with the British Sidecar Championship. Something sort of 14 years, I believe. 2012 was our last time there, and standard Anglesey weather, 4 seasons in a day, rain, wind. I think we just fell short of a bit of snow, but it was a memorable event, shall we say, that one back in 2012.
Still carrying on at the head of the race, and obviously after the retirement for the Christies, it is now going to be quite a significant margin, 18.9 seconds at that. But that's not been the story of this race. I think it's fair to say they were kept honest all the way throughout. It's not like it was Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. It's just on a Sunday stroll here. They're still pushing on, they're still having to hit their markers, and that's for a good reason. They would see on their pit board the gap was only coming up a couple tenths each lap. It's quite a long distance, it's 14 laps. It's a physical circuit as Cadwell.
That's it. I think as well, if you get a slight technical issue that's going to start compromising you kind of want, if you're in a position, you want as much advantage as you can out there. So to build that lead, I mean, Lewis is still sat in the 33, 1 minute 33s, 33.9 last time round, 34.9 this time, as he just crosses the line there. So it shows that his pace is, like you say, he's not on a Sunday stroll. He is still very much committing to dropping some pace on this race here.
And still consistently running within the 134 bracket. I mean, these times are pretty astonishing considering the qualifying times. Pole position time was 133.5. I mean, at this point in the race, we're not terribly far away from qualifying pace. The fastest lap of the race, a 133.3 under the pole position time as well. Yeah. So super impressive. And well, tonight they'll go back to the drawing board and potentially try to make some changes. But the question really does come, how much more can you improve when you're already improved on your pole position time in race 1?
You're down into the minutiae of a detail there. Like you say, that the base setup is clearly so good for Blackstock and Lawrence that it's going to be maybe a slight fraction in suspension tweak, maybe one click here, one click there on dampening rebound, maybe a slight adjustment to tyre pressures, but you're really into the nitty-gritty of adjustments when you're running the pace and you're having the season these guys are having.
Yes, this has been an astonishing 2026 campaign so far. Still, though, Sunday to come. Obviously, they'll have a little warm-up on Sunday morning before race 2 just to get things settled out. And certainly for the Christies, they're going to be very, very grateful for that opportunity. Just whatever the case, whatever's broken or whatever's not running right, usually ends up being a small mistake or a small part fail, and a 50-pence part, for example, fail. As you mentioned, a front sprocket fail, and such a rare, minute thing that you would never expect to happen. It's always those types of issues that you run into.
Yeah, it's always handy to have that warm-up. If you've got a slight issue, you really don't want to be going into a race almost blind. You know, if you think you've fixed the issue, you don't really want to be finding out potentially turn 1, lap 1, especially somewhere around like Cadwell Park. You know, we're not blessed with fantastic amounts of runoff around here. As great and as fun and undulating as this circuit is, if you can get a warm-up in, it just helps settle the mind a little bit.
Yeah, it gets the mind up to speed in the morning, gets everything nice and checked out before you end up on the starting grid, ready to go lights out for what is going to be, well, tomorrow, another 14 laps of action. Right now, though, we are on lap 14 out of 14, and, well, a little bit of traffic to potentially deal with on this final lap, but I don't think it's going to faze them. I don't think it's going to cause them too much bother, and, getting out the way straight away there. So that's what you would hope, certainly, when you've got a 20-second advantage in the lead.
Yeah, very, very sensible riding from James Saunders there, who has now been passed by John Holden, eventually pulling out all the stops and all his racecraft over the decades to get past ahead. Patrick Farrance has also achieved a similar goal, moving up to 8th overall ahead of the number 24 outfit.
Yeah, good mix of experience and the future, and of course the present in British sidecars. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence is going to be taking the race win. They're going to take the race win here at Cadwell Park. Race 1 on Saturday goes the way of the number 1. I mean, to say they're celebrating is putting it lightly over the line. Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons, we'll wait for them to appear. I mean, they're about 20 seconds or so behind. They should be claiming second place out on circuit, barring any issues over the start-finish line. Here comes the number 29 outfit now. And well, the LCR triumph over the start-finish line, they do come. Steve Kershaw, Rhys Gibbons, second place for them. And now, third place should be going the way of Biggs and Seegers over the start-finish line. You can see as well a couple of retirements down in the bottom pit lane, so not everyone able to make it. And there's Phil Bell and Phil Hyde. This should be your cup winners after a really impressive ride.
Absolutely solid from these guys. Again, they're currently running around 10 seconds ahead of second place Rob Atkinson, Shane Colebrook. A fine performance from them themselves, racking up another solid 20 points. And that will be their 6th podium this season for the number 26. But this will be the 7th win for Phil Bell, Phil Hyde. It's exactly what we almost expected from them. Very, very strong performance indeed.
Yeah, you can just see some of the outfits finally getting underway, hopefully getting them back to the paddock to save the officials a little bit of a job. Now, the next outfit that should be taking the checker flag should be the F2 winners, Todd Ellis and Manuel Clement. Obviously, no objective set for today, just out for some fun and seeing what they can pick up, and it is going to be a P1 trophy in the F2 category. I mean, they're going to be delighted with that one.
Without a doubt. It's been a while since Todd and Manu have raced here. Last year, I believe, was the last race they did as a wildcard entry. So yeah, to come back out, Cadwell, bit of a local circuit for Todd as well. He really enjoys his place, has always gone well here, and to have a bit of fun on the F2, why not? Why not?
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be the 24 of Saunders. It takes P2 in the F2 class. Obviously, just 2 outfits out in the F2 class this weekend, but a sensational ride. I think for Blackstock and Lawrence, it's going to be yet another confidence boost, if they needed any, ahead of Sunday.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, these guys, I've run out of superlatives for them this year.
Yeah.
What can you say? 10 victories on the trot, 8 in this season, 7 pole positions, 7 or 8 fastest laps now. I mean, I'm losing track with all my records here. It's just been a perfect season for these guys, and fair play to them. They work hard for it, they ride hard for it, and they ride clean, they race clean. So you can't take anything away from these guys.
Yeah, record-breaking season it could turn out to be. We'll have to wait and see at the end of the year. Obviously, British Sidecars back on circuit tomorrow, first for a warm-up and for race 2. It's an earlier start, obviously, for warm-up, and an earlier race as well. All things being well, we should be racing around 10 to 1 in the afternoon. How do you think that's going to play? Obviously, conditions could be completely different tomorrow as well, of course.
I had a quick look at the forecast for tomorrow. There's due to be a little bit of rain tomorrow, maybe some cloud cover, so we could still be cool conditions even though we're racing sort of in the middle of the day, but we'll have to wait and see for that one and see what pans out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it pans out tomorrow. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence is your race winner, and it's a 21-second advantage at the checker flag. Luckily, Ross McIntyre's made his way down to Park Fermé, where we can hear from our race 1 winners.
What a brilliant way to kickstart the Marin British Sidecars action here with us at No Limits Racing and our 6th round of the season. Of course, we've got 3 different winners to speak to. We may have time to speak to a few more people as well, but we will dive in with our overall winners coming up first in Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. Go on, Lewis, we'll jump in with you first. Your guys' perfect start to the year just continues onwards. Another race win for you boys. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, good. It was long slog, 14 laps round here, but yeah, we just kept our head down, kept going, and yeah, just keep the momentum.
Yeah, no real competition out there for this first race. You guys kind of did what you do. You just got out there, great start, got the whole shot pushed on, didn't look back.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know about there's no competition. There's a lot of good lads here, but yeah, we just kept our head down and kept going, and that's it, really.
So one more race coming your way tomorrow, then another 14 laps. You feeling ready? Looking to make it yet another win on the bounce?
Yeah, I just feel ready. Ready for a beer, I think.
I don't blame you. Still, congratulations, mate.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Go, we'll grab a couple of words out of Oscar as well if we possibly can. Try and get a different perspective on things. Oscar, I know I've just said the same things, Lewis, but another race win for you boys. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, bike was pretty good. It was pretty behaved and got a good start, got gone, and yeah, pretty good race first race. So we're happy.
Obviously, it's probably a bit of a weird circuit to be a passenger on around this place. Obviously, lots of undulation, lots of off-camber corners. It must be quite difficult to try hanging on to the side of these things.
Yeah, by far one of the hardest tracks in the country, and like into Hall Bends is tricky, Gooseneck, Mountain. There's so many different sections here that are so tricky, and it makes for a real good track. And like 14 laps around here is a lot, so it's a tough place on a passenger 14. So anyone who finished at 14 is good on them because it's hard around here. So goodbye, everyone.
Still, one more race for you guys tomorrow. How are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, happy. I think we just get a good start again and get picking away and probably fettle with some bits overnight, but messing around, but we're happy.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Oh, great to speak to the number 1 outfit once again at taking the victory. We're now looking for the Phil Bell Racing bike, which I believe those guys are back here. Are they around, or have they vanished off into the distance? The number 18 of Phil Bell and Phil Hyde. That may be them there. They have vanished off. What'd you say, mate? Looking for the bells. Oh, is that you? We walked straight past you. Sorry, don't recognise you without your helmet stuff. Sorry, boys. Still, Phil and Phil.
Yeah.
Double class win for you guys. Great race for you overall.
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit lonely though. Lee was riding really well, but I think he pulled in. I think got a bit tired. I think he's struggling to just get used to the bike, but he was riding really well. He was gapping us a bit, but we thought we'd pull him back in near the end, but obviously he dropped out. But yeah, we got a good start. But yeah, it was good. It was a bit lonely. A bit
more improvement to do for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, one more race tomorrow. Just continue on your way.
14 laps. It's quite a tiring one round here. 14 laps. It's especially when you're getting older.
Still, a great performance from you guys, taking another win in the Cup class. Again, every race you finished this year has been perfect so far, so just looking to continue that forward?
Yeah, definitely. We've got what we've got next, Anglesey next, so yeah, not been there for a long while, so it would be interesting. Yeah, but it could be an interesting day.
Well, wait to see. Congratulations, guys. A great run from you.
Thanks very much. Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
Great to see from those guys. And then finally, and last but not least, we'll get our F2 winners out there in Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. See if we can get some words out of Todd for the starters. They are deep in a debate, but if we can speak to our F2 class winners, if that's not too much of a problem to us, Todd?
Yeah, not a problem. It's It's the first time we've really done a short circuit club meeting on it and rode it in Angus. It's always been our TT bike and we've only ever run it for that. So yeah, we're looking forward to doing the rest of the year on it and actually getting it dialed in for short circuit stuff. There's loads of little niggles that we're finding now that can help us in the long run.
Well, obviously, we know what you guys have done away from short circuit racing. You've turned up here, taken the first race win with the F2. So overall, pretty good day for you.
Yeah, pretty good. It's nice. Weather's nice, isn't it? It's local track for us, so it's nice to come out here and enjoy ourselves and go back to some basics and have a ride around with a smile on our face.
Yeah, and again, another one tomorrow. I'm assuming just going to try to do the same again.
Yeah, same again. Just keep making changes. We're using it as a bit of a setup here, really. Just keep making changes, see if we can improve over the weekend.
Yeah. Were you guys getting into any fights out there you're enjoying, or was it just kind of a bit of a lonely one?
No, a bit of a lonely one, really. We didn't get a very good start, so yeah, it was a bit lonely and just it gives you time to concentrate on see what the bike's doing and that then, so got some good ideas moving forwards for tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. Emmanuel, anything to add from you, or...?
I'm happy to finish the race. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations, guys, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, that's all three of our class winners from the Marin British Sidecar Championship, and what a race that was. We'll head back up out of the Parc Fermé area and just get out of the way because I believe they're about to send them. I can see a wild Lewis Ray walking towards me as well with a massive grin on his face. That's quite a rarity, let me tell you that much. Look, Lewis Ray, you make your way down into well, I call it Parc Fermé. It's an access road really, but we're using it as Parc Fermé. It's Parc Fermé, but still a great day racing, a great way to end it there with 14 laps of the Marin British Sidecars as well. Overall, I think we can all be pretty happy here at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, I think we can be pretty happy. I mean, that was a dominant performance for the last race of the day. That was something special. I think many people at home, when they see races like that, they watch races like that, they sometimes think maybe it's a little bit boring. They've seen maybe, I think that was the 10th win in a row, including the last two of last season, for the likes of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. And well, whenever you see something like that, quite often people call it boring. But reality, you have to live in the moment and enjoy what you're seeing, because what you're seeing right now is two riders that are completely in sync with their outfit and taking dominant wins like that over 20 seconds in the finish up with the retirement. So super lovely to have the sidecars with us, of course. And the day that we've had in the solo classes, I mean, with the rain coming out of absolutely nowhere, I think the riders were surprised themselves, and some excellent racing. And not to forget, finally, we can see some bikes jump over the mountain at a race start on the open lap. What more can we ask for?
Yeah, it has been an absolutely brilliant day, hasn't it? And of course, we get to go all again tomorrow as well. Race 2s and 3s. Only the race 2s, of course, for the Marin British Sidecars. They only have 2 races. But race 2s and 3s for all of our classes here at No Limits. We'll be bringing it for you live and free here on NLR TV from tomorrow morning. So from myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray alongside me, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow.
No Limits Racing. No Limits Racing.
No Limits. This is No